But woke up early. Woke up like 6 a.m. Did some shit. Figured out all the problems going on in the house. I had a sewer nigga come out. I'm going to give you the whole rundown of what happened. Let's get everybody online real quick. I know we late to the trial. I'm hearing there's some explosive shit happening in the trial. They say Diddy was wearing panties and thongs. This shit is crazy, chat. This shit is crazy. Diddy wearing panties and thongs. Diddy wanted to be a bad bitch his whole life. I think that Kendrick line was for him. When I see you in Sexy Red, you think it's two bad bitches. Anyway, we're going to get to it. Who's not online? Who's not online? Welcome everybody on the King Academics page, on everybody on the Academy page. My loves, my beauties. I love y'all. All right. We're back. Let me see. All right. You see, yesterday we gave you 7 hours. We could do another 7 today, right? 7, 8, right? We're doing good on the streak. Day 3 again. Chat, I've kind of rarely missed this. I know y'all hate that, like, we haven't gotten past day 10, but bruh, sometimes I only missed it for the birthday. So I'm really going good. We knocking shit down. I'm in a great mood today. I woke up today feeling just so fortunate. You know, I wake up in the morning and I always watch my streams to see if I did a good job for y'all. But I look at comments and stuff like that and DMs or whatever. And you guys are so motivating. You know what I mean? Like, you know, from the messages of, yo, act. You know, watching you helps me get through my day. You helped me out during a tough time. I love y'all for that. Love y'all for that. So you guys have been amazing in encouraging me to stream more. It makes these whatever, like 7-hour stream or 8-hour streams, it make them very well worth it. Okay. All right. We are gonna. By the way, welcome everybody on Kick, Rumble. Shout out to R Block in the building. We have our people, even on Meta, and we have King Academics and the Academy online. All right, bet. So we're going to get to the Diddy trial soon. I told y'all to remind me about some things from yesterday we're going to bring to today. Also, there's some topics we didn't touch. What topics didn't we cover yesterday? It was some non-Diddy trial topics. Make sure we get into it. Chat. Oh, that's another thing. So I know the McDonald's coffee not going to work today. I don't know why DoorDash is failing me. They don't want to deliver till 5 o'clock. I can't wait till 5. So today we're going to treat ourselves, chat. We're treating ourselves. Starbucks is on the way. So actually it should be here soon. So Starbucks is on the way. Okay? All right. So we're going to get the coffee fixed no matter what. And again, I'm not a coffee fiend at this point, but it helps me out. I've been watching, like when I watch the playback on my streams after with coffee, I feel like I'm more informative and, you know, I'll do whatever to give y'all a better stream. So hopefully I'll appreciate it. So coffee's coming soon. I'm light drinking. Light. And, yeah. Oh, so you want me to tell you what happened? So cool. All right. So remember, the plumber came out yesterday. So the plumber came yesterday. The plumber comes. The nigga looks up. I could tell. Well, first of all, chat, if you wonder why I got into DIY shit, honestly, again, we're gonna let people get up in here, and then we're gonna get to the Diddy case. I got into DIY shit because, chat, when contractors pull up to my crib, they charge me like 3 times the regular price, and like it got annoying, honestly. Like for example, so I got 3 security systems, 3 camera systems. So I have a hardwired, I have Ring, and I have this other thing. Like I was putting up Ring cameras around the perimeter of the house. I bought the shit off Amazon. I ain't got a ladder that could go up like 20 feet, right? So I needed, and I didn't know how to like connect it because I never did one before. And I was just like, electricity, I don't want to get shocked, I don't want to die, whatever. So I called an electrician to come install it. The camera cost $350 off Amazon. The nigga went up there, installed it. No, they installed one by my garage, so he installed 2. Nigga charged me $500, bro. I'm like, $500? When I looked at it, by the way, ever since I've installed 5 more my damn self. Nigga, this shit is like, it's easy peasy. Like, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Like, it's that easy to install. But what happens is, I don't know if you guys notice or if you guys are working, you know, trade jobs. The price of a job is based on how rich the nigga is, honestly. Like, niggas pull up to the house, they're like, $1,000. They just give you some wild price. So, like, I'm paying, like, no matter what. Motherfucker come to, like, just fucking snake the toilet. Niggas like, $800. Like, just all type of wild shit. To the point that you realize that the trade of contractors, they know when you don't know shit. There was a leak upstairs in my bathroom 2 years ago. Master bathroom, right? It's something because it got like 5 different shower thingies. The dude comes in, they cut a hole into the thing. They're like, oh. The guys ain't even really plumbers. He suggests me to this other guy. They're trying to keep it in the family because that's how they do it around here. So they suggest me to this other guy. By the time they come in, the dude comes to me and says, I'm going to be honest with you, the problem could be here. I'm like, nigga, that's your job. Figure it out. Where's the problem? You know what he tells me? I'm going to be honest with you. The only way we could 100% guarantee, because they did one thing, it didn't work. Only way we could 100% guarantee that we could fix this problem, because we don't know where it originates. It's a big house. I'm like, okay, so how do you do it? We could just redo the whole bathroom. Huh? The nigga came with a remodeling thing. He said, yeah, it'll be $35,000. I'm like, nigga, what? What the fuck are you talking about? So, chat, I got into like learning a little bit, because when I bought this house, I was a nigga, I could only change a light bulb. I promise you. But after, and it's not like I'm doing it for, well, obviously I do save some money, like do some DIY shit. But also, like, first of all, I don't want people up in my house. Second of all, I do think it's great exercise, because like I'm lifting mad shit. Like I'm lifting drywall yesterday. Anyway, the point is this. Yo, them contractors just be robbing a nigga, bro. And I got tired of like, I'm the nigga you get off one finesse on. Your first finesse is on the house. Anybody I know, you know, the first time you finesse me, enjoy it. The second time, I'm starting to get mad. And the third time, I'll be an idiot if you let me finesse. I let you finesse me then. So, anyway, cool. The plumber comes yesterday. I'm on stream. The plumber looks around. The motherfucker don't even do nothing. I tell him the problem. He says, well, this is the problem with your septic tank. I'm like, you're not going to, like, check some shit? Like, nah, septic tank problem. He's like, where's your septic tank? I'm like, it's somewhere in the front yard, but it's covered with mulch, because my landscapers, they don't give a fuck about that type of shit. They just want the shit to look pretty. I said, well, ain't it your job to find it? He's like, I'm going to be honest with you, bud. This is going to be a big problem. How you know it's a big problem? The nigga don't even turn the flashlight on to look at. It's going to be a big problem. You got to get a septic guy. What? Okay, cool. The nigga leaves, pay him like $150. So he just shows up when I walked off stream just to like $150. All right, cool. Not, again, it's not a money thing, but it just shows you like, I be just tired of these more. Okay. They said, all right, the septic guys come here 7 o'clock. 7 a.m. I was already up. 7 a.m. Septic guy comes. He says, all right, whoa, huge house. I'm like, fuck, I'm about to get finessed. But this is a big company, so I know they ain't gonna like price you one at a time. Like, you know, they have a price per hour type shit. As soon as I hear big house, I know more money. But whatever, cool. The dude comes, he finds a septic tank. He's like, who lives here? I said, I live here. He said, who else lives here? My dogs. Like, what are you talking about? And basically what happens is there should be like 8 people or 9 people that live here. The last family was 7. So I'm telling him, I'm like, when I bought the house, they drained the septic, but they said I didn't have to do it for 3 years. I bought it in 2020. Now it's 2025. I'm kind of over it. So maybe whatever. The nigga basically looks at me and says, it's not a septic problem, bro. You can't take enough shits and showers or whatever you put in the toilet for the septic to be full. You're one person. This house should have like a bunch of people. So I said, just check it in case. The nigga checks it. It's not a septic problem. But he drains the septic anyway because he's already here. All right, bet. So now he says, call the plumber back. So this is why I was late for stream, because that was at 7 o'clock. We called the plumber back. And then, because he kind of explains, said, call these plumbers. And I called these guys. It was a guy been in the business for like 30 years. He's pretty good. The guy came here, and essentially what he did, he just snaked. So my half bathroom upstairs, I'm replacing the toilet. I'm doing an all black bathroom. That's what I've been doing. It's all black tiles. I have a black toilet. Everything. It's gonna be lit. And the toilet's not on it, so he snaked the toilet or snaked the drain. And when he snaked it, guess what happened, chat? I ran the shower. Nothing backs up. Everything is good currently. But of course, when he pulls the snake back out, he's like, "Yo, if there was anything stopping it, he thinks it could be another problem, but it's fixed right now." But he said if it was anything stopping it, he pulls out 3 tampons. And I'm like, these fucking nasty bitches, bro. What is it with women when they come to, like, nigga, I'm going to put a big-ass sign on my door. You nasty fucking horse. Don't put your fucking tampons down my fucking toilet. This shit got me like, I got to replace drywall, all type of shit. Because the leak, all type of leaks happen. So the nigga pulled out like 3 tampons. And I'm like, why does this happen? So apparently tampons are like cotton. And like they swell up. They swell up to the size of like a big baseball in your pipes. And then it starts blocking shit. And if it's multiple, they start blocking different shit. And it never disintegrates because it's cotton. And water doesn't disintegrate cotton. Because cotton was like, part of like how cotton is grown, it's kind of like in water. I don't know. Anyway, all that happened this morning. I'm here now. I'm about to put a sign, man. You fucking nasty horse. Stop putting your fucking tampon. And you know what it is? Because I don't invite no bitches with periods to my crib. These bitches come over. They think, like, I don't know what they try to do or whatever. But I don't know if they're scared to just say, bitch, you're on your period. Either go the fuck home or just put it in the trash. Don't put it in my fucking toilet. Anyway, headaches. All right. Anyway, we're back. I know some of y'all are like, we don't give 2 fucks about your personal life. Well, I try to be transparent. Other than that, Pluto's doing great. My other 3 dogs are doing great. Do I ever call their names? Penny, Princess, she just ate. I gave her some good food. And Prince, like, if you look at my side, I got to get his claws cut. But, like, he's aggressive. He's starting to get aggressive. His claws, he jumps up on me every morning, and the nigga scratch me. I look like Wolverine just on my side right here. The nigga just scratched the shit out of me. His fucking claws are like knives. Anyway, all that's done, and I'm back to y'all. So I'll be kicking it with y'all till like about, what time? 7 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock? All right, cool. Yo, Diddy trial going off today, man. Now, Kid Cudi is taking the stand supposedly tomorrow. Let me load up the chats. I got to see what y'all saying. Damn, nigga said, yeah, nigga, we don't. Oh, my God. Somebody said, F them dogs. Yo, if y'all own a house, man, y'all got to tell them people, don't flush tampons, bro. I'm going to get a tampon disposable thing and just write on it. Anyway. First of all, don't even come to my home. I got to spit. The fuck? Nasty. First of all, don't even come to my house if you're on your period. What the fuck? The hell this is? If you come to my house, you should not be on your goddamn period. All right, bet. Are we getting to the trial immediately? Yeah, we are. There is one thing I did want to like discuss real quick on the hip hop side. And I don't know if I should before I get into the trial. Actually, I think I will. I think I'll give this loser his 3 minutes of fame. I'm not going to crash out. I just want to give this loser his 3 minutes of fame. And let me see if I can find it. Gran brought this up, or Gran sent it to me. Yo, y'all got to blame Gran for a lot of these rants. Because Gran always he has like a op spotter glasses. He sees when any op mentions me and he sends it to me, okay? And usually, because I don't be looking like, these niggas are irrelevant. So I'm not looking, listen, let me tell you this. You know the media personalities I talk about. I watch them, right? I definitely watch them. There's these like off-brand like Z-Mike niggas, like irrelevant niggas. Like I'm not paying attention to them. So it's always Gran. Gran gonna send me be like, yo, act, just that you know. And I think he sends it to me because sometimes I'll be so oblivious. I'll end up, if I see something good, that's somebody that might give that person props. And he's like, no, that's an op. Make sure you never talk about this nigga. So Gran puts this on my radar. So if you ever want to blame somebody, it's Gran. Okay. However, I do want to, I think I want to do a little addressing of the entire hip hop media landscape. Okay. I've seen this low level bum. His name is Low Key. I think he's like a Z-Mike on the I don't even know. Oh no, he's on Ebro show. Okay? Now, yesterday I said I ain't into really covering this little battle that they got going. I'm just not into it. And this showed me and proved something to me. And I'm calling out all y'all little hip-hop, little journalists, or whatever the fuck y'all call yourselves. I'm calling out really the game. This showed me, as much as y'all hate on me, how fucking important when I lock in on something it is. I've been hearing all these niggas sneak this. I seen it sneak this. Grant sends them to me. Yo, these niggas claim they're hip-hop, but they don't want to cover this hip-hop shit. Yes, nigga. Hey, y'all claimed I was biased during the Kendrick and Drake shit, and this goes to show how irrelevant all y'all are. Y'all can't make this the number one thing in hip-hop. Y'all like, why act now? I don't want to cover it. Y'all do it. Y'all claim y'all platforms is lit and y'all voices is big. If I don't want to cover it, y'all should be able to overwhelmingly make it a number one topic. It just shows that as much as y'all hate on me, y'all need Big Act to lead the pack. It's the reason why I'm numero uno. It's cool. I don't want to talk about it, though. So whether it's low-key or whoever else, Elliot Wilson or whoever else, y'all niggas who claimed that when I was covering the Drake and Kendrick shit, y'all was all on my dick. Saying this, that, and the third. Okay, I'm going to check out of this one. I'm busy with the Diddy trial. Y'all niggas cover it. You know why we're not hearing nothing about it? Because you niggas is irrelevant. Nobody want to hear y'all talk about shit anyway. Because if I was talking about this shit, this should be the number one topic in hip-hop other than Diddy, obviously. But y'all don't do a good job. Y'all don't make it interesting for the fans. Y'all are just boring. That's the fucking problem. So the people who say, why isn't Act covering this? You should start reevaluating why are you so fucking irrelevant that you're worrying about if Act's covering it or not. It don't matter. I should be able to just say, you know what y'all should say? Man, leave Act over there. We're going to cover this because this is hip-hop. All I see is a bunch of media niggas who can't make, it's like they're rubbing two pieces of wood together. No Diddy. Trying to make fire can't cause no type of heat, to get no type of flames, to get no type of attention, all asking why hip-hop ain't, because you niggas are irrelevant, and that's what happened during that Drake and Kendrick battle. The rest of y'all niggas thought that y'all had a moment that people tune in to watch what y'all got going on, but we only cared for y'all opinion when it was Drake and Dot. Now it ain't Drake and Dot. Nobody cares about what y'all are saying. Y'all were always talking shit to me like we were on the same level. I'm over here covering the Diddy trial. I'm having a good time. I'm talking about Tory Lanez. I got some 50 shit to talk about. I want to talk about Boss Man D-Lo on the. Now I'm playing. He's not on the D-Lo. That's such an easy joke to make. Don't clip this guy. I feel like Boss Man D-Lo gonna slap a nigga. That's the only way he got to get up out of this. Boss Man D-Lo gonna slap somebody. I just don't want to be the person. I don't want to be the person. Boss Man D-Lo, I think you straight, bro. Fuck these niggas, okay? Fuck them. But anyway, to the rest of the media people in hip hop, this should be. This is a humbling moment, hopefully, for y'all. Y'all are irrelevant as shit. Y'all claim this is because y'all claim, niggas like me, I cover gossip. I proudly cover gossip. Y'all cover music too, but I cover gossip, music, trials, legal shit, all type of shit, fuckery, cheating, anything. Y'all claim y'all are, because that's the new wave of, like the journalists who act like they're above the fray. Yeah, well, we just stick to the music. Well, why nobody give a fuck about the shit that's going on with music when Act don't want to talk about it? I don't want to talk about it no more. I don't want to talk about it. I don't care who this, who. I'm good. The only thing I got to say, Joey, you won. Stop. Y'all give us something to, and this is the problem. Y'all are boring as watching paint dry. All of y'all. And I'm lumping all y'all into one. Because collectively, y'all voices still are irrelevant. And this showed me. So once again, all of y'all, shut the fuck up, sit in the back, and follow the leader, okay? Maybe if y'all talk nice to me, I'll come tap back in. But right now, I don't give a fuck about that. Y'all get relevant enough that we could care. Because on my timeline, I don't see nothing about it. So I don't know what y'all be on. Okay, anyway, let's get back into the Diddy trial. Yes, I do love some gossip. Y'all can't shame me. I love some gossip, people. You can't shame me. All right. Yo, they heated. Yo, why he not covering this? Why do y'all need me to cover it? That fuck? Why he not talking about Ray Vaughn or Ray Sean's diss song to Joey? Why he not do? I don't want to talk about that. Joey won. Bye. Okay, anyway. All right. Good day in the office. Let's go. Chat, are y'all here with me? Y'all here? Okay. Let's get it going on. Hold on, I gotta make sure this shit is... Are we online still? Why does shit say I'm offline? Yo, where is my Starbucks, bro? Oh, it's here. Let me go grab it before I start reading this shit. So give me 2 seconds. Okay, and we have a bunch of tweets. Okay. I'll give you a video to watch for 1 minute while I walk upstairs. Oh. I'll give you 1 minute. 1 minute of this video. I'll be right back.
I think when people hear Cassie's mother is going to be testifying, everyone was thinking, oh my goodness. But she was only on the stand for about 30 minutes. And the big takeaway is this story that she tells regarding the email she got from her daughter in December of 2011. This is where Cassie Ventura writes her mother and another person explaining or expressing that Sean Puffy Combs, she said, threatened to put out explicit videos of her. Again, this is around the holiday time, and also saying that he would do something to the person that she was dating at the time. In the email, it's Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi. So this is when the mother is talking to the jurors, talking to the court, and saying that this was the first time the mom says she realized that her daughter had any issues with possible physical abuse. And in this case, her daughter saying that Sean Combs was going to put these explicit videos out. So her mother said that Sean Combs said that he wanted $20,000 because of money that he spent on Ventura. So the mother and her husband took out a $20,000.
Chat, that was gangster. Yo, you know why I order from Starbucks? Why these niggas got so much options? I just want plain black coffee. Like, they got too many fucking options on Starbucks. Y'all know my fake DoorDash name? Oh, shit. I got 2 of them. So 2 large black coffees, and I'm cooking today. Perfect. All right. By the way, chat, I ain't gonna lie. Diddy's gangster for that. Diddy told Cassie's parents, despite them seeing evidence that Diddy was giving her the beats, Diddy told them, yo, your daughter has been cheating on me with this random bum-ass crop top wearing ass nigga, Kid Cudi. I've been financing her lifestyle. I dropped 20 bands on her this month. I need that. I need that back. And to keep it real, they gave it to him. They gave a billionaire $20,000. They pulled out money out of their home. They got a home equity loan, and they gave it to Diddy. Diddy held the money for like a couple of weeks and then returned it after Cassie got back in line. Oh my God, that nigga's on some shit. When Cassie got back in line, say, you could get your 20 back. That was crazy. That was crazy, chat. That was crazy, right? Okay. Yeah, he said, I need that, bro. Imagine yo, that sounded so crazy to me. Yo, a billionaire asking the family of the girl for $20,000 in compensation for money he spent on her, because the money he spent on her, she was cheating at the time. I'm not gonna lie. Like, again, Diddy was on some other shit, but in principle, if I'm with a chick and I'm spending some bread on you and you fucking another nigga, I need you and that nigga to give me money back. I need my money back. I need my money back, please. I'm kind of for that. Give me my money back, bro. Just give me my money back.
Home equity loan, transferred that money into a checking account, and then sent it to Combs. What's so interesting about this story is that even though they sent that $20,000 and she said she was in fear of her daughter, she was concerned for her safety, that money came back to the Ventura family. They didn't get into detail about that other than to say that within 4 to 5 days, that money came back to their account.
Interesting. And did they explain what would have happened or what they believed would have happened had they not wired Sean that money?
The prosecution, I believe, was trying to show that level of control that they talked about at the very beginning.
Okay, that was yesterday. Do I need to do a recap? I'm going to give you guys a recap of yesterday, but we're so late. You know, I told you all what happened. Let's get into what's going on today. So it started out, and by the way, shout out to Inner City Press once again. So it started out today by saying, when Dr. Hughes, so it looked like there's a doctor going to take the stand today, say, I'm sure Mr. And by the way, chat, thank y'all for allowing me to only do 7 hours yesterday. My voice is much better. I was able to rest my voice, and trust me, if I went 10 hours yesterday, I would have no voice, and you guys wouldn't get a stream. I'm good. And I got some hot shit, pause. I'll be good. He said, when Dr. Hughes is on the stand, I'm sure Mr. Bach could raise that and cross, okay? As report, there's a 10th lawyer that Diddy has now put in play. His name is Jonathan Bach. He's a husband of Alexandra Shapiro, who, if you don't know, Alexandra Shapiro is the appellate lawyer, I keep telling you. And apparently he was the defense for the example in the Trump SPAC trial. Okay. The judge says, what about these texts involving Ventura and buying drugs in Boston? AUSA says, we think these are irrelevant. But if they redacted it, it is not hearsay. If she was in Boston, that she was in Boston and on her own. I think that's why Agnophilia wants it in. Judge says, I'll think on it. AUSA says, we are concerned that Mrs. Porter's death may be used to build sympathy for Combs. So they're saying that Kim Porter's death may be used by the defense to try to paint a picture that would make you sympathetic to Combs and would lead jurors to believe that if he's convicted, his children may, I guess they're saying like he's going to try to be like, oh, I'm the family man. Like, despite you thinking I'm a very bad person here, I'm actually a good person here. And I'm wondering why they're objecting to that, because that's kind of the nature of cases, even if you have a murder or a murderous person or someone who's a killer, or, well, let's say that twice. If you have somebody who has committed armed robberies or a drug dealer, they're going to mention, oh, hey, he gives back to his community. Hey, these amount of people rely on him. He's taking care of these people. So I don't know why they're so opposed for Diddy to try to, introduce, and maybe they're saying just as witnesses, right? Like, wait till at the end of the trial, or I don't know. We'll figure out more. Judge says, I'll think about it. As to Mr. Mescudi, the defense is concerned about hearsay. So this is going to be a big thing and a very important thing. I didn't think that Kid Cudi would be taking a stand at all, but Kid Cudi will be taking a stand, not today, supposedly tomorrow. His testimony is going to try to help the government prove one of the predicate offenses in the RICO. It's arson. There's 7 predicate charges that Diddy has been charged with. 7 predicate offenses, Diddy. Let's see if we could bring it down. Here we go. Where are the predicate offenses at? Okay, the charges, predicate. Let me see. Hold on. Predicate, arson. Where's the arson at? Okay. So I'm gonna have to pull up the last superseding indictment again. But all these are under RICO. So for RICO, you need to prove 2 of these, right? Oh man, there's too much light on my face. I'll pause. Okay, so you got to prove 2 of these. Sorry. Oh my God, this is too much fucking light. Yeah, here we go. Sorry. And I know, Chad, I know somebody have said, why don't you just put your fucking computer in dark mode? All right, there we go. Okay, so they got to prove 2 of these. So for a RICO charge, you got to prove at least 2 predicate offenses, and you got to prove a pattern and that people were willingly involved. And yeah, a couple more things, but pretty much that's the main thing. So the sex trafficking is the biggest one. Forced labor also is a pretty big one. And also, which I think kidnapping is the easiest one, because I think the Cassie tape in Intercontinental kind of proves that. It seems like Diddy, through violence, was trying to prevent her from leaving, which would, seemingly suggest kidnapping. Now, granted, you have to make a couple more things to kind of really lock down that kidnapping thing, but that's why they're showing that. Arson is Kid Cudi. Now, I thought they were going to just have Cassie testify to it. I didn't know that Kid Cudi was going to testify to it. But here's the problem about this arson thing. They're going to have some type of police report, have a detective, and maybe somebody who is, working with, the fire department necessarily, that would be able to say, hey, we investigated this, and this is arson. The car blew up. It wasn't by like some other natural force or some battery defect or something why the car blew up. And then here's the thing, and this is why hearsay is coming in. How do you know that Diddy did it? Diddy never did it. He didn't do it himself, supposedly. So if you're hearing, or even if you're like, oh, well, he said to us A, B, and C. So you don't really know for a fact that he did it, right? So that's hearsay. So, of course, Diddy got the best lawyers. They're trying to get that hearsay shit out of here. AUSA says Mr. Cudi will not be testifying today. The judge says, huh? Did I miss that? It says, we emailed at 10:45. And this is a 10:45 email. It says the court is in, is it this? Submarinian. It says the court is in receipt of a letter from the press requesting the email communication from the parties. Okay, never mind. This is some inner city press stuff that is not on the record. No need to take a week to redact that. So basically, inner city press has been pressing the court. This is why this guy is good. Matthew Russell, man, I told you, I owe you some coffee. Me and you. Starbucks. Trust. He's been emailing the judge to say some of these things that are brought up in court, why are they not on the docket? Usually they have the excuse of saying, well, we have to redact them. But they're like, a simple email shouldn't be redacted. It should be immediately in the docket. So he wrote Judge Submarinian. And by the way, he's the reason why we're getting transcripts a little bit quicker. We're getting exhibits. We're getting pictures of sex workers because they're kind of trying to not put a lot of this stuff out. Inner City Press has been covering the above captioned case, like many others. This morning, before the jury came in, both the government and the defense referred to multiple communications to the court about evidentiary and other issues, but these are not in the public document on PACER. This application letter in motion argues that if many, if not all of these judicial documents, which the public have and the press have a right to access, they should be put in a docket now and going forward in the trial. See, for example, and they reference a couple of things saying letters were docketed overnight in real time. Okay, Slavic this morning referred Judge Stein Menendez's trial in both of these letters on such issues went to the docket overnight in real time. So basically, they're saying, why are we not seeing these things in the docket? Okay, because they're talking about them in court, right? The judge says, all right, please get the witness, Mr. Gannon, and check on the jury. So welcome back, Mr. Gannon. Now, we got to go back. Mr. Gannon is the agent, if you guys don't know. So let me tweet this out, by the way. We're back in action. Hold on. Let me tweet. Where's the link? Bang. Manny, what's up with you, my boy? I see you. Man, I see all y'all, man. What's wrong with y'all? Manny and King Academic, shout out to you, my boy. Come on. And somebody said how late you are. I'm late today. You're not late. I'm late. Okay? Appreciate you. Okay. So it says, judge says, please get the witness, Mr. Gannon. So Mr. Gannon is the agent that did the search or the raid, or it was the lead agent, I would imagine, for the raid that happened, or one of the agents, let's just say that to be safe. One of the agents that was involved in the raid up on the compound of Diddy's 2-star island mansion, okay? So that's where they went in simultaneously and also LA. Now, before we get to that, overnight, we did get some things that were put and put into the docket. So, for example, the feds did release the mansion raid pictures of Miami. So this is what they found. They found a little gun, okay? A little Glock Duke. No, I'm playing. It's not Glock Dookie. What type of gun is this? That ain't a Glock. What is this? That's what gun is this? Somebody who knows firearms, you tell me. It has a hammer. Okay. Had bullets. These are hollow point. I mean, 45 ACP. Okay. So it's a 45. Okay. Clearly, cocaine. Had a $100 bill right next to it. This rich living, ain't it? Got the cocaine right here. They got you're not even using the dollar bill to. I guess with cocaine, they wrap up a dollar or like some currency and then sniff it. They stick it in their nose or some shit. So, okay. What's this right here? Are these cigars? Cigars and shit. Okay. Just some room, I guess. All right. This says Diddy. What's that? It's like a little, I don't know what this is. Some container. Is that a cig? Some people say that's a cig. All right, my boys. Yeah, but what model? What model cig? What model cig? Was this like a little party pack or some shit? I don't know. This is like weed. These are grinders, right? Grinders? I don't smoke, but I've seen people with a thing that be going like this. What's this? These are the things, because I hate when the bitches always be like, could you bring me to the gas station? I could get, what the fuck? Is that the shit where they fucking, that's some smoking shit. That's all I know. Chat, I only drink alcohol, bro. I don't really know about smoking like that. Okay. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I really think this belongs to security, low key. I'm going to tell you why I think this belongs to security. So this is a rifle. There's no lower receiver. So this is just like the long barrel right here. The lower receiver is usually mostly the important part. The reason why I think that this was probably not Diddy's, the regular person doesn't really know in a quick way to assemble a gun and usually don't play around like that unless they're into guns about switching out receivers and doing too much, not going to say complex, firearms work, but even cleaning. I think maybe an average person that has a gun might know how to clean a handgun, but even disassembling a AR to clean it, which, by the way, this Hollow Sun right here, this shit's fire. This Hollow Sun, this is a red dot they told me. This is fire. I got a bunch of these. Then what's this right here? Holy. Oh, I can't really see. What is this, chat? This is not a, no. What's this right here? Okay. Ew. Okay, they had blurred it out anyway. Okay. So there's lingerie and stilettos. Okay, this is like a freak off type of shit, huh? They look in this room. What's this? Ooh, we gotta zoom in on this. This look like some bondage shit. Oh, this is bondage shit right here, chat. Right? Can we zoom in? Hold on. This is bondage shit. Look. No. You see what I'm talking about? Like, look. You see the person is like stretched like this. Oh, fuck. Damn, I'm feeling. Sorry. You see the person's like this? Look, on this thing right here. I got to zoom in. I think it's straps. That's some freak shit. That's that freaky shit. You like strap somebody to the bed or some shit like that. Oh, damn. Diddy was, maybe that's what Cassie was. Like, she would be strapped and then niggas would pee on her and like nut in their mouth type shit. You know what I mean? So these are the little strap shit. Any y'all little freaky niggas in here use this? Hold on, why can't I zoom in? Oh, I was going to say I need to zoom in. Now I was going to be like, I need that. No, I don't. I can't zoom in, can I? Nah, see, he won't let me zoom in. Fuck. Okay, but that's what this is. Are these like red stilettos right here? Okay. Yeah, it's a lot of little freaky shit in here. Yeah. You see the there's some more bondage shit right here. Look, there's bondage shit right here. You see? Oh, that nigga had a rope. That nigga had the same type of rope that Jussie Smollett wrapped around his neck when he walked the subway. Remember that bum ass nigga Jussie Smollett? Lying ass, told me he the gay Tupac. His act of heroism was walking the subway and came up with a genius idea of hanging a rope around his neck and blaming two white guys when it was his two non-immigrant or non-citizen friends. Okay. I wonder if other people would use these or only Diddy. Like, no, only Cassie, I mean. Or he would bring a girl in and be like, just pick what you want. Or was this probably was Young Miami shit. Yo, Young Miami. Are these yours? Because think about it. Before Diddy got taken down, the last person he was jacking was Young Miami. So this is probably Young Miami shit. Holy. Damn. It's a nice bathroom. I like this bathroom. Is that Coke residue? What's that? What's this? Fuck is that? Golden teachers? What the fuck is that? Chat, what is this? One of y'all freaky niggas gotta put me. Chat, listen, I'm just not into everything. Oh shit. Oh yeah. By the way, Kick, shout out to y'all. Shout out to all my people on Kick right now. Oh, here we go. By the way, shout out to Kick Support, man. Such a friendly group. I love them over there. Here we go. They always reminding me to make sure I get my stream right. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me just... One of y'all freaky niggas tell me what that is, though. That's not butt plugs, right? That's how butt plugs look? I don't know. I don't know. I'm expecting to see the worst. This is Diddy crib. I'm expecting to see some shit. What is that shit right there? What's that? That's mushrooms? That ain't no fucking mushroom, nigga. What's that? There's something called a mushroom pill. Really? Really? Everybody's saying shroomies. Okay. All right. Okay, perfect. All right, next. Let's see. Fuck is this? Somebody said they get it. I thought mushrooms was actually like the flower, the plant. What is this right here? Diddy had mad drugs. Oh my God. Oh shit. Wow. Nigga just had drugs on deck. Oh, honey packs. These are honey packs, right? Diddy was doing it right. Okay, I could get jiggy with that. The honey pack to be hitting. I ain't gonna lie. This ain't even no freak nigga shit. This is just real nigga shit. Okay. The other shit was freak nigga shit, okay? This is some real nigga shit. All right, man, the honey pack in the building. Okay, I never seen this version, though. What does this version do? If this is the version to make you stay hard for 4 days, I'm good. The one I got just give you a good night. What's this? Okay, a little linen closet. Okay. You can soak the baby oil off with this. Okay. What's this now? What's this? Damn. Baby oil, Astroglide. My boy do like... Yo, they're trying to criminalize the freak off, but it's just like, my boy likes baby oil and Astroglide. He also seems like he's a bulk orderer. This looks like a man that orders in bulk. Keep it being. Now, they said 1,000 bottles. This is not 1,000 bottles. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I forgot my counting after that. Yeah, it ain't 1,000, nigga. Okay, they taking the same picture of the same thing. It's like a nigga counting the same stack of money, and then he turns it around and says, who don't got no money? And he counted again. Like, he get to 100, and then he just flipped the money over and said 101, 102. Yo, is that it? Oh, got a nice little barber chair. I like this barber chair. This barber chair look lit. It's a nice closet, too. Why even take a picture like this? Why even, is it this the freak off boots? Like, why are you taking a picture of, like, this is an irrelevant picture to me. Oh, he had phones in the boots. Like, probably that was his hiding spot. Okay, that makes sense. You see the phones? Phones right here. Also, they're showing, I guess this is the dollar bill, or not dollar bill, the $100 bill that was rolled up. Now they put it out there. You get what I'm saying? So there should be residue of I guess, cocaine. Okay. This is stilettos. Oh, the nigga has a clit flicker. Woo! I don't know what that is. But I got to write that down. The nigga got a clit flicker. What? Wireless? A wireless clit flicker? Fuck is that? A wireless clit flicker. Any of y'all little freakazoids ever use that shit? A wireless clit flicker. Read the mirror in the bathroom picture. With me, read the mirror. There's something on the mirror? Let me see. Shout out to my people over there, Kick. I'm not taking notes, but you know what I mean? Listen, I ain't gonna hold you. Shit. I'm a consensual, want to get lit type of nigga with the lady who I'm dealing with. You feel what I'm saying? Like somebody told me about a little rose toy. You know what I mean? Sometimes it might be a rose toy. You know what I mean? Like, I try to keep it simple, but you know, gotta spice shit up a little bit. Oh, what the mirror says. Oh, shit. There is something on the mirror. Do you want... What the fuck? No, I need to save this picture. I gotta zoom in on this picture. Chat, what's on this mirror? Holy shit. Maybe they have a clearer thing. Oh, shit. Let me get back to the clit flicker. Holy. The clit flicker. So they got 3 phones out of the boot. Those are the bottles there. Stilettos. Now, here's the thing, too, though. Well, obviously, these look like some performance stuff. I ain't gonna cap. Pills. Y'all know what pills those are? Or it could be anything, right? Could be anything. Could be anything, I guess. Now, what was this? Is this a security system back end or... No, this looks like it might be an entertainment system, right? It's a little... Okay. What the fuck? The hell was that? Drill. Edit that out. Check out the snaps. We see boxes of platform heels, packages of crotchless body stockings and knee highs, as well as rope and handcuffs. 2 dildos stand on a shelving unit near the Vaseline and Astroglide lubes. Plus, the feds found strawberry and green apple flavored BJ oral sex candy and a wireless vibrator. Now, I'm gonna keep it a beam. I'm not trying to stick up for Diddy, but all them shit just seems like a freaky nigga setup. You know what I mean? A little freaky nigga setup. There's plenty of drugs as well, including Golden Teacher. Okay, all right. Honey VIP, a Malaysian supplement for erectile dysfunction that's similar. Oh, is that what this is? Oh, I know it was Malaysian. All right. All good. Cool. All right, bet. So let's get back to this. So this is the agent. And they said, agent, welcome back. He says, thank you. AUSA says, Mr. Gannon, let's continue with the items you seized on Star Island. He says, GX215, what is this? He says, these are high heels and sex items in the master closets. We could actually find the exhibit because they're actually titled. They're titled. So, if you guys wanted to see it. So, GX21 is going to be, well, they say 215. So, we could go to 215. 212, 201, 206, 205, 204, 202, 200, 218. Yeah, so this is the picture the agent's looking at right now, okay? Agent's looking at this. Says, what's this? He said, that's high heels and sex items in the master closet. So what's this? These are 3 cell phones found in one of the boots. AUSA says, display the Gucci bag for the jury. Pull up GX10A and the stipulation. Zoom in on paragraph 5. A white plastic bottle. It contained liquid residue of meth and liquid MDMA. AUSA says these pills were found with a Tesla imprint on them. Wait, Elon makes pills? Yo, Belgo on Kick says, man, Ack, we need them fucking tapes. That's what we goddamn need. Relax. Relax, my boy. By the way, Malcolm Reed, thank you for the gifted on Kick. Shiesty Nurse, thank you for the gifted as well. And thank you for the 5 gifted. And actually, Malcolm Reed gifted 5 as well. Appreciate all you boys and gals. Okay. Elon makes drugs? Oh, it's just a press. Okay. So it's just some type of. What are usually the? Because I've heard about Tesla pills. Is that usually Molly? Is that usually some other shit? Like what type of pill is that usually? Xanax? So Teslas are usually Xanax pills. Somebody says no, it's Molly, dummy. Somebody said Perk 30s. Bro, y'all giving me 3 different. Come on, bro. Some people say ecstasy. Oh, ecstasy. Okay. All right, ecstasy. Thank you. Yo, Harvey, man, or Jarvey, tell him to get me right, bro. Okay, good. So these pills are found with a Tesla imprint on them. They had an activity. Oh, I'm stupid as fuck. I should have read it here. So look like in this case, you could put the imprint on anything, I guess. But in this case, the Tesla pills were Xanax. That was the active ingredient. Said this $100 bill had residue of cocaine. And Mr. Gannon said, Mr. Gannon, what is this? And he's pointing to something else. He said, that's a dark wooden box with the word puffy on top. It says, how do you know that this Astroglide and the baby oil that you seize, how many bottles of each? He said, how do you know this is Astroglide? Come on. Okay. 31 bottles of Astroglide and 25 baby oil bottles. Oh, hell nah. They capped it then. Chat, they capped it. They said they found 1,000 bottles of baby oil. It was only 25? Yo, that's crazy prejudicial. That's been the biggest, joke about Diddy and thinking about how commercially, if we think about commercial sex acts, if you have 1,000 condoms, that probably means you're doing some commercial sex acts. I'm not saying 25 ain't a lot, but they told us 1,000. They told us 1,000. Now, keep in mind, we don't know what was found at the LA mansion. But in Star Island was only 25. They said it was LA house. Let's 1,000 bottles of baby oil. You sure it was found at the LA house? You sure? Los Angeles mansion. Maybe that's where it was found. Oh, maybe it was the Los Angeles mansion. All right. But at least Star Island, only 25. Still a lot, but it is what it is. Okay. Any other cell phones found? Says yes. BX1301, page 3, paragraph 11. It says, was there a gun found in the suitcase? Yes, a .45 caliber handgun. The AUSA says, hold the bullets up for the jury. Now, I think this is stupid. If Diddy's not a felon, he's allowed to have a gun. I hate that guns are legal, and especially in places where guns are legal, and right now it's permitless in Florida to have a weapon. Why are you going to use the weapon and hold it up for the jury unless you're charging with a weapon crime? You're now there's a lot of people who are anti-gun, anti-Second Amendment. When they see someone with the gun, they're thinking you're doing something wrong. I don't like that they're using that, I'm going to be honest. And I'm just a gun supporter, okay? The judge says, cross. The defense says, the day of the search, you knew that Mr. Combs was leaving the country with his twin daughters. Says, objection, sidebar. it comes back where Tenny, so Tenny's doing the cross. Tenny says, in planning the search, you knew that none of the targets of the investigation would be there, right? AUSA says objection. They say overruled. Gannon says the plan was to not have him there, but we had contingencies. Tenny says, what type of vehicle did you use? They said an armored vehicle. Garrett goes, Tenny, she says, and a boat, right? Didn't y'all come in by land and sea? He says, it's common practice. 80 or 90 agents? Not all the time. He said, you found 6 people. You kept them in handcuffs for an hour? He says, no, ma'am. There was one individual who wasn't happy with us and wasn't cooperating. So we kept him in handcuffs longer. Why wasn't he happy? Wasn't he happy with the cuffs? Says, then they, because he wasn't happy with the cuffs. That's what Gannon was saying, right? Oh, no, Garrigo says this. My bad. Because he wasn't happy with the cuffs, we don't get an answer for that. But then she continues to ask, there was a music studio in the guest house, right? DX 305, do you recognize this? And Agent Gannon says, yes, ma'am, it's the studio. Garrigo says, move to admit. So they're putting that on the record now. So there's a photo of a mixing board keyboard with love in jewel script over it. While Agent Gannon's on the stand, here's a courtesy to the inner city press from artist Elizabeth Williams with Gannon with the gun. So look like the barrel of the gun, which we're seeing in one of those photos, and we're talking about the rifle. He has that exact thing in court. He has the gloves on, and he has it in court. Diddy supposedly he's probably either wiping, I don't know, eye boogers out of his eyes, or he's kind of like covering his face that he don't want to see certain stuff. But I don't think there's nothing he wouldn't want to see at this point, right? Tenny Garrigo says the gun was wrapped in a towel. Didn't look like how you displayed it to the jury yesterday, right? Agent Gannon says, yes, ma'am. Garrigo says, did you find photos of Mr. Combs with these firearms? Gannon says, we did not. Garrigo then says, did you agree that handguns, metal inside, is easier to get fingerprint than maybe another type of device? Gannon says, can't say if it's easier, but it can be done. Garrigo says, did you get prints off the gun easier when it's inside? Gannon says, I think so. Garrigo says, at HSI, Homeland Security, by the way, you have Mr. Combs' DNA, right? Gannon says, I don't know. Garrigo says, when he was arrested, the government took a DNA swab, right? He says, I don't know. Keep in mind, he's the raiding agent. He works probably in the Miami field office in HSI Miami. He would not know how the booking process. He could have looked it up, but he doesn't know about the booking process for Sean Combs in New York. So he says he doesn't know. He said, all right, hold up the Gucci bag. Now, this is the Gucci bag right here, chat. Let's put it back on the screen. This is the Gucci bag. Where's the Gucci bag? I think, where is it? Bang, bang, bang. The Gucci bag is, where? I know y'all just seen it, but this is the Gucci bag, right? This is the Gucci bag. So this was like remember we keep hearing about this bag that he has like all his little pills or whatever in. It appears that this would be the bag. So that's the bag they're talking about. So hold up the Gucci bag. I guess he holds it up. And Tenny says, the drugs were in this bag, correct? And the puffy box, right? The puffy box is this puffy box. Actually, this box doesn't say puffy. This says Diddy. Oh, I think this is a puffy box right here because it says wooden. This looks wooden. Because this looks plastic, and this says Diddy on the outside of it. It doesn't say puffy. Okay. Gannon says yes. Garrigo says, Your Honor, I'm going to introduce a sealed exhibit with the help of IT. May I approach the witness? Judge says yes. It says, deputy says we may proceed. DX 304. AUSA Smizer, they cut off the screen, and no one can see the exhibit. They says, please don't say the name of the people in this photograph other than my client. Do not talk about it. AUSA, hold on. So the AUSA was actually giving instructions. AUSA said, please cut off the screen. Then Tenny says, don't say the name of the people other than my client. Don't talk about it. And then Smizer says, hey, can we confer with counsel? Look like there's some sensitive people who are probably either not charged or maybe other celebrities that are in some photo they're showing. Now the AUSA wants to talk to Garrigos. The deputy says, we may take the sealed exhibit down. Okay, so they took it down. Garrigo says, Agent Gannon, you live in Florida. Don't many people have handguns in their home? AUSA says, objection. Judge says, rephrase. Garrigo says, do you have guns in your home? Gannon says, yes. No further questions. So they're basically just showing guns aren't that abnormal. Now, they didn't, by the way, this is the cross on the detective. They're only talking about what's found. They're not speaking about any of the sexual items found, right? They're just only speaking on the guns. And they basically said, yo, you guys have guns too, right? It's pretty normal and typical. All right, bet. That's it. Is there a redirect? There's no redirect, so we're going to get Agent Gannon off of the witness stand. And now the next witness is Dr. Dawn Hughes. AUSA says, what is your profession? Dr. Hughes says, I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. I treat people who are in World War II, which is such an honor. AUSA says, how many times have you testified in court? Dr. Hughes says, about 60 or 65. In Southern District of New York, in the Eastern District of New York, the Northern District, in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and VA. By the way, I didn't have people check in. If you're watching right now, I don't care where you're at. If you're on Kick, get up in that chat right now. Rumble, get up in that chat. If you're watching on either YouTube channels or even on Meta, where are you guys from, man? You got to rep where you're from, bro. Okay? Anybody here from Virginia, Connecticut, Jersey, Pennsylvania, anywhere in New York, Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, Staten, Bronx. Anybody from Milwaukee in here, Cleveland, Ohio, Akron, Vegas in the building, Texas in the building, North Carolina in the building, LA in the building, Louisiana, New Mexico, Nashville, Tennessee, DMV area. What up with y'all, man? San Francisco, East Belgium, St. Petersburg, Florida. You see what happened with Rod Wave? We got to talk about that. Savannah, Georgia, New Mexico, Louisville, Guadalajara, Philly, Columbus, Ohio. We got Philly in the building, man. Definitely. Southside Jamaica, Queens, Rhode Island. I like Rhode Island. My brother went to college there. Where else? South Africa in the building. Albany. Damn. Okay. Arizona. What's up with y'all, man? Shout out to everybody, man. Keep checking in. All right. So the person said they've testified all over the place, right? AUSA says we offer Dr. Hughes as an expert. The defense actually doesn't object. Say, okay, cool. AUSA says, what do you anticipate covering? Dr. Hughes says, why victims stay? Memory. AUSA says, have you been retained by the government? Dr. Hughes says, yes. What is your hourly rate? Dr. Hughes says $600 an hour, but it's $6,000 for a full day in court. So he's getting paid $6,000 per day in court. Now, someone like Dr. Hughes, you would only need him for a full day in court. It wouldn't be like 2 or 3 days. Remember, he's only to give understanding of psychological issues that probably are caused by traumatic situations, right? So AUSA says, hey, we want to know, why do victims stay? And Dr. Hughes says, well, there's psychological bonds and the psychological consequences of the abuse. He says, what are the levels of fear? Dr. Hughes says his ranges from physical violence to butterflies. Violence doesn't have to happen all the time. AUSA says, what is psychological violence? Dr. Hughes says, well, intimidation, throwing things, telling you what you could do and where you could go. The defense says objection. The judge says, hold on, I'm going to strike the last answer, okay? AUSA Mitzi Steiner, that's the one who's doing this direct, says, what can be the role of sexual abuse? Dr. Hughes says it puts the victim in a slightly psychological fear. AUSA says, why does it prevent leaving? Dr. Hughes says, shame, degradation. They don't want to think about it. AUSA says, what's emotional abuse? Dr. Hughes then says, putting down our partner, feeling like a piece of crap. AUSA says, what about financial dependence? Dr. Hughes says, the abuse, control, housing, and transportation, taking away her laptop. Defense says objection. The judge actually sustains it. Steiner says, are you familiar with love bombing? Dr. Hughes says, that's the honeymoon phase. The abuser showers her with gifts and affection to get her back. AUSA says, does the attempt to leave happen over time? Says, yes, it takes multiple attempts. AUSA says, which is the most common coping mechanism? Dr. Hughes says, trying to work it out because of the trauma bonds. You don't want to lose your partner. AUSA says, personal coping mechanisms. How does placating and appeasing usually work? Dr. Hughes says, we're trying to avoid abuse. We're going to continue here. AUSA says, what is minimization? Dr. Hughes then says, The victim says maybe they had a bad day at work. Maybe they were intoxicated. It's a way to stay in the relationship, but it increases their risk. It's not a long-term strategy. It gets from one assaultive episodes to the next. AUSA says, what about the power relation? The doctor says, a person could have power as a principal of school. The victim asks, who's going to believe me? Right? AUSA says, when does the victim finally speak? Dr. Hughes says, in a safe environment, or usually after psychological help. AUSA says, what type of language do victims use when they first speak of it? Dr. Hughes says they usually minimize it. They are piecemeal. They remember the chipping paint on the ceiling, the smell of alcohol on the perpetrator's breath. Sidebar, and there's a sidebar and cross-examination that's going to happen. It will be by Jonathan Bach, who's Alexandra Shapiro's husband, as we said, who was brought on to be Combs' 10th attorney. Bach says, your clients, you observe them closely. Their cognitive style? Hughes says, yes. Bach says, people don't fit in the boxes, right? Dr. Hughes says, they're categories. Bach says, but you have to listen to particular individuals, right? Dr. Hughes says, I'm not divorced from my training. Okay. All right, we're waiting for some more messages. Okay. Oh, man. Polish power on Kick. You got the jokes. He said, Ack, you need to update your profile picture. Look like this Ack ate the last Ack. Holy. Holy. All right. Okay. All right. So we're getting somewhere here. Fat Joe and Jadakiss call out Charlemagne. Oh shit. Joe and Jada trying to get some headlines out here. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Hey everybody, I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News reporter. I'm here outside federal.
So what's starting to happen now, chat, is like defense attorneys are like, they've gotten a pretty decent look into what this case is shaping up to be. Still pretty early. Remember, they're going to bring a lot of witnesses that might be experts, witnesses that might be, for example, we have a doctor on who's like a clinical psychiatrist, right? Or psychologist. They're going to bring in people who are weapons experts. They're going to bring in people who are, drug experts. They're going to bring in a lot of people to kind of really crystallize this idea that Diddy may have, and they haven't really alleged that necessarily, even though it's kind of baked in the cake. They're going to try to put it where Diddy had drugs, and these illicit drugs that maybe he was forcing people to take, or creating an environment where they couldn't say no and people were getting drugged and they were not on their own will. And they're going to have a lot of experts that kind of go into these type of things, but they're also going to have these behavioral experts to try to crystallize it in the minds of the jurors that what you're seeing is just not freaky people. You're seeing people who, once they fall into the cycle, like it's impossible to like get out, right?
Court, because we're getting a lot of questions, and we had to turn to one of the top lawyers in the New York City area who's actually done cases in these courtrooms and find out what everybody wants to know. Joining me right now is criminal defense attorney and managing partner of Hamilton Clark, Philip Hamilton. Phil, great to have you with us.
Always great to be with you, Lisa.
Thank you so much. One of the big questions I keep getting asked everywhere I am is, can Diddy go free?
Why do they say this nigga look like Arthur, bro?
How do you answer that?
Anything is possible.
By the way, there's uneven sound coming from these mics, so like it's actually it's not fully balanced on stereo, so that's why you're gonna hear one ear if you listen on your headphone. One ear is louder than the other, so apologize for that.
Diddy could potentially go free, but if he's going to go free, the defense is going to have to continue to hammer upon the fact that this case has more to do with domestic violence than, in fact, federal sex trafficking. And if the defense can hit that home to the jury every day throughout the course of tomorrow through the rest of the trial, he might have a chance to go free. But it's going to be a very nuanced, complicated endeavor for the defense. Not easy, very much so an uphill battle.
Okay, but you're saying it's not easy for them, but a lot of people are saying all they're doing is proving domestic violence. What do they need to do? What does the prosecution need to do in order to prove sex trafficking?
Well, in order to prove sex trafficking, the prosecution has to focus on a few key elements: coercion, force, manipulation, defrauding. To the extent that they can show those elements, they can build their case and make a case for sex trafficking. So when we look at specifically the testimony that's come through from Ms. Cassie Ventura, of course, we heard a lot about force, right? And whereas a layperson might look at that testimony and say, hey, what does this have to do with sex trafficking? This has more to do with domestic violence. Well, it's a critical element, because what we do have testimony about, both from Ms. Ventura and ultimately some of the witnesses that testified today, was that there was commercial sex, right? And to the extent that you have coercion,
Meaning the
drug
sex
use,
the sex workers that they hired for these freak-offs.
Exactly. So like once you combine that element with the force, with the coercion, with the drugs, you're now starting to make a recipe for sex trafficking. Even if it isn't necessarily the strongest case, it's certainly not one that they can't prove.
So you think that the prosecution has enough to prove this? Or
As of
will
right
have
now,
Yeah.
no. But if they continue building their pieces element by element, block by block, they may. We'll have to see ultimately where things are by the end of the case, how cross-examination goes with respect to a number of the remaining witnesses. But they are starting. We are only a few days in.
No, we definitely are. And then let me ask you about the RICO, the racketeering. How do you get racketeering in this whole thing? Because people are saying the main witness that they've seen is Cassie. Are they saying, is the government saying that Cassie was being trafficked by Diddy? And what about the racketeering? Explain that for us.
So it's not so much Cassie individually, right? If that was the case, then it really wouldn't be going on at this courthouse. It'd be going on at the state courthouse right across the street. Just
100
for a
Center
domestic,
Street.
100 Center Street, a typical domestic violence charge, which, based on the testimony we've heard thus far, he'd be guilty of in the state case. In this courthouse, Cassie is just simply one element upon many that the government is going to have to bring in to prove. So I think in this particular instance, it's not so much about the individual acts of violence as against her, as more as we get more of the puzzle pieces in and we get the bigger picture. And I think the bigger picture with respect to the enterprise that they're trying to prove is not much different than what we saw in the R. Kelly case, right? Where you essentially, that's the precedent for this matter, frankly. The R. Kelly case, in terms of proving an enterprise with Diddy, with his music company, and with using those apparatuses to satisfy his sexual desires.
So, for example, if they have, as we've heard, drivers for his company that were
Correct.
hired, bodyguards, were involved in transporting any of these sex workers or involved in any booking flights for them, which they testified, they were very methodical in getting Cassie to testify about this sex worker or this individual was flown from this city to that city,
Right.
and flown here and flown there, and naming the actual specific cities. Is that part of a RICO?
That's part of them trying to create the enterprise that Sean Combs was heading. And when I say that precedentially a lot of that stands from the R. Kelly case, it's because when he tried to appeal at the Second Circuit right next door to this building, the Second Circuit held that no, in fact, what R. Kelly was doing was running an enterprise, and that legally that could stand. The prosecution here is just collaterally and very much so in a parallel fashion doing the same thing. They're essentially saying that all those people that Diddy was using to allegedly bring people across state lines and the like is ultimately what manifests his intent to both sex trafficking and why he's guilty of it.
Okay, but and then also, what about the drug use? Because that's one thing that's different from the R. Kelly case. Yes, there was alleged drug use and alcohol there, but this is on a whole different level from what we've been hearing in some of the testimony. The amount of drugs, the type of drugs, the different cities. What role is that going to play in terms of the government proving these charges, and what kind of problems does it present for Diddy's defense team?
Two particular problems. One, for Diddy's defense team, it's critically important to the coercion element, because to the extent that these people are not in their right minds, to the extent that they are high, to the extent that they can't make decisions on their own, it's then easier to coerce them into an act, a commercial sex act, that they may not otherwise have participated in. However, the weight of that is given by the jury in terms of looking at that evidence. That's going to be on the jury to decide. But for what the prosecution has to prove, that's one critical element. I think the second critical element with respect to the drug use is the fact that you have a lot of this coming across state lines, the fact that these are predicate other criminal acts that help to make out the RICO. Because with the RICO, to your point, you can't just look at the individual acts of domestic violence. When you're looking at the drug possession, when you're looking at the trafficking of the narcotics, that also is serving as a predicate act for the potential RICO enterprise. Very complicated, but at the end of the day, definitely trying to make the point that the government is putting their building blocks together to make their case.
So you would advise people at this point it's too early to tell, basically? Is that what you're saying?
It's too early to tell, but what they are putting into place are, number one, the elements, at least the beginning portions of the recipe that they need to make in order to prove their case. But secondly, they're making Diddy look really bad. And if there's going to be a situation where you have a couple of holdouts at the end of the case, how much empathy are they going to be able to show Diddy to continue to hold out, that he potentially gets a mistrial, or he gets them to convince other jurors to come over to his side? The worse he looks, the worse it is for him potentially in deliberations. But I repeat, not impossible.
And then what about in terms of the verdict? What needs to happen? There needs to be a unanimous verdict, or what? Explain that for us.
There needs to be a unanimous verdict on each count in order for him to be found guilty of each count. If there's one single holdout, that could be enough for a mistrial to be declared, and either for the government to have to represent their case, or potentially work out a plea negotiation with him, or do whatever it is that they're going to do at that moment, but it only takes one juror.
So the prosecution basically has to prove every single point for those 3 charges that he's facing, and the defense just has to get one juror that has serious doubts.
One juror that has serious doubts, that has the gravity with which to hold out.
And then, Phil, how important is the issue of consent in this? Because there was testimony today with Sheree Hayes, a.k.a. the Punisher, the male exotic dancer who was also a sex worker. And he was describing how Cassie seemed to enjoy having sex with him, that she seemed to be a willing partner, that he was telling by her body language. And some people were surprised. I was surprised because he was a prosecution witness, but that's something that would seem to help the defense.
No, in fact, a very good colleague of mine, Xavier Donaldson, cross-examined the Punisher, so to speak, today, and I think he did a fantastic job in laying out every...
Yo, why would you get a man named the Punisher to fuck your bitch? Well, I guess if you're into people fucking your bitch, and you get off at somebody putting in work, you would want a nigga named... I'm either, right? No. You would want a nigga named the Punisher to you know what I mean, to deliver, you know what I mean, that fucking USDA grade meat beef. You feel what I'm saying?
Everything that you just said, because for the lay public, a lot of people are looking at Cassie's testimony and saying, hey, it seems to us in many respects you were a willing participant,
right,
that you were okay with this, that you went along with this for years. And for the defense, that's a fantastically great point, and one that they're going to continue to try to hammer home. But on the other side of things, the fact remains is that she also has provided testimony that builds upon the prosecution's case of the coercion, because to the extent that she is being drugged, and to the extent that she is trying to say no, but either being beaten back into it, or she is under the influence and can't really make a consensual, voluntary decision to participate or not, that's a problem for Diddy, and that's a problem for the defense team.
So what should we be watching in the days and weeks ahead? There's talk that Kid Cudi maybe come to the stand very soon. There's also talk about people who were in other freak-offs, because that's the other question I'm getting. A lot of people are saying, well, they're just talking about these freak-offs as if it's just Diddy, Cassie, and a sex worker,
right.
But there were always stories and rumors about them being bigger parties and things of that nature. What about that?
Well, let's just start with Kid Cudi, because I think therein, when I was just talking earlier about the predicate acts, when we think about the car explosion, you're dealing with an arson, that also is another element that's like coming into play when you talk about the RICO and when you talk about some of the issues that Diddy has with respect to that issue, right? I think in regards to other witnesses, what we need to be looking for is our people saying not just that I was in a one-on-one intimate relationship with Diddy the way that Cassie...
Now, I want to stop here, and I'm bringing up kind of an unrelated point, because I've seen this conversation. There's much more conversation happening of people thinking, can Diddy beat this shit, right? I think people are watching to be like, wait, that's all y'all got on this nigga? Like, I thought y'all had a little bit more. What's starting to happen as people try to, question, is Diddy going to beat it? There is also another fear of some of the people who were speaking out at first. They're almost starting to retreat back into their rat holes, because they're like, well, if Diddy beats this, he might be more powerful than ever. I actually disagree. I think he could beat it, but I don't think he'll ever get to that level of power again. There's going to be so much civil suits that fly, because what happened was a lot of this shit was kept undercover. literally. And none of this stuff came out. So also people thought it was going to be a believability issue. Also, he really had profound and tremendous impact and influence over the music industry. And people looked at him as, oh, if I get with Diddy, I could elevate my career. He was also big in the wine and spirits business. I think when Diddy comes out, if he comes out of this, without having to serve some significant jail time, or he comes out of this not guilty, I don't think Diddy will have that much amount of power. I don't think so at all. I think Diddy will have his millions, but he's going to probably spend the rest of his life fighting civil cases. Everybody, you're going to probably even see more people who probably didn't say nothing before now, and people with a name come out and sue him, because then they're going to hit him up and say, we know you, dog, we know you done paid out a couple people. Give us our payout or we suing too. So I think no matter what happens, Diddy's influence and power will never return to what it used to be, or definitely won't increase. And not only that, I think he's going to probably spend the rest of his life fighting civil lawsuits, where I think people are just going to come after him and come after him and come after him. It's going to be hell, if you ask me. So for the people who thinks this turns Diddy into Thanos, no. I think this actually turns him into someone who probably for the first time in his life, if he does beat this, he's going to escape the media eye. He might go to Bali, okay? Because, listen, who knows if Russell Simmons is doing freak-offs over there? We don't know. He probably is, but them chicks don't even speak English. You get what I'm saying? If Diddy comes out, he can't keep doing freak-offs in the United States. You know what I mean? Like, he just can't keep doing it. And that's his thing. He going to either have to go to Colombia or he got to go to Bali.
He was, but are they saying that I also was forced into doing something that I didn't want to do, or I was coerced into attending one of these parties, one of these freak-offs, and doing something I didn't want to do? I'm going to have to hear how that plays out, as surface level as that sounds as I say it. I'm going to have to hear how it plays out, and then as we can continue to have discussions about how's the case looking, I can give more analysis on that end. But that's what I'm looking to hear as we kind of move forward from today.
No, definitely, and a lot to keep our eye on. And in fact, yesterday, the former personal assistant read off automatically like about half a dozen women's names, and he said these were women that he was involved in. So do you think we may see them take the stand, other women?
We shall see, but to the extent that they do, to the extent that they are either being...
Okay, by the way, someone just gave me
up on the stand.
A tip. Pause. No Diddy. So Dr. Hughes was also involved in the Amber Heard trial. Let's see if we can get some testimony. So it's this is the psychologist, right? And I want to play a little bit of what she was saying. While, if you don't know the whole trial, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard was in a relationship. Later, Amber Heard sued Johnny Depp with all type of crazy claims. Johnny Depp actually had some proof. He actually won. And, it really turned out bad for Amber Heard, because people realized that she really contorted and used this whole believe women angle to pretty much gather sympathy. And in court, the truth kind of came out that this bitch was a liar. You get what I'm saying? Now, they brought in psychologists that was able to try to break down her behavior to like the audience and the jury, that they could understand what some of this abuse that she was claiming, how it could manifest in terms of actions. And that's where she was involved in that trial. I'll give you a little bit of how she spoke in that trial, and then we'll get back to reading the tweets. Again, she's on the stand currently in the Diddy case.
The last time you were here, I believed that you testified that you had diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD before you gave the gold standard CAPS-5 test.
That's correct.
Right. And that diagnosis is actually reflected in the first of the disclosures you put forward in this case.
I believe the first disclosure was February 2021, and at that point I had done 11 psychological tests. That's correct.
Right. And your disclosure reads, Ms. Heard's responses on the PCL-5 support a DSM-5 diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder with an etiology of intimate partner violence.
Now, there was other doctors. There was a lot of doctors involved in this. There was somebody called Dr. Spiegel as well. Let me see if I could get... I don't want to play the whole thing. We wanted Oh, okay. So Amber Heard had an emotional outburst during her testimony. Here's this.
The symptoms that she was experiencing were related to what she experienced with Mr. Depp and not her childhood. And certainly, you know, earlier on in the evaluation and when I evaluated and spoke with her, that was true. And that was also true on the latest measure, the clinician-administered PTSD scale for DSM-5, the CAPS-5. And that's because the content, you have to look at what is the content of the symptom. So it's not that someone says, oh yeah, something traumatic comes into my mind. No, what is it? What comes into your mind? What bothers you? What are the triggers? And those were all specific.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with Johnny Depp. Amber Heard type chick. Yo, don't she look like so like innocent here?
To Miss
Like she got the victim face on, so crazy.
Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. The reason the childhood is also significant is that we know that if somebody suffers childhood abuse as a child, they are much more likely to have an adult re-victimization. And they're much more likely then to be more vulnerable to obtaining a PTSD, to getting PTSD, if they've had that prior vulnerability. So it's a very strong vulnerability characteristic to obtaining PTSD when you have a subsequent trauma. The other aspect about her childhood abuse is that she was raised in a family of violence. She was physically abused by her father. She saw her father abuse her mother. Her father was very explosive and had violent outbursts. And both her parents also struggled with substance abuse very significantly. So she had learned from a very early age how to caretake, how to live in a situation that is mired in chaos. How do I take care of a parent who's passed out, nodded out from heroin? And how do I get up and get my sister to school? She learned at a very early age that she had to figure out how to do this.
Where's the emotional outburst?
Scenario. And I would say lastly, what that environment taught her was that
she's trying to cry.
She learned that she could love
she's
someone
trying to cry.
who hurts her. She knew that people who hurt her also can love her. And she learned how to have this tolerance for cognitive inconsistency, this tolerance for two should be diametrically opposed emotions. But she grew up knowing or believing perhaps that this could happen. And she also believed that she could fix him, just like she tried to fix her father and just like she tried to fix her mother. She truly, truly believed that she could fix Mr. Depp and rid him of his substance abuse problems.
She's trying to get the tear to come out so bad, she blinking 30 times in a minute, bro.
But that did not work.
Did you review Dr. Curry's CAPS-5 that she administered to Amber Heard?
Yes, I did.
And what, if any, agreement did you have with Dr. Curry's interpretation of the CAPS-5?
I didn't agree with her interpretation, having been a trauma psychologist for over 25 years and administered hundreds of these. I found that there were flaws in how she chose to report it.
And
yeah, she ain't really like cried, and she didn't do too much.
You agree
Oh yeah, Johnny Depp's lawyer went crazy on Don Hughes.
with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, I didn't. What the are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, you've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you have a close.
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not deck you. I was hitting you. I don't know.
You agree with Ms.
Anyway. All right, we have some more tweets, or we should. Okay. So Sabak is now questioning Dr. Hughes, right? And he says, hey, when you do forensic work, you had a lot of sources of information, right? Hughes says, right. If it's relevant. Box says, you look at police reports, witness reports, and the like, correct? She says, correct. She says, you're familiar with malignerin? Or malignerin? No, it's malignerin, right? Hughes says, I am. Box says, people could fabricate emotional responses, correct? Hughes says they can. The judge says, Mr. Bach, we should break here. And Box says, I don't have a good cliffhanger. And the judge says, break. Okay, so they go on break. All right. So they said, but wait, during the break, they bring in George Kaplan to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Judge says, welcome. AUSA says, did you receive a subpoena? Kaplan says, yes. AUSA says, do you intend to not answer on the Fifth Amendment grounds? Kaplan says, yes. Who's Kaplan? George Kaplan. We're going to have to Google that. Comey says, Your Honor, please sign the immunity order. Oh, shit. They just gave somebody immunity. So has he read it? No. The judge says, read it first. Comey says, the attorney says he read it. Judge says, I will sign the immunity order. The government will seek to admit GX69A. They're now breaking. Who's George Kaplan? Wow. Let's see. George Kaplan. Who's that? Let's do George Kaplan Diddy. Who's George Kaplan? Let's just Google it. Does anyone know who George Kaplan is? Oh, he was once the assistant. Oh, okay. Gannon is said to be followed by Dr. Dawn Hughes, a sexual trauma psychologist who previously testified at R. Kelly's sex trial and also at the Harvey Weinstein trial. And George Kaplan, who once was Diddy's assistant. So all the assistants are coming out. I didn't know Diddy had this many assistants or former assistants. By the way, we haven't heard Mia yet, and somebody says Mia has some really good testimony. It's a rapper, Kid Cudi, is also going to take the stand this week. Wow. So George Kaplan is going to take the stand. All right. They're in a break right now. I would imagine it's a lunch break, I would imagine.
Trafficked in or coming across state lines. Again, these are the kinds of elements that it's not just about Cassie and the relationship that she had with Diddy and whether or not it was consensual or not, as much as it is about the totality of the circumstances. The witnesses that are coming in and saying that they were made a part of these parties that were in many respects directed and controlled by the Sean Combs enterprise. And if at the end of the day they were able to show that they were coerced, manipulated, or defrauded into participating in these commercial sex acts, then the defense has problems that they have to continue to fight, but they have problems.
All right, well, we're going to be watching it very closely. Thank you for having us understand this, bringing your analysis to it. Attorney Philip Hamilton. I'm Lisa Evers for Fox 5. We'll see you next time.
Okay. Now we got to see, they're going to come outside. You guys know the process already.
Miami home, and that's the home on Tuesday.
Oh, okay. So it look like, yeah. She's out. Give me a second. Here we go. So it's lunchtime. Sorry. I know that's annoying.
In court, since there are no cameras, we're going to give you real-time updates about what's happening and break it down in real time. But before I get into all that, I want to bring on right now Law and Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who is inside that courtroom. We have limited time with Elizabeth. I know she has to jump right back in there. Elizabeth, good to see you. Talk to us about the day, how it started with the continuation of the testimony of this special agent from Homeland Security that was part of the raids that were conducted on Sean Combs' property and what evidence was found or potential evidence. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, this testimony is something I myself have been very interested in. And this is no offense to all the witnesses that have been testifying, but I really just wanted to see the physical evidence and see especially what was found in those raids. And so Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Jared Gannon, he took the stand actually yesterday afternoon. And he at first kind of started going over some of the exhibits, especially what was found in the Miami home. And that's the home on Two Star Island, excuse me. So they didn't talk about the LA homes or anything like that as far as what was found in that particular home. Really was just focusing on the Miami estate, essentially, because it's a huge property. And so we found out yesterday that 80 to 90 officers were involved in this search, and a lot of the stuff from today was a little just kind of continuation about everything that was found. So we saw a lot of exhibit photos, and I took, Jesse, a lot of notes, because at this point it was just so many exhibits back to back to back to back that you just were so overwhelmed by everything that was found, essentially. And so we learned yesterday that there were AR-15s inside the Miami property with the scratched off serial numbers. We saw that there were platform high heels that were 7 inches tall inside this Miami home. There were sex items inside this home found in the primary bedroom closet. There were then we got a close up of the red high heels and the sex toys, and then these high heels were actually displayed in front of the jury. So Special Agent Gannon, he just took up the heels, kind of showed them to the jury, then put them back into the evidence box, and then kind of had it with the rest of the evidence. And so they said more than a dozen high heels were actually seized from this property. Then we saw some shoes, we saw some boots in the primary closet, and these were special boots. They were Balenciaga boots that I myself cannot necessarily afford. But inside these boots were 3 cell phones. Diddy didn't have much reaction during this testimony, but it was interesting that these cell phones were found in these Balenciaga boots that were inside the closet. And so we also saw a black Gucci bag that was also found inside the closet, and inside that Gucci bag was pills, a powder substance. There was also eye drops in the bag. And so, you know, that Dr. Seuss kind of story, red fish, blue fish, all that stuff, that was essentially kind of the same thing with pills. And I'm not making light of the situation. There were pink pills, there were white pills, there were yellow pills, there were black pills, there were blue pills, there was a crystallized substance. So inside that Gucci bag, some of the residue found inside actually tested positive for cocaine and ketamine. And then they saw a black straw that was also found in this Gucci bag. It also tested positive for cocaine and ketamine. We saw the Lumify eye drop label, the Lumify eye drop label bottle. So initially, I was thinking these were just regular eye drops, but turns out that these eye drops actually tested positive and contained MDMA as well as ketamine. Then we saw a plastic container top. It had kind of the label on it, DBL wash, and that tested positive for cocaine. It was a lot of stuff, Jesse, that we were seeing inside these exhibit photos. A lot of these were pills, tested positive for MDMA. 3 orange pills with a triangular shape that were referred to or had a Tesla label on them. Those tested positive for MDMA. We saw 6 rectangular tablets. Those tested positive for alprazolam, aka Xanax. We saw more Xanax pills in there. We saw a $100 bill that was rolled up that tested positive for cocaine and ketamine. We saw a blue tablet that tested positive for meth and MDMA. Another blue pill that had the same test results. We saw more Xanax pills. Then we get into the master bathroom and we see more exhibit photos. So we see an exhibit photo of the master bathroom and a close-up of this wooden box. And this wooden box had the kind of inscription on top labeled Puffy. And so we got to see what was inside that box. More clear pills, a crystallized substance in that box, and then these capsules that were called golden teachers. And I was like, what are golden teachers? And they are actually mushroom capsules. And so those were displayed to the jury. We saw Ziploc bags of a purple solid crystallized type of material that tested positive for MDMA, ecstasy, as well as Molly. We see more kind of labels of what was going on inside the home in just different rooms, such as we saw zoomed in bottles of baby oil and Astroglide. The special agent said that he had seized 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of Astroglide from the home, but he said that there was actually more baby oil and more Astroglide that was found. We saw the master closet, which had this vital honey. They didn't go too much into the explanation of what this vital honey actually is. We saw.
Oh yeah, she ain't about that life, chat. She don't know what honey packs are?
The layout of the guest house, and then we see a handgun as well too that was in one of the utility closets in a suitcase. It was a .45 caliber handgun. They displayed the handgun in court today, and they also seized the magazine ammunition for this .45 caliber handgun. They displayed this magazine to the to the jury again, as well as the handgun. And then we saw the box of ammo as well too. So Jesse, it was a lot of stuff, and I'm really just not even scratching the surface of just every single exhibit photo that we saw, but it was just a lot of, it was either a lot of drugs, a few kind of guns, because we had the AR-15s again with the scratched off serial number, something that we had known about for a while now, but it was a lot of stuff, but a very interesting testimony, but not seeing too much really reaction from Diddy when all of this evidence was being displayed in court today.
Remember, there aren't drug charges nor gun charges in this trial right now. Now, obviously, if it's just going to be drug charges like that, they would just leave it to the state. But, you know, obviously, the state of Florida didn't file charges, obviously, because they see the feds are doing some shit. But I wonder if any charges will ever come because of that.
Because it might not seem on its face how it's relevant to the case. I think it's relevant to the racketeering charge. Remember, one of the drug, possession with intent to distribute is one of the underlying predicate crimes, of racketeering. So having these materials, or allegedly having these materials and the guns, go to this idea of, a criminal enterprise. And I'll talk more about it. And I understand on cross-examination, the defense focused on the fact that Combs wasn't there during the raids. There was no evidence that he was holding or using the guns. They criticized the level of force. Talked about fingerprints that could have been obtained from the weapons. I want to talk actually about Dr. Dawn Hughes before I let you go. Dr. Dawn Hughes, right, this forensic psychologist, testified in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. We knew she was going to take the stand in support of understanding Cassandra Ventura Fine's actions during this 11-year relationship, not leaving during this relationship, to help her credibility. What did we learn from Dr. Dawn Hughes' testimony so far today?
Yeah, we kind of learned a lot, especially for people who may not be familiar with her work or who speak to forensic psychologists necessarily every single day. And so we learned a little bit just from her perspective on just kind of the role she would be providing as far as testimony goes. And so she was going to be touching on points such as why do individuals stay in domestic violence relationships? Why is there this delayed disclosure, and even just kind of recalling memories from traumatic events. And so, when they were kind of establishing the foundation before her testimony, the prosecution just kind of came out forthright and just said that essentially that she was being compensated for her testimony today, $6,000 just to testify, which is a lot of money. I'm not going to lie about that. But as far as just more of just what she was talking about, she was talking just about physical abuse, and when victims are hit, that their reaction normally is fear, and so they sometimes have that pattern of they sometimes have a hard time breaking that pattern. Then she got into physical abuse and how physical abuse, I said physical again, I meant psychological abuse. That psychological abuse is all about threatening physical violence, and that for the most part victims are kind of walking on eggshells, and these symptoms kind of include depression, PTSD, anxiety. Then she got into sexual abuse and how that is a private harm, and just some of the highest types of traumatic stress go into that, and that a lot of victims actually experience shame when it comes to sexual abuse.
Cringetown on Kick says, man, Cassie's so damn fine. How could you let niggas piss on her?
She touched base on him.
Yo, I have like a theory. First of all, I have two theories. I think Diddy went through some, I'm not excusing him, but I do think he went through some severe childhood traumatic sexual trauma. I think he has a really interesting relationship with sex or sexuality. Also, his respect for someone he loves, I don't think is normal, like how men, we're usually protectors and providers, but even in the sexual situations or like when it comes to sexuality, we're territorial, and, he's territorial too, but also I think he loves the idea of power more than the person. So I think he has some sexual trauma that is probably from his childhood. I don't know if we'll get into that, because he's basically saying I'm kinky. I didn't do this shit though, right? So we're not going to get into that. But I do think we might call him sick, and some of the shit we're hearing is sick. But I do think it stems from some shit in his childhood. Maybe he was touch fondled, somebody fucked him. Who knows? I do also think that this idea that he was suppressing these homoerotic urges it's becoming louder and louder. Like, this guy clearly was interested in men. It's very clear. Now, if you want to call him bisexual, you can, but he's either bi or homosexual. There's definitely no hetero to Diddy, okay? And it's very clear, like, you know, maybe it was the pressure of the music business. You know, we see with these guys when they get to be that age, obviously they spend half their lives, like, lying, right? When people, like Mr. C, supposedly he went through a lot when he got outed. These days, like, if someone's gay and they're younger, like, they just come out. And it's just like, all right, whatever. But these guys spent an entire lifetime, especially if they were popping in the 90s, building up an image, concealing shit, doing shit under the darkness or the cover of, you know, whatever they had to do to make sure people didn't find out. And then when homosexuality became way more acceptable in hip hop, it, number one, I think for legacy wise, they still didn't want to come out. Like, so they still continued living how they used to. But it's very clear a lot of niggas in the 90s was gay as shit. Okay? That's what it is.
Emotional abuse as well, too. And she had said when we battled.
Now, if you ask me, I think all of them were gay. I think Diddy was gay, Mr. C was gay, and Diddy, Biggie, and Mr. C all gay, if you ask me. Remember, Mr. C was Biggie's DJ. Bruh, the gay niggas flock together, bro. Come on, man. All right? Diddy, Mr. C was gay. He likes transgenders. God rest his soul. Biggie had the most sussest bars in history. Like, if there's no liquor you could drink that you think of these gay-ass bars. And then Diddy seemed to have a homoerotic fetish with watching men have sex, not necessarily with a woman, but he liked watching men ejaculate. And then he pleasured himself with their semen. That's fucking gay. Fucking gay. So I think all three of them was gay. I'm starting to think all them niggas that bad boy was gay. We got to go on a case-by-case basis. It might be a thing where they got to prove they're not gay. But them three niggas was gay.
Or excuse me.
And by the way, here's the thing too. Yeah, I'm speculating here to a certain extent. Is Biggie less of a greater artist if he's gay? No, I think we live in a different age. We just don't give a fuck. Right? We don't care. But I think some of these guys, you know, especially like, obviously I know some people are going to be like, well, Biggie died, we shouldn't talk about it, blah, blah. His legacy, he goes down as a straight man in his legacy, right? And I think that's what a lot of these guys, you know, they feel like their legacy will be tarnished if they ever came out. And they probably lived their lives. Obviously, Biggie died at a young age. But they lived their lives in the limelight as being straight men. But most of these guys, they just like penis, man.
When we belittle and demean and put down our partner, that kind of is falls into emotional abuse. If you can't talk about what's happening, how can you necessarily get help? She talked about financial kind of constraints as far as why victims may not leave because of financial reasons.
Yeah, I read the chat. What you mean I only rant?
Yep. And then she had said that you need tangible reasons.
Yeah, somebody in the kick chat, they just want attention. Hey, does this guy read the chat?
To leave. So how do you leave if you don't have tangible resources? And so that was kind of the basis, because there were a lot of objections today, Jesse.
Oh, I'm sure.
Despite the defense saying that they weren't going to have a bunch of objections. But one of the cool things I would say about the cross-examination is that we got to see Jonathan Bach actually kind of in action for the first time. He's one of Diddy's newest attorneys. I think he makes attorney number 9. And so I was kind of
Jonathan Bach. Let's look at him for a second. Jonathan Bach. So this is a attorney. Let me see now. Is it Jonathan Bach? Yeah, he's a lead trial. I think this is him. Was he involved in an Amber Heard case at all? Because it would make sense. Well, apparently he works at Shapiro. Oh, he's married to... Who is he married to? I'm pretty sure he's been studying that Amber Heard case, because it looks like he only came on to deal with any mental or psychological doctors who might get up on a stand for the government to say, no, these people weren't willing participants. They were they were drugged, or they were under this cycle of abuse, or they were being forced and coerced. And this guy's job is to make sure that he debunks that and gives enough doubt to kind of let the jury know these people wanted to do that shit.
Wondering during the cross-examination, because we did get to that before the lunch break, but whether or not these jurors were kind of like, who is this guy and why is he showing up on day 8 of trial? And so I was kind of curious what was going through their mind on seeing this new face today.
Hopefully they're not reading the news and trying to figure out what's going on. Listen, Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back in court. Thank you so much. We'll catch you later. Appreciate it.
Yes. Thanks, Jesse.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're getting to your questions online. Submit them on YouTube. I have a panel of great guests. I'm going to break down every...
Okay. So we're going to get some other people who are in court, their perspective of everything. We had Lauren Conlin, my new friend. She hasn't updated yet. Maybe Logic has done it. Yeah, they just walked out of court like just now. So usually what happens, they come out of court and on their lunch break, they'll give a quick, 29 seconds ago. Damn, called it.
Clinical psychologist Dr. Dawn Hughes took the stand this morning on day 8 of the Diddy trial in an effort by the state to try and explain to the jury some of the conflicting testimony that they may have perceived from Cassie Ventura. And Cassie is one of the state's alleged sex trafficking victims, courtesy of defendant Sean Puffy Combs, and her testimony was designed to help the jury better understand why it is that she seems to express so much love for Diddy while purportedly being coerced into behavior against her will. I'm Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm an attorney down in the courtroom. I'm covering this trial every single day. If you want more attorney perspectives as to how this trial is proceeding, I urge you to please make sure you like, share, subscribe, hit the bell so you get all notifications as I drop 2 videos a day, in addition to doing a live stream at night where I go into much greater detail as to what we saw earlier that day. Now, Dr. Hughes came up and said that she wanted to address 4 different areas as to how trauma victims will react to that trauma, and specifically addressing why someone who's a victim and a long-term victim of domestic violence would stay in that abusive relationship, as well as how they cope with that abuse, how they end up expressing it and disclosing it, and how it affects their memory. And the objective here, again, was to try and help the jury better understand what's going on. She's in this abusive relationship, according to her testimony, on and off for 11 years and keeps going back. As Dr. Hughes explained, and beneficial from the state's perspective, ended up using language that Cassie herself used during her testimony when she was when Dr. Hughes was expressing how a typical long-term sufferer of domestic violence will tend to act. Now, Dr. Hughes never conducted any interviews of Cassie, never spoke with her. She's what they call a blind expert, in that she looks at different reports and tries to gather what she sees going on in the news about this story, much like any of you may be following what's going on in the news, and tries to get an overall picture. But this is not Cassie's specific psychologist. She's never sat down and met with Cassie at all. She's talking in general as an expert who understands how a typical domestic violence suffer.
Okay, so it looks like she's just looked at reports, but she's never interviewed Cassie. Obviously, though, here's the thing, though. She has she's been paid by the government. And this is the thing about these expert witnesses, right? You're getting $6,000 by the government. They kind of want you to go up there and kind of say what they want you to say. Now, here's the thing. You can't go up there and lie because it's going to fuck up your credibility. And also, if it goes against other things you've said publicly, that could fuck up your credibility and you won't get paid anyway, right? At least in the long term. But you got to imagine if the person's paid $6,000. And this is the thing. Usually when it comes to trials, people go expert for expert. And this is why, like, back in even the Tory Lanez case, people thought Tory, him and his attorneys try to cut corners because, for example, they did the analyzation of the DNA. Tory didn't do an analysis. Like, usually you want to get your own second hand, you have your people look at the evidence as well. If you're paying them, they might look at it more favorable for you. Remember in the Tory case, the government came back and said, it was in the discovery that they gave Tory, they said, the DNA test is inconclusive. right? And that's the DNA test about fingerprints on a gun. Or not fingerprint, the DNA test from the gun. And it was inconclusive. Now, Tory took that to be favorable, so they didn't get their own witness, or not witness, but expert. By the way, that came back to haunt Tory because the government is actually now saying in post, yo, you had a chance to get your own expert. You didn't. You saw what our expert was going to say. And then when it didn't go your way, now you want to get your expert who says something more favorable in your sense, saying it wasn't found, right? So again, when we hear these experts, or like even like in this case, a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist, we're going to have to expect that, on defense, that, Diddy's no stone is going unturned. He's sparing no expense. He's a billionaire and he's down to use all $1 billion to get up on out of this, which he should. This is his life on the line. He's gonna make sure everything is done, which means he's gonna have to have a counter for this doctor. He's gonna have to have his own doctor that probably speaks to depression, substance abuse, couples in substance abuse, and who are together, toxic relationships, and also maybe even trying to flip it on his head by saying Diddy was himself in some type of relationship that was maybe not abused by Cassie, but one that was cyclical and he had no control of either. So we're probably going to see that for the defense. By the way, I seen some people did say, no cross on, because the defense has tried to, they're playing chess with the government. The only person they had, every time I see the chat, I'm like, am I muted? Y'all got me paranoid now. The only time they didn't cross analyze, or actually cross interview a witness on the stand was Cassie's mom. So they didn't cross examine. I'm sorry, got the word right now. They didn't cross examine Cassie's mom, and that's the only person. Some people felt like, why didn't you do that? Well, I think other people have kind of answered that question. You don't want to attack the mother of the supposed victim, right? The mother of the supposed victim probably don't have much to either say or add other than what her daughter told her, and you want to keep it focused on what the daughter said. Now, granted, they could have did the cross on the mom and kind of try to flush out this whole 20,000 thing, but they chose to not. And, that's going to be an interesting decision, but I don't think it's going to be a big decision, right? The parents didn't bring too much to the table other than they introduced exhibits that apparently the parent took pictures of her being bruised up, took pictures about her being bruised up, and those bruises were supposedly from the hands of Diddy. Let me keep playing.
Would react to that.
By the way, Sam Glover, thinking about 5 Canadian. He says, Myron won't shut up about black women and people like it's their fault his people are living in shanty towns and why he fled his failed homeland. Wait, how did you just bring up Myron? What's going on? Is it what happened? By the way, Brown Skin Dragon. That's the Brown Skin Dragon. Yeah, I say the name right. What's up, girl? See you in the chat. She's from the UK. She came to the UK show I did. Shout out to her. Why are you talking about Myron? What happened with Myron? Okay, cool. Let me keep playing a little bit of that. By the way, you guys hit the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Please, we have 13,000 people over at the King Academics channel, but we only have 1,000 likes. Come on, we got to get that to at least like 3,000 to 4,000. Come on, please.
Trauma. And she said that, and she expressed in exceeding detail exactly why it is that someone would stay in that abusive relationship, how they're looking to recapture what they saw in the past, different methods that they use to try and cope and deal with that abuse, and the justifications that they use. She talked about minimization, how the victim will often not disclose it with anyone for a myriad of reasons, such as shame or embarrassment, fear of not being believed.
By the way, Luigi, thank you for the 5 gifted to the King Academics page. Appreciate you, bro.
And she talked about that, how the abuser tends to act in these relationships, and a lot of it seemed very consistent with testimony that we heard from Cassie. She talked about using financial power in order to try and keep that person feel physically under your control. He talked about how they may threaten and engage in emotional abuse, try and make the person feel lesser than, try and make them feel, strip them of their independence by making them feel that they need this other person, both financially and also to try and reclaim the respect and admiration that they got during the honeymoon phase of the relationship. And that there's a continual effort to try and get...
315 Cheeto says, do I think Busta Rhymes is gay? I don't think Busta gay. Somebody says Cash Money gay? I mean, I don't know, man. I just remember that one clip. I think we all know that one clip. Y'all ever seen this? You ever seen this clip? That one clip with Birdman when he say, "Yo, when they're like, yo, we need some bitches on the stage." They trying to do shake that ass. What's them the song? Back that ass up. They say, nah, we need some bitches on the stage. Yo, where the girls at? Yo, come over here. So all the Cash Money niggas is like, yo, Juvenile BG. They're like, yo, bring her, bring her, bring her. Yo, this thing of Birdman looked around and said, yo, where my niggas at? Bring some niggas up here. I'm like, yo, that was wild. Y'all remember that? Birdman, more niggas to the stage. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If y'all know what I'm talking about, y'all know what I'm talking about, bro. There's that one clip. He said, I need some niggas. I need on stage. It was on stage. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that shit? Hold on. I'm going to show you the clip. It's like back in the day. If y'all know what the clip is, tell me and I'll search it up. Y'all remember that? Hold on. It was a twerk contest. Yeah, here we go.
I need a fire high girl to come up here and twerk up. Here, look, I'm gonna show you what type of nigga I am, right?
Yo, once he said I'm gonna show you what type of nigga I am.
These niggas right here been bucking with me all night. I want y'all to come up here.
Nah, that was wild. That was wild. Nah, that was wild, chat. Look. Here we go.
4 hour show, right? Hold on, shit. Yeah, Mr. Security, look.
Look, see, everybody's trying to get the girls up there. Look at this.
I'm gonna show you what type of nigga I am, right? These niggas right here been bucking with me all night. I want y'all to come up here and fuck with me.
Yo, this is a twerk contest. Birdman said, bring these niggas up right there.
Come on, let them niggas up here. Y'all 3, y'all 4, right? Yeah, all y'all come up here and fuck with a nigga. It's cool like that. You heard me?
What's up?
Trevor, what's wrong with her?
Come on, you wanna come up here? Fuck that. What a hot girls at, man.
You hear that? What was that, Wayne? I said, fuck that. What the hot girls? I said, niggas. Wait, hold up. Niggas. Where the hot girls at, man?
Shake it. Look. Come on, get out right here. Duck, get out right there.
It's cool. I can take 2 of y'all.
Get out right there.
You and you. Come on, yeah.
The whole time Juvenile, I need that bitch. Yo, the whole time Birdman said, I need brought right there.
Come on,
y'all bullshit.
Black, get them up here. They been bucking with a nigga all night. I fuck with niggas too. Oh, no. Nigga said, I fuck with niggas too.
Get out right there.
You and you. Come on, yeah. Come on.
Y'all bullshit.
Black, get them up here. They been bucking with a nigga all night.
She look good.
I fuck with niggas too. What's up?
Don't fuck with me.
There's another funny part when like they realize they're like, why so many niggas on the stage? This ain't Cash Money.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm gonna pay you $20 to beat this bitch up right there.
We need a
I need dude right there. Like this was crazy.
Him right there.
I need somebody.
Nah, these were the thoughts.
Back to the hotel.
Don't fuck with me. I'll make the whole crowd whip your ass. Who won't make some money? Which one of these women won't make some money?
Yeah, that's cool. That's it. I need one more. Him too. Yeah, him
I want y'all to beat this hoe up for
him
me.
Too. That's it. And my dude right there, dog. Say, Ducky. And dude right there with the blue hat on.
Wait, man, we need some more chicks up here. What the fuck is going on?
Yo, they start realizing there's mad niggas on stage now. Yo, man, he say, yo, bro, what the fuck? Yo, we need some more girl. What the fuck is...
Right there, dog. Say, Ducky. And dude right there with the blue hat on.
Wait, man, we need some more chicks up here. What the fuck is going on? Say, man.
What's that, Warden?
We need some more chicks, man.
Man, watch that.
So we need some more girls, bro. This is, the ratio's fucked up, man. Nah, she got a little fatty. This when cameramen were really good. This is like the good cameraman.
We need some more girls, man. What is y'all doing, man?
They coming, cousin. They coming.
So what y'all doing? Yo, the niggas got up there and started throwing up gang signs.
What they at?
Yo, another nigga just hopped on stage. It's a tour contest.
What's up, Lamar?
What a fucking hot girl.
Yo, chat, I need this for the soundboard. I fuck with niggas too.
I need somebody to take that.
Don't fuck with me.
Come up
Y'all
here.
bullshit.
Black, get them up here. They been bucking with a
Look at
nigga
the
all
little rat.
night. I fuck with
Little ugly
niggas
bitch.
too. What's up?
All right, Juvenile, explain the rules.
Look, if any one of these women standing on this stage don't know how to back that ass up, where they gotta go? They gotta get up out of here, cousin. Damn, they was throwing money up here and shit. Damn.
What, they think I ain't gonna take they shit? I'm gonna follow all that shit up and put it in
And
my
look,
pocket.
They walk you.
Hold on. Get your roll on.
Drop it like it's high. 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 What you working with? Or what you working with?
We gonna Paul call. She cool.
She super shook.
Your boy said that's his old lady.
Contestant number 2. Turn it around, baby. Let me see what you're working.
I think Birdman back there macking with the dudes.
Say what? Or what you working with?
No.
Hell no.
Oh, shit. Anyway.
Back to that honeymoon phase and a hope that if they can try to find a way to manage the situation, that they will succeed in coming back to the good periods, the good times. But that throughout the time, part of their coping methods is that they act like someone who has PTSD and they're walking on eggshells. So much of the testimony was very consistent with language that Cassie was using. For example, she talked about how they get stripped of their agency, of their ability to feel independence. And one of the things that we heard Cassie talk about when she was asked whether she would trade the money to have not lived through these experiences, the language that Cassie used is, I would give anything back to get back my agency, which when she said it, I thought was an unusual choice of words. But in the context of the fact that she has received a great deal of therapy to try and cope with the impact of her purportedly extended abuse at the hands of Diddy, you can understand why that's a language that would come back to her, that she's been trying to reclaim her agency. Dr. Hughes went on to explain how they will frequently go back to the abuse, and that the effort in going back is that they feel that it's not working, that if they try to get away, that they never can get away, that it's an impossible situation to get free of. And that is consistent with Cassie's language that she said, how do you get out of a situation like this? How do you do that? And she talked about how there will frequently be gaps in memory, that when the person is trying to recall it, there may be certain things that will be very vivid and central parts of the story will be there, but that often they might focus on one particular thing, either because they're trying to become dissociative and they're trying to just zone out on something, and that could be something that's intentionally that they're doing, and they'll just remember what color the drapes were and how they were fluttering in the midst of being abused, because it's their way of leaving their body and dissociating. And when she talked about dissociating, you would think that the jury would likely call back to when Cassie frequently testified how that she would take drugs to try and become dissociative, to try and not actually be in her body while she was going through those freak-offs that she purportedly went through hundreds of times. So the tracking of language between Cassie's testimony and the typical domestic violence victim, that tracking of language seemed to run throughout the testimony, and it didn't seem that she actually even watched the trial. It seemed as if that everything that Cassie had been saying seems almost textbook from what Dr. Hughes has experienced. She's a 30-year board-certified clinical psychologist, and you'd have to think that she made significant strides in the state's effort to try and help the jury better understand why it is that she still seems to be expressing love. As Dr. Hughes explained, she said years after they leave, they frequently will still have a sense of love. And she talked about a trauma bond being that through the course of going through that trauma and their efforts to cope with it and to try and recover that honeymoon phase will make them feel in certain ways a stronger sense of love than other people in a healthier relationship. So all of this is designed to convey to the jury that the testimony that they heard from Cassie, which may have sounded conflicting and confusing to many of us as to why she's doing what she's doing, why would you keep going back, and that might have led to questions about her credibility. The state was certainly trying to lay that to rest by showing how, from everything Dr. Hughes was testifying, that seems consistent with a classic long-term sufferer of domestic violence. Now, we had just begun cross-examination when we broke for lunch, and I certainly plan on reporting back to you in the afternoon session what dents that...
Okay, cool. My friend here, she's popped in.
Hi everyone, it's lunchtime and it's day 8 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, and just bear with me, it's a little bit chilly out. So we finished off with the direct examination of the HSI Special Agent Gerard Gannon. And Gerard Gannon, yesterday when we left off, he was going through all of the evidence that he found, the photos that he took, and we saw the 2 AR-15s, and remember, they were separated. The upper barrel was not with the lower barrel, and the magazines were separated. However, the guns were loaded. Well, when we started off this morning, we were shown 12 to 13 pairs of 7-inch platform heels, and specifically these red platform heels. And it was wild to see a special agent show us these platform red heels on the stand. We also saw Balenciaga boots that had 3 different cell phones in them. There was a 4th cell phone found in a bedroom, and then there was a Gucci bag found on a dresser with a $100 bill rolled up, lots of different pills, powder, rocks, eye drops, and these pills, they were pink, yellow, orange, white, and they were later tested, and they were found to be coke, ketamine, and actually the eye drops, there was MDMA residue on these eye drops. There were also 3 orange tablets with a Tesla symbol on them. That was kind of odd. And then there was Xanax. And then we got to the bathroom, and in the bathroom there was this wooden box that had the word Puffy inscribed in the top on this gold plaque. And in that box...
By the way, am I muted? No. Oh my God. I can't even see my mute button. Let me move this. Oh, by the way, chat, she says you guys been showing her some love, so she is sending, she's saying hey to the chat, man. She fucks with y'all, okay?
There was mushroom pills and a bag of crystal rocks, which they later tested, and that turned out to be MDMA. Then we went to the closet in the bathroom, and we saw 25 bottles of baby oil and 31 bottles of Astroglide. And in that same container, I saw 2 rubber duckies. I was like, oh, okay, that's also something. And then they made sure to say, you know, Special Agent Gannon.
They were putting the rubber duckies up Diddy's ass. I think y'all know what type of time he on.
Was that all the baby oil you found in the Miami home? And he said, no, it wasn't, because we saw these mini crates of it yesterday. We also went to the guest house where they showed us a red suitcase with a .45 caliber handgun that was not defaced. And then there was bullets and the magazine separate from that. they said the box of bullets, there was, the box originally came with 50 bullets, and there was only 41 bullets found in that box. And
very stupid thing. A lot of times those type of, even that brand of ammo, you could, when I go to the range, and even though, by the way, usually you don't use hollow point bullets for range ammo, that's usually for self-defense ammo. However, people, Diddy's a billionaire. Maybe he wants to practice with more expensive bullets. Who cares? But usually when people go to a range, they'll bring their own ammo, or they'll bring ammo back that they didn't finish at the range. So, I don't know if they were trying to insinuate maybe Diddy shot somebody, right? Because there were 7 bullets missing. No, that's kind of how it is. I probably got 4,000 ammunition up in here. You know what I mean? Just off me kind of ordering bullets for every single gun and every different type of gun.
Also, when he got the handgun, instead of displaying it on the witness stand like he had done with the other evidence, he was actually asked by the prosecutor to walk it up and down the jury to get a closer look. So I just wanted to point that out. And then when he was cross-examined by Tenny Garagos, she revealed that HSI had been looking into Sean Combs.
I ain't gonna lie to you. It's these glasses. These glasses work for her. She kind of look a little, she look a little bad right here with the glasses. The glasses. You know what it is? I think it gives off the little smart, sophisticated look. That's what it is. We're tired of ratchet bitches. That's what it is. We're tired of ratchet, and the glasses is giving off soft girl era fucking. Well, actually, what I use that word soft girl era. Ain't that for bitches who want to get tricked on? All right, fuck that. No, it gives off sophisticated, docile, and intelligent.
The HSI investigation into Combs actually started on November 17th, 2023. And so what she did was when she went through her cross-examination, she kind of reiterated some of the facts that we heard in direct. So she said things like, so there was a total of 80 to 90 agents that did this search, kind of hinting that that's a very excessive amount. And then she said, and you found 6 people on the property that were, one was a music producer, and essentially everybody else was employees.
I wonder, was it Stevie J? Who was the music producer, or was that Lil Rod? Did they identify the 6 people?
I think one person was the house manager, and then the others were cleaning staff. And she said, so you handcuffed all those.
It's the acting in soft era. Soft girl era.
People for an hour? And he's like, well, it wasn't necessarily an hour.
It's an accent. It's given. I didn't say that.
But there was one person who wasn't too happy.
Yo, Randall Jackson, focus. Okay? Focus. It's not worthy of the Dr. Umar lashes. Come on, man. We practicing Pan-Africanism. You know what I mean? My Jamaican flag in the background, man. Listen, there's a tariff on all white women right now. We cannot break the moratorium, okay?
That wasn't cooperating, so we kept them in cuffs longer. And then she was like, he wasn't happy because he was in handcuffs. And then, she said, and you found nothing on those people, no drugs, no weapons. He said no. And she also kind of made the point, you had all these cars there, and you actually had a boat come in. And he's like, yes. And she said, so you did this search and seizure, by land and by sea. Just really hinting at the fact that maybe they overdid it, or that's what I took from her tone and her cross. She also talked about the AR-15s, made it very clear that when the jury was shown these AR-15s, they were in one piece, and that at the Miami home, they were not in one piece. They were separated, and they were actually found in separate places. The top of the closet, the bottom, or so we think, because she elicited testimony from him saying that they didn't take a lot of before pictures of the evidence, mainly after pictures. And she also kind of stressed that, like you said, this is your job to take photos, and you should take these photos as close to the location of where you found this evidence as possible. And he said, yeah. And then, she pointed to this photo we saw of all these shoes and I don't remember. Oh, it was the lower barrels of the AR-15s. Yes. and they were kind of scattered on the floor. And she kind of was like, you know, well, we don't know where these were found exactly because we don't have photos. And, you know, she pointed to another photo of Diddy's bedroom where the pillows were kind of messed up on a couch. And she said, so there's no before here. And then she took a photo, or she showed us a photo of the gates, the opening gates to the house that were kind of pushed through by the CERT team. And you know, the special agent testified that that's how they had to get through to the house. They had to push through these gates, and one of the gates was very severely damaged. So, you know, she's like, so you didn't take a picture of the gate before, just after. She was just really kind of, you know, hammering him. And then I think the last thing she said was something along the lines of, you know, so a lot of people in Florida, like, you're from Florida, to the special agent, a lot of people in Florida, they carry guns in their home. And he's like, yeah. And she's like, do you have a gun? Objection. And it was overruled. And so he's like, yes, I have a gun. And that's how she ended it. And then we heard from Dr. Dawn Hughes. Now, Dr. Dawn Hughes is a clinical and forensic psychologist that specializes in trauma therapy. Don't quote me on this. I didn't have a chance to Google it before I did this video. I feel like she testified in a pretty big trial. Maybe it was Depp v. Heard. Was it Harvey Weinstein? I don't remember off the top of my head. I should look that up. But I feel like it's one of those. Maybe not, though. So, you know, they went through her resume, very qualified, 30 years of experience. She does clinical and forensic psychology, and she also treats patients one-on-one. So this was, I felt like it was a little awkward because there were so many objections and so many sidebars during her testimony.
Oh, Jay, you left a nice comment for me. Did you mention me?
And I think that this had been a point of contention in pre-trial hearings because, you know, she didn't treat Cassie Ventura or, you know, Jane Doe. And this is just, you know, I'm thinking out loud here because there was just so many objections and sidebars. So anyway, there were 4 topics that she discussed, and it was why victims stay, how they cope, patterns of disclosure, and memory. And then they asked her if she was being paid to be there, and she said, yes, I'm being paid $6,000 per day. They wanted to get ahead of that, it seems. And then she went in to describe why victims don't leave,
Yo, chat.
power, and
y'all are haters, man. Yo, who's hate watching right now? It's okay. We love you too. Look, I looked at her video from yesterday. I looked in the comments section. Watch this. Look at the hate. 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 Oh, the first thing a nigga said is, wait. Okay. All right, baby. All right, nah. Some real niggas is in the building. Act. All right, cool. Then, wait. Fuck. Someone was just like, wait, it's on my phone. They was like, do not get involved with academics. You will regret it. I was like, what the fuck? That's kind of hate. Where's it at? Oh, y'all going crazy in here. No. Somebody just, I'm like, that's some hating ass shit. I don't know why it don't show up on there. Somebody named Big All Baby Hughes. Look at this nigga right here. Oh, fuck. Why is my phone? It's because I have a screen protector on that thing. Don't get involved with academics. It be on your own people, man. It be your own chat. All right.
Control, coping through placating the abuser. Let me go through. Oh, and I also didn't add that during the testimony of Gerard Gannon, the special agent, Diddy's sons, Justin and Christian, walked in.
Does Armand Wiggins do updates at like in between the breaks, or he just does the stream later?
And Diddy turned around and he nodded at them, but he didn't smile. He just kind of, nodded. And while I'm looking here just to make sure, okay, I got this. I feel like everybody's very tired. I've noticed that Diddy's defense team, they definitely look like they've been putting in some hours at night. Even the jurors look pretty tired. One woman kind of was like closing her eyes a little bit and then would open them back up.
I don't think people are tired, chat. I think people are. Wait, I gotta stop blocking this mute button. I don't think they're tired. I think this is boring. Like, we want the shit. We want the exciting info. And I think partly why I think some of the jurors wanted to even be there, that's what they want. Unfortunately, in a trial, it's not all about salacious shit and, let's describe this part of the freak off, or did he like to do this? No. this is the part where you got to have to start talking to some of the experts. You might need a weapon experts to break this down. Hey, why would someone have a weapon with a defaced serial number? What does that mean? What does this other thing mean? Might need somebody who deals with or whatever with illicit street drugs. What are the effects of having this drug and this drug mixed together? They're going to have to put these people on the stand to give the jury a really good picture of how Cassie, that's going to be boring as shit, right? Because we're not going to hear any new details. It's going to be almost like education for the court and the people in the court, especially the jurors who are going to have to make the decisions. So we're going to sit through some boring parts of, okay, so when you start taking a pill that has this amount of whatever and then you mix ketamine with it, what's usually the reaction? What about an overdose? What about this? Does it put you to sleep? Does it make you euphoric? Does it increase your sexual desires? Does it make you black out? Yeah, these are all things that are probably, not even probably, you definitely need an answer for, because the idea of just saying, oh, just drugs, that doesn't really necessarily paint the whole picture or crystallize it. That if you think that maybe Diddy gave these drugs to maybe put these people in a vulnerable position, that he could supposedly have some type of power or control over them. So we'll see. So it is going to get a little bit boring at times. Obviously, Jane Doe is going to be a very spirited testimony. Whoever that is, we'll probably figure it out. By the way, I wonder how that's going to happen. There's so much press in court. If she's going by Jane Doe, or is she going to testify behind a glass? Like, I just don't know. I feel like people are going to be watching who comes in and out of court. She'll probably not come out from the main entrance, but I'm pretty sure they're going to try to figure out who the hell Jane Doe is. It won't be on the record, but, so the record of the transcript, that person's name will never be said in that trial, whether by defense attorneys or AUSAs. But if that person's sitting there, somebody's going to notice, be like, ain't that 50's baby moms? I'm not saying it's her or whoever it is. So that's to come. Also, Kid Cudi's testimony. If they're saying it's going to happen this week, it's going to happen either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I'm thinking it's going to happen tomorrow. So Kid Cudi, whatever he says, he's probably going to give us some more details.
And, the government, they look tired, but not quite as tired. I feel like they are, they're a group of really strong women. Let's see. You see what else? Yeah, so it was, like I said, a lot of, she went through psychological abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, love bombing. She went through like what love bombing is, and then coping strategies, where they brought up how sometimes victims and survivors cope with drugs so they can try to, push everything way down and compartmentalize. And yeah, so when we broke for lunch, she was being cross-examined, and he was alluding, and this lawyer, by the way, I have to look him up. He's a new lawyer for Diddy. I did not know his name, and I rushed out here to do this, so I didn't get his name, but he really seemed to be honing in on the fact that in order to really comment on a patient or a victim, you have to treat them, know their story, know all of their details, know what they went through, because people can't be, put in boxes. And Dr. Hughes is like, well, you can categorize them. So there was just some back and forth there. We're expecting a witness this afternoon. I think, I'm hearing they may plead the fifth, so we'll see.
They already did, and it appears that they have gotten immunity. So they're going to have to take the stand. Let me see real quick. I think we should be back on the tweets. Absolutely, we should absolutely be back on the tweets. We pretty much only have like 2 more hours in court. Here we go. All right, we already got that. Here's a break. The person invoked their Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. And here's the immunity order. They signed it. They're now back. That was 38 minutes ago. It says, Your Honor, we've mailed you the exhibit over the break. Or emailed you, I guess, right? Combs Agnifilo says, we object to it as hearsay. The statement, I feel you from Mr. Combs is ambiguous. He could be saying thanks for the advice. The judge says, we'll pick it up after Dr. Hughes. Please get her back on the stand. The jury's now entering. Then Combs, Jonathan Bach, he says, you're with the American Psychologist Association, right? Which says you should only render an opinion after an examination, right? The answer is where? Dr. Hughes says, this is a different role. So basically she's saying that she's not given a opinion or she's not given a real clinical diagnosis. She's just testifying. Combs Box says, you have not gathered information about this case, though, right? Dr. Hughes says, I'm not rendering an opinion on any individual. Box says, there's someone named Cassie, but you don't know what she said, right? Dr. Hughes says, I don't. Combs Box says, you testified across the river in the Eastern District of New York, right? She says, right. So, and you said the same thing, even though those cases are different. Ooh, that's a good one. Shorty's probably just going in there to get her $6,000 and probably just say the same thing because these are going to be sex trafficking cases, and the government wants you to say the same thing. So they're kind of saying, yo, listen, you never talk to the person. You're claiming you don't really look over the cases, and you're saying the same thing in two different things. Okay. Dr. Hughes says it's to help the jurors understand. Box says, well, it's their job to consider the case, right? Box says, you don't publish data on patients you have evaluated, do you? She says, no, it's confidential. Box says, so I can't cross-check your experience, the basis of what you're saying, right? Sorry. Box says, well, people might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right? AUSA says objection, so let's move on. And say, in civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? Then Box says, you give a webinar about expert witness testimony, right? She says, yes, for battered women. Box says, let's show you DX, and that's a exhibit. Judge says sidebar. So during the sidebar, exhibit from Star Island, Baby Oil, and Astroglide. This is this. The judge says, jurors, we're going to send you to the jury room for a bit. All rise. So the jurors leave. So now they're going to deal with some shit. Says, yesterday, Ms. Shapiro submitted an exhibit, ex parte. Now reviewing the document, what should I focus on? Okay, so basically, Shapiro submitted a exhibit that they wanted to use, but they wanted to confer with the AUSAs first. And look like they've conferred. Now they want the judge to make a ruling on it. AUSA says it shouldn't show this witness. It shouldn't show this witness has a bias. Interesting. Okay. All right. So it looked like they don't want to show something, or the government wants to show it. The defense don't want it to be showed. They're thinking this is gonna make the witness be biased or somehow influence the witness in a way that wouldn't be fair to Diddy. So we're gonna see what that is. Okay. Okay.
Absolutely correct. They wanted to get her in, get her out, and be done. And I don't see how she's going to be brought back.
Is that a problem for the prosecution or defense that they can't recall?
So I think this is about Cassie. So remember, there was a part in the trial about 2 days ago where the judge warned the prosecutor that if they went down a line of questioning, that it would open the defense with the ability to recall Cassie as a witness, that they could provide an adequate response and defense to this. Cassie is going to be giving birth shortly, in a few weeks, supposedly, and they can't. So the judge told that to the prosecutor, and the prosecutor agreed, and Cassie will not be called back. So they avoided that line of questioning that could introduce or bring in a recalling of Cassandra Ventura.
This is from Tia215. Aisha, are they bringing Cassie back to the stand, Jesse? No, her testimony's done. She's 8.5 months pregnant. They wanted to make sure she finished her entire testimony week 1. The judge was adamant about that.
That is absolutely correct. They wanted to get her in, get her out, and be done. And I don't see how she's going to be brought back.
Is that a problem for the prosecution or defense that they can't recall her?
I think that they've sufficiently established what they needed to establish with her, and there really is not a reason to recall her unless some witness later on brings something up that she potentially can then rebut that has not yet come in. And they would need to address that then, but I don't see how they get her back.
We have a question regarding the forensic testimony. So as I mentioned, Dr. Dawn Hughes, the psychologist, has took the stand earlier. I believe she's still going to be cross-examined when they come back. By the way, when they come back, we're going to give you real-time updates about what's happening in court, and we will break down the testimony in real time. But as I mentioned, she testified in the Johnny Depp and...
that Cassie was actually saying about being in love, being in a wonderful relationship, wanting to do the freak offs, etc., that they take away that voluntary element. So
Okay. All right. They're dealing with this issue of will this exhibit be given in or allowed to be shown? The jurors are outside the courtroom. They're actually in the jury room right now and look like they're going to be probably arguing this out for maybe a few minutes. I would imagine that I think they already took 1 or 2 breaks already, including lunch. They might have one more break, but then they should continue all the way till 3. So supposedly the court is being shut down at 3, at least this week. So I think this week they're going to do 3. I think they're going to go back to 4 or maybe 5 next week. And it's supposedly the aim of this is to not have the jurors burn out. Okay. Real quick, and then I guess slightly a sidebar. Finally, and I don't know how long it took it took for us to get this, but Meek Mill. We finally got Meek Mill, who is now giving a definitive answer about a few things, right? Now, remember when he was accused of supposedly fucking Diddy or Diddy fucking him, he would answer every other question but Diddy fuck Diddy, right? And by the way, he still didn't answer that even now. But for him, maybe he's like, yo, nah, what the fuck? That's not a real question, right? Now, he did address him being mentioned, and he wasn't mentioned by name, but he was mentioned by, this description. It was in Lil Rod's lawsuit. It said the person in question is a popular rapper who used to date Nicki Minaj. Well, the only person that we know is Meek Mill, and they also said the person was from Philly. There's only one popular rapper from Philly that dated Nicki Minaj. It would be Meek. And it basically said Meek was on some gay shit, right? Meek finally has now answered, it seems, okay? So here we go. Where's the answer? Unless I think he may have deleted that. Let me just go to Instagram then. So he says, in the midst of the Diddy on federal trial, I want to bring back up Lil Rod and his lawsuit that was dropped. His lawsuit was not dropped. That's actually very incorrect. His lawsuit has not been dropped, Meek. This is something about Meek. It just always spells stupidity, right? His lawsuit, some of the allegations were not allowed to go forward. For example, there's an allegation of civil RICO. The judge said, you can't bring that into this. What you have claimed as a civil racketeering enterprise, it doesn't match for what we need on a federal civil basis. So they rejected that, and I think they rejected another not charge, but allegation. But the lawsuit still exists. He says, he never said my name, but these blogs amplified the whole agenda against me. That's the thing with Meek. Like, reading is, for a nigga that love to type and you got to read what he got to say and he could barely spell, how the fuck don't he like to read whatever he's speaking about? Nobody just drew Meek Mill's name out of the hat. The guy alleged, again, we could pull up, I think I still have it, like, it's going to be Rodney Jones. Rodney. Lil Rod. Yeah, I'll find it right now on the side. Like, it's in plain letters. Like, one thing with people like Meek is they like being victims. And not only like being victims, it's one of those situations where you have to fact check them. You got to fact check them with the truth, because they'll spin back around, and years later they'll be like, "Oh, that never happened." You know what I mean? Like, no, it did. Let's see, where is this Rodney Jones lawsuit? Liza Gardner. Okay, these were the first early ones. I'm gonna find it in a second. If it takes more than a minute, we'll move on. Rodney Jones. Again, and by the way, I want to put it out there. I don't got no issues with Meek. I told y'all Hip Hop Police has inquired, and, people who are associated with him reached out, and I was just like, listen, we could just ignore each other to ignore each other. You get what I'm saying? Could I find the lawsuit for y'all? I know it's here somewhere. Okay. Okay, and by the way, the order on what was dropped was this. Just to, we want to stay factual here. The plaintiff, so this is the Rodney Jones versus Sean Combs. What was dropped is they said the suit alleging racketeer influence and corrupt organization, which is a RICO. Remember, there's RICO in a civil sense is very different than RICO in a federal criminal sense, okay? Well, federal RICO's civilly just different from federal RICO's criminally. So they kicked this out, and they said the Trafficking Victims Protection. It said based on this is before the court or motions filed to dismiss his business, and the judge then. Let me see. The judge then sorry. Yeah, I think they kick out emotional distress as well. Let me just go to the end. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the Combs defendant's motion to dismiss is granted in part and denied in part. The motion to dismiss the RICO claims and negligent and intentional infliction of emotional distress and contract claims, those are the motion to dismiss those are granted. It's also granted as to Jones' TVPA claims against Combs Global, which means he could sue them, and the motion is otherwise denied. So the other the other things are still in play. They're still in play, okay? If I could find, let me see, can I find the original lawsuit? I just want to bring up the original lawsuit, chat. This might be it. This might be it. Yep, I think I got it. And I want to remind y'all, bloggers, because Meek really has his adversarial attitude with the blogs. He thinks they're out to get him. Like, we wake up, we're like, no, we got to get Meek Mill today. Like, today is all about, no. If this is the Rodney Jones versus Sean Combs, look, they sued everybody in their book. Look, right? By the way, she provided a affidavit. She got dropped. Justin still in the lawsuit. Lucian Grange, UMG violated the lawyer for putting Lucian Grange's name in there. Christina Coram is still in there. And they removed UMG, Lucian, Motown, and Love Records is still in it. And Combs Global Enterprise is still in it. So when you go down it, what you'll see is an allegation of, we could just, look, he is a rapper, is a footnote that identified it as Meek. He's a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. That said it was Meek, right? Pause on that picture. And it was here. Where's the fifth footnote? Remember, this is after they said Combs went as far as to share a video of Stevie J anally penetrating a white man. Like, what the fuck? Where's number 5? Hold on. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. Mr. Combs informed Jones that he had engaged in sexual intercourse with rapper 5. Rapper 5 is this Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. So again, Meek needs to respond to Lil Rod, or Lil Rod made this up. I don't think Lil Rod's reputation is the best right now. I think he kind of looked like he capped on a bunch of stuff. Did he tell the truth on certain stuff? I don't know, but it's not the blogs that made it up, and I have to continually point that out because Meek has a problem with the truth in reading usually. So he basically says he never said my name, but these blogs amplify the whole agenda against me. No, he basically says your name. You're a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. He claimed you slept with Diddy. We didn't claim it. He did. It's still this is going to be in the federal courtroom for life. He claims, and by the way, here's the thing. If I was Meek, first of all, I would send him back to school, number one, because you just can't be this. Come on. Anyway, beyond that, what I would say to Meek is, not only should you respond, and you should have responded immediately to say, yo, come on, I'm not gay, I've never slept with Diddy, I've never done anything sexual in around Diddy's environment, number one. Number two, isn't Rock Nation Meek's friends? Rock Nation defends the hell out of, what's her name? Meg Thee Stallion. Get with Alex Spiro or whoever else and have them try to see if there's legal recourse against Lil Rod from making this allegation that pretty much puts you in the crosshairs of having sex with Diddy. You need to sue Lil Rod. That's what you have to do. You have to try to find a way to sue him or get him to clear it up. He's the one who made the allegation. Okay? You see how Jay-Z handled this shit. Jay-Z wasn't playing about shit. So, again, you're too rich to just be on Twitter just saying incorrect stuff, I think. He says, he never said my name, but these blogs amplified the whole agenda against me. My culture, don't believe it, but it's an attack on my brand. I want to get to the bottom of it. No. In this type of case, we don't want to get to the bottom of nothing, okay? Nothing, okay? Getting to the bottom, no. He said, just to put on public record. And the craziest thing I've seen at a puff party is coke vibes. And that's going on at all these parties. I'm from North Philly. I've had millions since I was 23. I don't even want to be addicted to weed. Not judging, but I see it different. Then he continued by saying, and that loose cannon with that academics interview, that was full bait. Also, he's a nobody, saying he just walked up and robbed me. I was running into Suge Knight and Big U when I came to LA. No camera phone vibes. I was showing niggas out there it's more to life with black success. I do believe that now, obviously if I'm clowning Meek, it's that story just sounds too good for me to really look to see if it's true. But I think we could fairly say that story is over embellished. Do I think something happened? I think something happened. But did he take the chains off Meek Mill's neck? When he told me, like, Loose Cannon said Meek took the chains off. It's like, oh, shit, no, you got it, bro. You got it here. No, I don't think that happened. But do I think that was probably an extortion attempt? Maybe not to Meek Mill, but to MMG? Yes. Do I think that other conversations was happening? Yes. By the way, the reason why I would believe that is that Loose Cannon and Big U are arrested for extorting people. Do I think it happened in the fashion that Loose said? No. Yeah. Okay. Just had to, get that, corrected a little bit. Here we go.
So that
going to involve federal prison. This is not the type of crime where he's going to get probation or a suspended sentence. If he's convicted of all of the charges, we're looking at serious double-digit
and potentially life in prison.
Right.
Sex trafficking is minimum 15 years in prison. Transportation doing age or prostitution is a max of 10 years in prison. Which let me follow up that question up with something else. A lot of talk about would he have taken a deal. Was he offered a deal? Maybe offered a deal, rejected it. What would a deal have looked like in this case? And by the way, what would a deal have looked like before trial? And what could a deal look like in the middle of trial? Although it seems unlikely.
That's interesting.
Well, with federal sentencing guidelines, the feds really don't offer great deals. You can reduce your sentence by a number of months, but if someone is looking at a potential of life in prison and looking at a minimum of 15...
Yeah. And I know I'm going back a topic here. And I think if Meek wants... There's two things Meek has to do. Three things, actually. If Meek wants to stop getting mentioned with Diddy, he needs to do three things, right? Just flat out come out and be like, yo, hey, listen. For the people that may not know me, because I think everybody knows me and how I get down already. I am not homosexual, and I've never done anything homosexual. And if anybody got any proof that I've done something homosexual, bring the 100% proof and put some money on it. Okay. He finally addresses that he's not gay. Second of all, this pool video it's always gonna haunt people. It look crazy. Did you hear that man call you daddy? And why does he say you keep deserving it? What do you deserve? Just explain the video. Now, here's the thing. This might be one of them videos that don't look good. Probably speaking on it makes it look worse. But again.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, daddy. You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
Okay. We just need you to explain that one. And then we just need you to explain this, the third and the last thing. Meek Mill matching outfits, Diddy. We just need to know how the hell did y'all end up at the same party, the same event, at the same time, and you're leaning in like Cassie. How the hell did you have the same clothes on as Diddy? That's all we need. If he gives those 3 explanations, I think he kills this topic. But he got to explain how the hell he got the thigh pose on, holding the drink like this, and he got the same outfit on. As long as he explained these 3 things, we're done talking about Meek and Diddy. I'm serious. That's it. It's pretty simple. First thing is, nigga, I ain't gay. I ain't never done nothing gay. And if anybody can prove I did something gay, come on, I got some money for you. I got to have proof I actually did it, not hearsay. Number 1. All right, number 2. Yo, why the hell was that man calling you daddy? Why the hell was you in the pool like that? Why, like, what was going on in the pool? Were you scrambling and scraping? We need to figure out just an explanation on what was going on. And maybe he could have been like, yo, bro, I was off the 10th shot of Ciroc. It was a party. Mad people were there. And like, yo, shit, I was about to pass out in the pool. I didn't even hear it. I didn't hear him call me daddy. Okay? Whatever. The third thing is, how the hell you and Diddy wearing the same clothes? And were y'all wearing like matching briefs? We just got to know. Like we just have to know. Because these is like 3 things that have been really. After this, I think, you know, people are going to say whatever about him, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, he could just ignore it at that point. Because he, to me, it would be answered all the things that we would care about.
Years, they're not offering him something that's a matter of 1 or 2 or 3 years. I would expect if they did make an offer that the offer would have been something in the double digits in
like
terms
10
of
years
prison
or
time.
something. Yeah.
Right. And oftentimes somebody without a significant criminal record who has not spent years in prison, that's a serious number. And so they're going to think that they could hire a great trial team and maybe beat the charges.
I think that's one of the reasons he rushed towards trial, right? Any federal case would take a while. I mean, to have a trial happen within less than a year of arrest and indictment when there's superseding indictments and it's a racketeering case, if he had made bail, he would have pushed this trial out as far as possible. I'm still convinced of that. Okay. So they are back from court. I'm giving everybody updates about what's happening. The prosecutor says, Your Honor, we emailed you the exhibit.
Okay, cool. All right, we're going to go back to tweets in a second. Hold on. Somebody says, what the fuck is this? Sorry. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up a video. Yeah, there's no video. Somebody said Meek explained this before? The matching outfits? Oh, did he?
YouTube. Shit. And his parties. Meek said, just to put that on record. And into Puff, I was salty we had on the same thing. But
oh, so he responded to it today. Okay. Yo, Meek. Yo, Meek coming in like after the game with the game winner. Yo, you know he could have said this like dumb long ago. Meek might be like me in the sense of he don't see responses. He just tweet. Because niggas been asking this shit for dumb long. Did he delete that? Or I can't see it. Like, where is it at? Where is it at? Nigga says story time. Okay. Anyway, it looked like he deleted those tweets. Sorry. But apparently
YouTube.
Apparently he said it here. Says story time. I guess somebody actually says story time. LOL Coachella. Stopped at Maxfield, LA. Grabbed a silk type Gucci set because people said it would be hot. Then jumped on a chopper. Yo, even in explaining that he ain't gay, this nigga's flexing. Yo, story time. Yo, I had to go get the silk type Gucci set because people said it was gonna be hot. I jumped on a chopper. Okay, fly private only. I landed. I ran to Puff. I was salty. We had on the same thing, but shit wasn't nothing to a king. We all got the whole store. Okay, all right. All right. Not a bad explanation. I'm not gonna lie, it's not a bad explanation. But why he ain't say it till now? Like, niggas been, the way he used to avoid that. Remember when they asked him and he was just like, man, fuck academics. They're like, bro, just say you're not gay. Like, why you just mad at act? Fuck that nigga, I'm about to beat him up. Damn. Okay. We're back with the tweets here, people. We are back with the tweets. Okay, great. So look like the judge says, yo, she could be shown a document about training domestic violence advocates. She could be asked if she remembers, but I won't admit it into evidence until she denies it and it becomes prior inconsistent statement. The witness re-enters the room, then the jury, then the judge says, hey, does this document, so they're asking this witness, which is Dr. Hughes, does this document refresh your recollection? Hughes says, let me look at it more closely. So yes. Box says the fourth part about navigating cross-examination, right? Hughes says yes. Box says most of your income comes from court-related work these days, right? Hughes says, nah, maybe about half. Box says you've raised your rate to $600. Hughes says it's been that same for some time. Box says, but you've raised it though, right? And Hughes says it's to commensurate with others. Bach then says, you've been retained hundreds of times, but you've never come into court and testified in defense of a man accused of a sex crime. Hughes says, that's correct. I don't evaluate offenders. Wow. I feel like that's like a prejudicial statement. Like she is almost saying when she think of men being in these type of criminal cases, it's about them being an offender, not being a victim. Bach says, you've met with prosecutors 6 times to prepare your testimony, right? It says correct. AUSA says you could have a sidebar. They're now having a sidebar. Okay. That's kind of interesting.
And after Cassie's mom stepped down, a man who goes by the name, wait for it, The Punisher. The Punisher is an exotic dancer and former sex worker whose real name is Sheree Hayes. Mr. Hayes told the jury that he got his nickname playing basketball, but his photos, they seem to tell a different story for why he may be using that name today. Ooh, kind of safe for work, almost not safe for work. I wouldn't put it up at work, but that's the Punisher, y'all. Mr. Punisher testified that he was hired by Diddy and Cassie for 8 to 12 different times, things like episodes. And he was meant to create a sexy scene that would last for hours. He said that Diddy called all the shots in these episodes. He didn't call them freak-offs, but he described what we've heard as freak-offs. He never saw any cameras, he said. He didn't see any violence. And he said, although Cassie would sometimes wince or sigh at some of the sex directions that came from Diddy, he said it didn't seem as though Cassie was there against her will. Again, this is a prosecution witness, so that's kind of, that's on the fence there. He does certainly corroborate the freak-offs and what happened in the freak-offs, but that whole business about, to him, he wasn't sure if Cassie was into it or not, but he did.
That's why, and I'm wondering, I think it was about some of the weird kinks. That's why they brought him up there, but I'm wondering why he was even a government witness, because he's kind of testifying that he didn't see anything that made it feel like it was, like she was being coerced. He even said that she had fun. Remember, he testified that one time he's putting in that work on her, and Cassie sits forward like Cassie's trying to get more of that dang-a-lang up in her pussy. You know what I mean? So it's like Cassie was enjoying it. She was very active in it too.
Did hear that she winced and that she sighed as Diddy gave a lot of those directions. By the way, the Punisher also said that he never saw Diddy take drugs, never saw that he seemed drunk or high. which is exactly what prosecutors are trying to show, that this was not just an out-of-control, party of an enlisted megastar, but instead was a clear-eyed criminal enterprise. And I mentioned it off the top of the show, so I'm happy now to introduce the man who spent the better part of today on the witness stand. Sheree the Punisher Hayes joins me now live. Mr. Hayes, it's really good of you to be here. Thank you so much for doing this. I can imagine you've had a hell of a day.
Definitely a challenging day today.
So tell me a little bit about it. Like, how was it? How'd you feel up there? Like, give me a summary and a description of what that day was like for you.
Well,
wait, is this a Punisher? Who's this? Oh, this is him, right?
Who spent the better part of today on the witness stand. Sheree the Punisher Hayes joins me now live. Mr. Hayes, it's really good of you to be here. Thank you so much for doing this. I can imagine you've had a hell of a day.
Definitely a challenging day today.
So tell me a little bit about it. Like, how was it? How'd you feel up there? Like, give me a summary and a description of what that day was like for you.
Well, it's very nerve-wracking. There's nothing you can do to really prepare yourself for that type of environment. Very tense scenario, very serious atmosphere, and I just kept a mind frame of from the time I've been contacted by investigators. It's just give my version of the truth, what I can remember to the best of my ability, and that's what I tried to do today.
So I know that you talked about this on the stand, but I want to just sort of flesh it out with you a little, because we get court sketches. There's no cameras in court, so it's really good to have you in person. When you say that it was clear that Diddy was directing the sex scenes and the sex acts, because as you described, it started off as just a sexy scene, but it progressed into actual sex over the course of the freak-offs. What kind of direction did you get the sense? Like aggressive, mean, demanding, or just, hey, this is kinky, let's do this?
Not even as I described in the text. They were very subtle. Mr. Combs was always basically across the room, and it would be in a low tone, and it would just be suggestive. It was nothing aggressive, nothing that would create some sort of scenario that this was like unnatural between them. Obviously, a sexual scenario with a couple is not the norm, but it's something that I had heard about before, and there's some couples that get into this. And in hindsight, if there were no accusations, I would have saw it as completely natural.
Can you repeat that? You would have seen it as what?
If there was no accusations, like in hindsight, all this stuff is in hindsight. Like in the moment, I didn't see it as anything but a couple doing something risque, and Cassie as a partner trying to create a fantasy for who I believed was her husband, and for the majority of this.
So at one point in your testimony, I think you mentioned, and I was just reading transcript because, of course, there's no cameras. You mentioned that Sean Combs was slightly aggressive in his tone, and that Cassie would sigh or wince at some of his direction. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, I understand that you're getting it in parts. It was quite a long testimony. When the sighing and the wincing was associated with, some of the direction was very specific, and it could be one after the other in terms of move the candle to the left, move it a little more, move it a little more, and now move your body a little more, stuff like that. And it was kind of unnatural for a scenario where you're trying to create a sexual situation. So my understanding or my interpretation of it in the moment was frustration with the repeated directions.
So it felt to you when you were there like it was frustration, but it did not feel to you when you were there like she did not want to be in the situation she was in with you?
It did not.
The other question I have for you is, I think I read that this...
By the way, that's very... So I'm going to pause here again. And I'm wondering, as these sexual... first of all, here's the thing, too. These sex workers are men. I'm wondering if their natural inclination, because you got to remember, if one of these guys testifies like, yeah, it feels like she wasn't doing it, well, you're the one fucking her, right? Like, So are you going? Are any of these guys going to testify saying that, oh no, it didn't feel consensual? Because if they testify that, you just admitted you raped her. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, I do think there's going to be a basis of, yeah, she may have not looked happy, but she wanted to do this, right? Because I don't think none of these guys would go up there, and I don't know if they have lawyers themselves, but if they go up there and then be like, yo, she was in tears, like I could tell she didn't want to do this. She never said yes. Like, if you say that, nigga, you raped her. I mean, Diddy instructed you to do it, but you did it. You get what I'm saying? So and I see some people say they probably have immunity to that. I mean, would you even? This is one of the biggest trials of life. Do you want to admit that you did that?
Began in was it right 2012 that the first time you were hired?
That's correct.
So that would seem fairly early on, perhaps in the free cops in their relationship, and it felt to me like in the beginning you did not actually have any kind of sex with Cassie in front of Diddy in those hotel rooms. It was just performative, but that it graduated in the later free cops to sexual acts. Did it seem to you, now that you're hearing a lot more of the story, that this was the beginning of the whole freak-off adventure for them, that they were kind of figuring it out themselves as well, and that maybe it progressed a lot further and got a lot less appealing to Cassie, maybe later after you had moved on and weren't in the picture?
So I'm instructed to not necessarily follow any of the details, so I just really know what my interaction with was, and it was always like almost a start over scenario, because like I said in my testimony, it wasn't consistent. Like I would get called maybe once every 4 months, so long periods of time would go in between. So it would definitely be kind of like an odd situation, but not in a way where I can assess there was some sort of progression that went on from the time we started to the time we ended. It was pretty consistent all the way through.
Well, may I commend you in following the orders of the court and not having consumed a lot of information about this before your testimony, because that would have been an easy question for you to answer had you known all the background, right, that we're all learning in court. So congratulations and good for you. You're a model witness, and I appreciate you doing that. That's true justice. I do want to press a little bit on this aspect of from the first free-cough until the last free-cough that you did. Did you sense that they were getting more practiced at it and that it was a lot more sexual right away? First it was performative and just, a show, and then it became actual sex towards the end. Was there anything different between episode 1 and, say, episode, maybe maximum 12? That seems to be the max number that you performed with them. Did 12 seem a lot more, like it was a machine that was ready to go?
Actually, the opposite. It was very routine, like a very consistent routine. It always started the same, some sort of a scenario where we would be across from each other on couches that were covered with sheets. It always had to start with a baby oil, with me rubbing it on myself, her doing the same, escalating to us rubbing each other, and then escalating into small sex acts leading into actual penetration. Is very methodical and pretty much the same. I can't say there was a different energy from start to finish. It pretty much.
Yeah, so other than this guy talking now, we haven't, I think the reporters, they don't want to be too, descriptive, but I've always wondered, like, what's the steps to the freak off? Myron Gaines, if you didn't watch when me and him did our show together or did a stream together, he explained the steps to the freak offs. Apparently there would be a masturbation session where they would just visually, so you come into the room. They said Diddy wouldn't be in the room sometimes at the time, right? Then Diddy would come into the room. They had to lather up in front of Diddy. They had to masturbate while looking at each other. Diddy would tell them how long when the dude couldn't ejaculate and Cassie couldn't climax either. Diddy would be verbally saying things. Hey, stop. Get closer. No more baby oil. Stuff like that. Then after that, they would be then almost like giving each other a massage. Then after that, he'll be like, yo, hey, listen, eat her out, or he'll tell her, give him head, and he would instruct exactly how. You got to remember the messages I read yesterday. I got a bunch more today. If we got time, we'll definitely have time pretty much after the trial. Diddy would remember the message where Diddy said, number one, you don't want no secondhand dick. He didn't want the guy to fuck his girlfriend before he came over. He said to Cassie, you don't want the secondhand dick. And then also he said to Cassie, it was basically like, yo, he better hold that nut for us. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a vampire with blood. Diddy was like, he was a semen sucking, savage. You know what I mean? Like, he looked at these guys as a reservoir of man milk, and that was the end. He required them to climax, even though in one situation, one of the prostitutes testified that somehow during the sex act, Diddy leaves to another room with her, and he goes there for a couple of hours. Looked like he may have done whatever, and then he comes back out, and the guy says, Diddy says to the guy, do you need me to finish? So I guess it was a routine for Diddy to say, you need to ejaculate, oftentimes in her. Yeah, and that at that time, Diddy didn't request him to ejaculate, but usually Diddy requested ejaculation. So.
Stayed the course of whatever the criteria was from the first time going forward. And the first time was actually the only time there was an actual sexual interaction. And it was offered, as I said in my testimony, but I declined.
So one of the other escorts who had done some of the same things in these freak-offs that you were hired for said that at one point, Sean Combs was very violent with Cassie, and that he took her in the other room, and that he heard slapping and beating, and that when they came out, Diddy wanted them to continue and finish strong. That was his words, apparently, allegedly, finish strong. But that the male escort couldn't. He said, I had erectile dysfunction at that point because of what I'd gone through. And I know, like, you wrote a whole book called In Search of Freezer Meat about that, about erectile dysfunction and how difficult it can be. And I think you might have mentioned that it actually happened to you during one of your freak-offs with Diddy and Cassie, that you had the same kind of issue. Was it at all based on violence or aggression?
No, it was not.
Now, keep in mind, this guy is also an author. So he wrote about a book. He wrote a book about erectile dysfunction, and I think this is why he's kind of doing a press tour. We haven't seen any witness get off the stand and want to do press. He wants to do a press tour because he already has a book out, and his book is about erectile dysfunction. He actually mentions Diddy and Cassie in there, not by name. He kind of recreates a scenario and calls them a married couple. Now, he probably mentions a lot of some of his actual personal anecdotes in there from dealing with other people, but there's a couple that supposedly represents Diddy and Cassie in his book that he calls married, and he would talk about his time of, like, pleasure in, I guess, both of them.
It was not based on violence and aggression. I think for me, there was no true.
And yes, the book is called In Search of Freezer Meat.
At times, for me, I could not get into a place of intimate connection. There was always a discomfort with obviously a male partner just being present, period. And then, like I said, with the direction, the move to the left, the move.
Also, yes, Kanye has texted me his song. I told him I'm posting on X, which I just did. We'll listen to the song after this.
To the right, to do this, to do that.
The song has YB on it. I haven't heard it yet, but he just texted to me.
In terms of me maintaining like an erotic space of being turned on or whatever, it was difficult. So it was just more of, it felt like acting opposed to a actual natural sexual scenario.
Did you ever know another escort by the name of Jules in L.A.?
The truth of the matter is, I was in a naive state. My very first interaction, I was told it was a She went by Janet. I had no idea who they were. And she introduced herself as Janet and said this was her birthday and this was something special her and her husband was doing. So the majority of the time, actually the entire time, even when I found out who they were initially, I really believed I was the only guy they were involved with. I thought this was some.
But had you ever heard of a?
Yeah, she's asking about the escort community. I don't know if these guys like in the meat slanging community for money. I don't know if they all know each other. That's the question she's asking. What he's saying is that he didn't know that Cassie and Diddy were doing this with other people. He thought he was just a lucky guy. And even after he found out it was Cassie and Diddy, he still thought he was the only one.
Yeah, had you ever heard of an escort named Jules?
I have not. I'm not in the male escort business. I'm actually a stripper that took a proposition, but is not somebody I would commingle with in terms of interactions.
And then last quick question, sir. Did they offer you, did the feds offer you immunity at all at any step of the way as they were, prepping you to be a witness for this trial?
No, there was no talk of immunity of anything. From what I understood, I was not charged with any crime or there was any issue where I would need immunity in regards to this matter.
Sheree Hayes, I can't thank you enough for being
Seems
so
like a straight
forthcoming and candid and agreeing to talk to me on this program tonight. I really appreciate it.
I would have asked him one more question, and the question would have been, now that you do know who these people are, do you feel bad for Diddy or do you feel bad for Cassie? Because he seems pretty stoic. He seems like a great witness. He's just saying what it is. But I'm wondering if he leans towards the side of, man, y'all railroading that nigga. I was there. That nigga is not no fucking. He a little freaky, but he's definitely not no sexual trafficker rapist nigga. Like y'all tripping. I'm wondering if he has some type of like he empathizes with Diddy, because I do believe Jules, who the prosecutor, the defense did a great job of saying the stripper Jules was in love with Cassie, low key. Start feeling for her. So when you start feeling for her, you start like, remember Cassie jumped on his lap and he started making out with her after Diddy stormed out the room. And he said to Cassie, why don't you leave this nigga? So he's almost like dirty macking even though he's fucking her. You know what I mean? So he was almost like, yo, why don't you leave? And she's like, no, I can't leave. So after a while, I think that stripper started to and even admitted, or that escort even admitted that he would have been in a relationship with Cassie. Now, he claimed it was just because of her beauty, but you could tell he probably was there like, yo, why are you still with this guy? Like, you could do better, that type of stuff. And that guy is going to lean in Cassie's direction because his relationship with them started to be uneven. By the way, this is why some people don't do threesomes, right? Because you bring supposed to be a neutral party, that party start aligning with one or the other, and they might even later on say, well, why you fuck with this person, right? And yeah, that person clearly, you could tell, was trying to describe a scenario where he didn't feel like Cassie was doing these things under her own recognition. It was mostly because Diddy was threatening her or allegedly forcing her to do these things. So he seems to be either neutral or maybe he's leaning Diddy's side a bit, in the sense of like, yo, I think y'all tripping on this guy.
Also appreciate you walking into federal court and getting up on a witness stand and talking about stuff that's pretty uncomfortable. The justice system relies on witnesses being fair and truthful and doing what you did, no matter how hard it is, and it is real hard. So thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. I appreciate you having me, and thank you so much.
Can I ask you one quick question?
Somebody said that's not what the transcript read. What are you talking about?
Do you think Sean Combs is guilty of sex trafficking and and the crimes that he's actually accused of? And
I think he's going to answer it as a straight shooter. Here's the thing, too, before he says his answer. Even if he's leaning Diddy's side, I don't think he could be super pro Diddy. I'm going to tell you why. Number one, he was a government witness, right? Number two, he's trying to go on a tour to promote a book. He's forever going to be known as the male stripper that was in there, even though he's not I don't want to say lead male stripper, but He's one of the male strippers that was fucking Cassie. He's forever known as that. He's going to have some infamy. He's going to get paid for interviews. He's going to get paid for some interviews, right? Dan's a project. Going to find that nigga somewhere, okay? Or real life street stars or Vlad or somebody. Trust, this guy's going to get some interviews. He's going to generate money. And it's in his best interest to seem as neutral as possible unless he wants to be the guy, which his testimony doesn't reflect it. Like the first stripper or escort that's going to be like, yeah, man, Diddy was fucked up type of shit. He's clearly on the side of Diddy pretty much did it. I wonder what his answer is going to be. I think he's just going to keep it straight.
Racketeering?
I mean, again, like I said, I really, this has been a high place of anxiety for me. So it wasn't just being a good witness and follow directions. I really avoid the details. I think the totality of the situation for everybody involved is just extremely sad and difficult and just a black eye experience on everybody involved. And I just think it's unfortunate. I don't have the legal understanding to levy the evidence and come to a determination of what I think or don't think. I just think it's an unfortunate situation for everyone.
Well, I am super appreciative. Thank you again, Sheree Hayes.
Anytime. Have a good day.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder who would buy a book about ED. I think you would just go get it treated, right? Like, who would buy a book about erectile dysfunction? Just go get it treated. Or nigga, find a honey pack. God damn it, man. All right. By the way, you know what I forgot to play the other day? So Odie did an interview. I think it was with News Nation, low key. Remember Jonathan Odie? He did a new interview. He's in jail, but he did do a new interview, okay? Here we go.
So in May of 2018, a man named Jonathan Odie opened fire at Donald Trump's Miami golf course and was shot and arrested by police. Now, Odie said that he was in the middle of a bipolar episode. That's where it gets interesting. Later, while being questioned by Florida authorities, Odie brought up something totally unexpected. He claimed that he'd been a sex slave for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura. This video is courtesy of Real World Media. Take a look.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard lots of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave.
So at the time, Odie's story seemed too far-fetched to believe, but not anymore. And now, in an exclusive interview, Odie opens up to News Nation senior producer Allison Weiner about his claims, beginning with why he's agreed to talk now. Listen to this.
I felt bad because I got along well with her, and I think she's a decent person. And unfortunately, I had a suspicion that she was in a situation that she was in, but I wasn't sure. And now I understand what was going on in my life and what was happening. And him beating her up in the hotel shows me the type of individual he is and confirms that everything that happened to me was true and correct and in line with his personality.
So he's speaking to us from a Miami jail now. Here is how Odie says it all began for him.
I was a male Chippendale, a model Chippendale, you could say. And they called me for a show they called the agency that I work for to do a show. And then I went and did a show, and things led to them offering me more money to perform sexual acts. And that's it. That's how I basically got started. I get dressed like a police officer, I do a show, and they'll strip it down. And then, they offer me some more money. They offer me.
Who the fuck is writing? Like, bro, you're recording the thing. Why are you writing like you're in court? You're audio recording this shit.
Some money to do some extra stuff.
So Odie did get specific about the extra stuff that he says Diddy wanted from him, and these specifics were consistent with what he told law enforcement during the 2014 interrogation. Here is how he describes the atmosphere and how frequently it happened.
Candles, sensual atmosphere, lights off. He would sit in a corner in a sofa, watch and masturbate, and he'd say, he'd tell her, give her instructions what to do to me. Perform oral sex, rub baby oil, then he'd tell me rub baby on her, perform oral sex, and then have sex.
How many times did you have sex with Cassie?
Probably like 15 sessions.
And what did you get paid? How much?
It would be like 800 each time. Each act. But sometimes they'll call me twice. I'll leave, and then 3 hours later, they would call me, come back.
And so Odie claimed that the sessions were drug-fueled, and that his concern for both Cassie and himself led him to get one of their sessions on video. Listen to what he says about that.
Ooh. Oh, you secretly.
Why did you decide to record or video?
Oh, so he recorded this whole time. I thought that he stole Diddy's video, and that's why Diddy was upset. So I guess he decided to record for himself.
Because after she passed out, I decided to record that. So in the event anything worse happened, like if she died, or anybody died, it will be on camera, it will be on video, what happened. So I wouldn't be responsible for any of that.
So you were beginning to worry about her doing drugs. I mean, like about her dying, or him dying, or somebody dying from the drugs, and that you would be held responsible. So you brought a video. You brought your phone?
No, I had a USB video memory stick done like a spy shot, and I put it in a wallet on the table, in the living room table of the hotel I was upstairs. I just filmed it, and it had everything I described, and it had her threatening me. But he was telling her what to say. We had an argument. When I left, I knew they were paranoid. So I wanted to guarantee my safety. So I texted him. I said, "Hey, if anything happens to me, I got evidence I'm being with you." At the settlement table, there was a lot of irregularities, okay? Mm-hmm. It was my first settlement. So they brought me in, and Diddy had a t-shirt with 2 men in ski masks pointing, making gun signs, okay? Mm-hmm. And it was black and white, and it had a red frame, okay? But that's the way he operates. He communicates, threatening you, like saying, I'm going to have you killed.
So Odie says to prevent the recording from going public, that's what he was just talking about. Diddy had him sign.
Wait, I missed that. I had to answer a call real quick. So wait, how did he record the video? I missed that part. I know y'all heard it, but I missed it. Hold on.
Anything worse happened.
Okay, I know why you recorded.
Like if she died, or anybody died, it will be on camera, it will be on video, what happened. So I wouldn't be responsible for any of that.
So you were beginning to worry about her doing drugs. I mean, like about her dying, or him dying, or somebody dying from the drugs, and that you would be held responsible. So you brought a video. You brought your phone?
No, I had a USB video memory stick done like a spy shot, and I put it in a wallet on the table, in the living room table of the hotel I was upstairs. I just filmed it, Had everything I described, and it had her threatening me. But he was telling her what to say. We had an argument. When I left, I knew they were paranoid. So I wanted to guarantee my safety. So I texted him. I said, "Hey, if anything happens to me, I got evidence I'm being with you." At the settlement table, there was a lot of irregularities. Okay, It was my first settlement. So they brought me in, and
somebody settlement.
Diddy had a T-shirt with 2 men in ski masks pointing, making gun signs. Okay. And it was black and white. And it had
By the way, King Jafar, thank you for the gifted sub on Kick, and also Malcolm Reed, Little John, thank you for all the gifted subs you've done, and also Shiesty Nurse 35. Appreciate you guys.
red frame. Okay. But that's the way he operates. He communicates, threatening you, like saying, "I'm gonna have you killed."
So Odie says to prevent the recording from going public, that's what he was just talking about, Diddy had him sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, in exchange for $5 million in hush money. This was in 2014. The Daily Mail ran a screenshot of what appears to be a signature page signed by Sean Combs and Odie. We have not been able to obtain the document or verify its contents or authenticity, nor have we been able to verify the existence of the video that you heard him talking about. Now, according to Daily Mail's report, the timing coincided with a spending spree by Odie of Florida real estate, and it also coincided with Odie's divorce. His ex-wife tells the Daily Mail that she found out about his windfall only after their split.
Basically, the day the incidents happened at Trump National Doral, I had to take a medication, and I'd been diagnosed bipolar, but I wasn't sure I was bipolar, and I had an episode, and basically, I've been taking medication every day. I've been stable. I had no issues in jail. I've done excellent behavior in jail. Yeah, I'm ready to come out to society and be a productive member of society.
Yo, that crazy shit, he stopped now.
All right, so Odie remains locked up in a Florida jail, still awaiting trial on charges of attempted murder, armed burglary, aggravated assault, and armed grand theft. Regarding the sex slave claims, we've reached out to Sean Diddy Combs' team for comment and have yet to hear back. And thank you to Allison Weiner.
Okay, good. Let's get back to the tweets here, people. They had a sidebar. They should be back now. They were arguing about... Actually, they weren't arguing. They just had a sidebar. Okay. Now they're back. They said, did you discuss the topics with the prosecutor? So this is Bach that's still questioning Dr. Hughes. Hughes says, with all due respect, it's mostly me educating them. Bach says, but you know nothing about the case. Were you advising them on how to present evidence in domestic violence cases? Bach says, well, we don't get an answer. Then Bach says, didn't you help them write briefs? AUSA says, can we have a sidebar? This is another sidebar. I said, yes, but keep it brief, shorter than the last. The sidebar hasn't, in fact, been shorter. And now it says, sorry that it wasn't shorter. Ms. Steiner, now we get to, I guess it's a recross. Is this a recross or no? So you reviewed some filings in court in this case. It was all related to the subject of your expert testimony, right? Correct. AUSA says, in fact, we redacted. Hughes says, yes. Steiner says, you're a board-certified forensic psychologist, right? Hughes says, yes. AUSA says, how many of those are in New York State? Dr. Hughes says, I think about 40. Okay. The recross is happening. Combs Block says, your defense work is mostly entirely for victims of domestic, right? Hughes says, I'm not sure that's true. Box says, did you work with Brian Steele, who was defending a woman charged with reacting to domestic violence, right? Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. Oh, let's go listen to this Ye song. He texted me the song. He actually called me, but I didn't have that number saved. So it went right to voicemail. Here we go. This is new Ye and YB. Let's bump this one more time. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not in love with the beat, and I think Ye was trying to keep up with YB. YB looked like, I ain't gonna lie, if YB is spinning like this on his new project, it should be finna be fire. And he's still on his bullshit. He's still talking that shit. Oh man, it might be a problem in YB. That's cool. I think YB snapped. I'm gonna be honest. I think YB snapped. Ye's part is all right. I'm gonna be all right. It's all right. And I think the beat. I'm not the biggest on the beat. I think the beat is distracting from the flow, and usually the beat's supposed to complement the flow, right? So, like, as soon as I heard YB spit, I was like, damn, imagine this was on a different beat, cause he's snapping.
Niggas ain't rich, they broke, wanna be too undercover. This for my mom, these niggas in trouble, it's fuck 'em, I'm finna expose them, they too undercover. This for my mama, my daughter, my mistress, I clean up her dinner, upgrade and I suck.
I'm rocking. I like. All right. Okay. Chat, what time is it? Ooh, shit, I forgot. I didn't take a break, but I do got to go feed my dogs. I'm sorry. Them little puppies got to eat, my boys. Hold on. Okay. Give me some
in
time.
favor of the defense, because when they're hung, they can find out.
They still have to make that step, though, to making it a criminal conspiracy. And the video acknowledges that he's a domestic abuser. That's why they ran to that in opening and said, we own that he's a domestic abuser, and it's not cool. That's why he ran to that, because now this is redundant and doesn't add anything.
Yeah, there's not much more they can go. I mean, they can't deny what everybody sees in that video. Although, here's what's interesting. Now we go back to the cross-examination that's happening in real time of Dr. Dawn Hughes. Again, this witness called by the prosecution to explain why perhaps somebody in Cassandra Ventura's position would have stayed with her alleged abuser, Sean Diddy Combs, despite everything that she claimed is happening to her. So, Jeremy, I'll go to you. Sean Combs' defense counsel asks her, people might go to a civil lawyer to make a little money, right? There's an objection from the prosecution. The judge says, let's move on. He says in civil litigation, you might look for malingering, right? Where that's somebody who fakes their symptoms. What are we taking away from that line of questioning?
I think that the defense counsel is trying to poke holes in the sort of expert testimony of this psychologist and her ability to make money in these cases, or her ability to get paid for these matters. But I think a jury, for the most part, will see past that. And again, the other side will have an opportunity to bring their own expert in to testify, and that person will also be cross-examined. I think, if anything, it's kind of what Joe was saying earlier, that ultimately the defense has to throw some things at the wall and kind of figure out what sticks. And I think poking holes in sort of this expert testimony, I think what it highlights too is the fact how important, again, this testimony is. Because Cassie stayed so long in the relationship, there has to be proof that she was under, some duress and some sort of psychological issues. And I think that's the point that's trying to be made.
I want to do a round robin answer here from every one of my guests. I'll go one at a time because we just got this super chat question from 1989 who actually paid in Swiss francs. So thank you so much for this contribution. First time we've seen that. Okay, I'll start with you, Florina. At this point, if you could put it in a percentage, will Sean Combs get convicted of something he's charged with?
I think there's a very high likelihood that he'll be convicted of something, 75% or more.
Of what charge?
That's a good question.
Transportation to engage in prostitution?
I think at a minimum with with what the evidence is so far, transportation to engage in prostitution is a likely conviction.
Because that's pretty straightforward. It's transporting people for the purposes of prostitution.
Right. And the evidence is that he was paying people as escorts, paying people to engage in sex acts, and providing the transportation for that to happen.
Joe, percentage. At this point, if you could put in percentage, will Sean Combs get convicted of something he's charged with?
I would put it at 50-50. There's something that doesn't make sense with Sean Combs. Frankly, he should have gotten convicted years ago with the Shine case. And he threw Shine under the bus. Shine did hard time. I had a conversation with my mother, and she let me know that, Joe, I'd have real concerns about this because of the passage of time. And will the person, the jury, be able to separate all of these crimes, right, the way that they need to? If they are, like what was just said, then maybe they get there at transportation, right? But I'd say 50-50 right now, because my sense is I think it could be an all or nothing proposition, because there's something about him and New York City that it may be that somebody might be there, particularly with 8 males on the jury, to hang that jury.
You just need one. Before I go to the poll that we have up, and very interesting poll, Jeremy, your percentage.
So I have the 3 charges, right? Sex trafficking, racketeering, and drug distribution or firearm. 100% on drug distribution and firearm offenses. I don't think there's any doubt there, particularly with the shaved off numbers on the guns.
Well, he's not individually charged with those. They're part of the racketeering case.
Right. And then I think the racketeering piece, I would say 75%, just based on comparing it to other cases with R. Kelly and Miss Maxwell. I'd say 75%.
Okay, here's the poll, okay? How impactful do you think expert psychological testimony has on understanding the case? Who's ready for this? 80% say very impactful. 20% say not impactful. Quite the number, Florina.
I'm not surprised at all, because on its face, the testimony is not very believable when you have delayed disclosures, when you have behavior that suggests that somebody is okay with this kind of behavior. And so the cycle of abuse needs to be explained by an expert. And when you have someone who's supposedly objective, somebody who doesn't have any bias, someone who's not really friends with or related to either side coming in and lending their expertise to explain what is common in that field, here being the field of psychology, it tends to be very helpful.
Got a super chat question again from Nate. Nate, thank you so much. Jeremy, I'll throw this to you. Do you think with Cassie being pregnant, it's going to sway the jury? And do they think that he would get a life sentence or just a slap on the wrist if he's convicted?
Sure. So, there may be, jurors are not without emotion. So clearly they can see people, they're seeing people in person, and you can have a reaction. I think there is definitely an opportunity for that. As far as, how much time he'll get, again, I think it's probably more like if he's convicted, 30 years to life. And with his age, he'll probably spend the rest of his time in prison. And as Florina talked about earlier, there's very little wiggle room on the federal charges, and there's generally not any parole opportunities. You can have supervised release. So my guess is around 30 years to life.
Okay, we got an update from court. So Sean Combs' defense attorney says, you gave a webinar about giving expert witness testimony, right? Again, questioning Dr. Dawn Hughes. Dr. Hughes responds, yes, for battered women. Let me show you DX, and then the judge calls for a sidebar. Joe, what are you getting from the cross-examination? What is the theme of the cross-examination right now?
Yeah, I think that they want to undermine his credibility, because I think that they're going to try to show that, you're doing webinars, you're coaching battered women, you're coaching people, you're letting the jury know, you're letting the lawyers that hire you know that you're going to come in and do whatever needs to be done for this person in this category, which on some level may be true for all experts. but they want to undermine the basis and the window that he comes through. So if they can say the window that this expert witness comes through is always one that's going to support this person, despite what may be some people's notions of common sense, then they can't be trusted. Because fundamentally, again, they want the defense to get back to the place, or excuse me, the jury to get back to the place where they would say, my first inclination is this looks voluntary and it's a long, long time. How do you get past that? So hopefully they're using that witness on the cross to flip back to that and to get back to people's notions of common sense based on their own experience. Again, this is very unusual.
Question from Rel for you, Florina. Why do the feds keep bringing up weapons, but they didn't charge Diddy with weapons violations? That's a great question, because they could have easily at the federal level charged him with possession of weapons regarding the serial numbers and things of that nature. They didn't. Why not?
Well, it's a fact that's part of the racketeering charge, so they do need it as evidence to support the racketeering charge. Without those weapons, the racketeering charge falls. Why didn't they charge it as its own charge, like possession of the weapon, the weapon being illegal? Oftentimes, they don't charge the weapon individually. That's something we see in state cases as criminal possession of a weapon. They will charge weapons charges as its own thing in federal court when it's part of sex trafficking or part of drug distribution, or when the weapon itself was being used. So a gun that was fired, or when it's a weapon that has been altered to have maybe larger capacity than what's legal, automatic weapons, machine guns, things like that. And also when we're talking about weapons in large quantities. I think.
Now I woke up the son. Now he over here. He going crazy upstairs. Hey chat. By the way, yo, these shorts, these damn, what the fuck is fuzzy as hell? These Academy shorts is like my favorite item, bro. Yo, I actually just told Versili we got to drop some more shorts because I love wearing these shorts. Like I actually wear these all the time. I don't know if you guys seen. Listen, we do got some new things I think on the shop. Yeah, we got to put the shorts back up. But these are back on there. So theakademy.shop if you guys ever want merch. But these are my favorite shorts, man. I love these joints. Sincerely. Anyway, all right. What are they talking about on this? They talking about why there's no gun charges in the Cassie case? Or not, well, I keep calling it the Cassie case, the Diddy case.
Unusual.
Question from Rel for you, Florina. Why do the feds keep bringing up weapons, but they didn't charge Diddy with weapons violations? That's a great question, because they could have easily at the federal level charged him with possession of weapons regarding the serial numbers and things of that nature.
Number one, I do think that's too hard to prove. By the way, I'm drinking now, so I think that's too hard to prove, right? It's too hard to prove because it's a home with so many different people. And unless you have him on video handling the weapon, he has a reasonable excuse why the weapon might be in the house. Hey, somebody else brought it here. There's dozens of people who come to the house a day. But still, if you're going to use it in trial, why not even include it? Because they're using it in a way that's kind of it's being prejudicial and almost kind of showing or kind of like insinuating that Diddy's guilty and he has guns and this and third.
They didn't. Why not?
Well, it's a fact that's part of the racketeering charge, so they do need it as evidence to support the racketeering charge. Without those weapons, the racketeering charge falls. Why didn't they charge it as its own charge, like possession of the weapon, the weapon being illegal? Oftentimes, they don't charge the weapon individually. That's something we see in state cases as criminal possession of a weapon. They will charge weapons charges as its own thing in federal court when it's part of sex trafficking or part of drug distribution, or when the weapon itself was being used. So a gun that was fired, or when it's a weapon that has been altered to have maybe a larger capacity than what's legal, automatic weapons, machine guns, things like that, and also when we're talking about weapons in large quantities. I think none of that applies here, and really it's just a prejudicial fact that's going to be used against him, and it's also a fact that's going to be used to support the ultimate racketeering charge.
Got a question from Jesse K. I'll throw this to you, Jeremy. Serious question. How can someone not get mad hearing the defense basically suggesting that Cassie and possibly other victims faked their symptoms after seeing these injuries? I think this goes to the question for Dr. Dawn Hughes about, was it possible that people malinger, right? Fake the symptoms of being abused or being victims. That's a fair question. Could the jury be upset at hearing this line of questioning?
Maybe, but I think ultimately most juries, even non-lawyers, would understand the point that the defense is trying to make a case, and ultimately I think it's fair from a defense standpoint to point out that somebody stayed that long in a relationship, one, but two, potentially also helped organize, and there's evidence of that, some of these free...
Who said coffee going? Yeah, right. Coffee is going now. We only got liquor left. I also realized I haven't eaten a lunch. What should I eat? I want Jamaican food, but yo, chat, Jamaican spots around where I live at, because it's really white people that live around me, so I think there's no real good Jamaican spot. There's one, though. This is so Jamaican of this Jamaican spot. It only delivered food on on Monday, Friday, and Saturday. That's it. Like no other days. Every other day, it's like, yo, fuck y'all niggas, man.
Cops, right? So I think it's fair questioning, but I think it also highlights the difficult job that prosecutors and defense lawyers have in these types of cases. Because no matter what, you're going to have some people on one side saying that took it too far, and the other people on the other side saying they didn't take it far enough. So,
well, I'll tell you, for that lack of consensus, got a question for you, Florina, from Never Be. What happens if the jury's hung?
If the jury is hung, then it's case over, and then the prosecution has the option to retry the case if they want to. Most of the time, they retry it. Unless they hear that they were hung, let's say 11-1 in favor of the defense, because when they're hung, they can find out what the numbers were, how many for the prosecution, how many for the defense. I've seen cases where sometimes when they're heavily skewed for the defense and hung by one person for the prosecution does not retry it. But certainly they can, and most of the time they do.
Or if it's 11-1 in the other direction, right? Okay, so we have a question here from Mikey John. I'll throw this to you, Joe. Law and Crime Network, thank you everyone for the great answers. One more question. Will Christina Coram, who as we know is Combs, or apparently Combs' former chief of staff, will Christina Coram be put on the stand? And if so, for the defense or for the prosecution? Joe.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I forget how...
Shit, I've been asking the same question. Christina Coram. That's supposed to be the Ghislaine Maxwell for Diddy. That's his chief of staff, the person who, even before Cassie filed the lawsuit, she responded to Cassie and said, that book is full of shit. We don't give a fuck about it. And then the lawsuit drops and says, oh, never mind, we do. Here's $20 million, right?
That, how she was being talked about, right? I think the same thing that can make you laugh will make you cry. If she was going to be central, what the prosecution needs that they don't have, Cassie is the quote star witness, but she was in love, and a lot of times it's almost like she kind of didn't know what was going on, right? Or at least it can be perceived that way. And if that's the case, then how do you know that this isn't voluntary? How do you know this? What they need is someone in that position. And I don't know if this chief of staff would give them this information. The prosecution would do it. They would have said so probably in opening if they would. Somebody that is very clear-headed and saying, Diddy, Mr. Combs, you can't do this. I witnessed some things. I was scared to talk about him because I knew that they were wrong. He went to another place. Somebody that can really, in a clear-headed fashion, really help put the conspiracy together, put the criminal element together. By
the way, if y'all see me texting, please don't think that I'm not engaged. I am. I'm like doing a million things. Like I'm about to hit drill. I wanted one clip up on the channel. I don't know if he put it up, but I'm trying to tell him to put it up. Also, chat, Oh, shout out to my assistant. My dog bite attorney. So I gotta do a deposition because my dog, Pluto caught a body. But anyway, so remember I had to do a deposition. It's now virtual, so I don't have to leave here. At first, they were gonna have me drive 2 hours away to do a deposition. Now apparently it's gonna be on Zoom, and my attorney. Actually, I forgot because I was on stream. I was supposed to have a prep meeting with them and my other attorneys because they gotta advise them what we ain't talking about, and apparently I could do it after stream. So I gotta get off stream in 4 hours. So I got a meeting with that attorney. Then I gotta do the deposition tomorrow. But what I'm gonna do I'm gonna do the deposition. I might not even have to get off stream. So I might leave the stream on. I'll just play a video and just go upstairs and do it, type shit.
Keep a stat.
Unless they take forever, but I can imagine this fucking attorney's trying to like play. They're trying to be so. I told you what happened with the dog bite, right? My home insurance is handling the whole thing, right? It covers dog bites. They offered the money, which they told me is standard, and that's the standard amount everybody takes. But the person is saying, no, it's academics. You want more. They asked for $500,000 for a dog bite. It's like, you're not getting it. But okay, we'll go to trial. Even if they'll win the trial, but they're gonna get like $50,000. So I don't know why they're doing the most. Anyway, they get me in a deposition. I'm supposed to do it tomorrow. I have to do it. They came up with questions. They don't want to ask nothing about the dog bite. You know what they're asking in the dog bite? They told my lawyer, we want to ask him rap shit. They're like, yo, what's his beef with? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what this got to do with a dog bite? They're like, yo, because you're a public figure, they use these things to try to harass niggas. That's why you see Kanye and the rest of these niggas are always tight in a deposition. Because, like, they're going to ask you shit that got nothing to do with nothing. My dog biting somebody got nothing to do with what they say. I think they want to ask me about Young Miami. Like, what the fuck? The fuck you want to ask me about? Like, some dumb shit. Hey, we heard he's in the news for this. And I'm like, yo, this is crazy. You know what I mean? So, it's whatever. It's whatever. By the way, I hate to even like tell y'all sometimes my own personal problems. It's not even personal problems because, you know what I mean? It's just life. We all go through it. But I do know sometimes, and also for the people who are, there's a few people who they seem to have some vested interest in my personal life. I try to reveal as much as possible. You want to know the fucked up thing about this? Let me tell you this. It sucks being a celebrity. It sucks being rich. Trust. Let me tell you how shitty people are. You want to know how the dog bite shit happened? A girl came, like, this is chick. I didn't even know she was really a stripper, but she was a friend of a girl. She was living in Philly. She came over. I should have brought her to the crib, but whatever. By the way, I wasn't with nobody at the time, so I ain't cheat on nobody. We're in an off period at the time. Shorty comes over. We have a good night, whatever. I told her, I got Rottweilers. They don't like people. Everybody sees these dogs and think that they're gonna like, let's pet them. Don't touch my dogs. The dog gets out. Princess is in heat. So, you know my dogs ain't neutered, so Pluto ready to fuck. If you pet Princess and you're not me, it's over. Pluto jumps on her. I told her, don't touch the dogs. Whatever. Okay, that's not whatever. You know what I mean? Now I don't even have my dogs out around nobody. They're only out when I'm supposed to be, like when I'm, yeah, anyway. Cool. That's not it. Shorty tells me in a moment, yeah, I shouldn't have done it. Whatever you told me. Cool. I'm like, you good? Whatever. Anyway, I had to go interview Vlad. I go to my studio. She with me. My assistant says, yo, I think like she was like crying. I'm like, yo, bring the chick to the hospital, please. Because at first she didn't want to go. My assistant brings her to the hospital. Again, I'm telling you the whole story. Brings her to the hospital, right? But she started acting weird there. She starts telling my assistant, yo, you could leave. And I'm like, don't leave. Like, first of all, she's from Pennsylvania. We're in Jersey. Don't leave until she gets adequate care. I'm going to pay for whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Healthcare. Cool. And at that time, I'm not thinking about insurance and nothing like that. Shorty then tells me, because I'm texting her, and she texts I think my assistant's with her. She says to me, yo, I'm going to be honest with you, because they bandage her up. Pluto bit her here, but like it's Pluto. Anyway, so they bandage her up. She didn't get stitches. Shorty, what happens? Shorty says, what she says to me. So she's texting me. She's like, yo, I'm not going to be able to work. Now I get to realize, so she works at a strip club. I ain't trying to dox her, nothing like that, but she works at a strip club in Pennsylvania. And I get it. I kind of understood it because she got Bill in her arm. Like, if you have a scar on your arm, like, people got to look at you and be aroused. I get it. So I asked her, I'm like, all right. She said, I probably won't be able to work for a little while. I'm like, yeah, probably. And we kind of agreed like a month. She won't be able to work. So I said, how much you make? Now, I don't know if this is regular shit. This chick sent me a spreadsheet. She said she made like $11,000 a month. Maybe that's what strippers make. This is the dumbest shit I ever did, chat. And also you see some of these stories take the lesson in it from me. My stupid ass agrees to give her 10 bands. I send her $5K twice on Cash App. Bang, bang. Give her 10K. I'm thinking everything's cool, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she goes home, and then I notice, she stopped responding to me type shit on text, but she texted my assistant still. I'm like, all right, whatever. You don't really know what that was, but she was cool. Whatever. I go on her page. I don't really see shit. For whatever reason, I go on the burner page, and I go on her page, and I can see her story. Shorty blocked me from her story. Okay. Now this is where the interesting part gets. Shorty goes home. She came from the hospital. My assistant brought her to the hospital. She came from the hospital. She went back home to Philly, got I guess she was fucking on a doctor or something, got the doctor to fucking give her stitches. She posts that on the gram on some it looks, obviously, if you go to the hospital, they don't give you stitches. All right, they put gauze, whatever. She goes get stitches and posts that picture. So now it looks worse. Bet. Remember, she says she probably can't work for a month. Now, I ain't talking to her no more, but my assistant's talking to her, so she filled me in. 3 days later, you know that stripper picture with the locker room shit. Nigga, so I'm blocked from the story. 3 days later, she back in the club, gang. Bet. I'm like, all right, that's kind of fucked up. But honestly, that's what I'm saying. It kind of sucks being a celebrity, and it sucks kind of being rich sometimes, because it's hard to get genuine. Even if you just wanted to fuck a bitch and whatever, people don't have genuine shit with you. They're always trying to extract money. There's no yo, damn, it's fucked up that happened. I'm trying to make sure everything is good for you. They're always trying to finesse. So she back in the club. Cool. I'm not even knocking it. Whatever. I get it. This is my boy Plutonium. I get what happens. Now, what happens after that? Later on, they send me a fucking notice. Hey, your dog bit, we're suing you. Huh? What you mean? I paid the chick. We now get into, I get my lawyer, well actually, because it's not my lawyer. This is home insurance. So I reported to home insurance. Home insurance says, got you, we got you with a lawyer. We're going through the home insurance lawyer now. They tell me how it's going to go. They talk to their attorney because they're trying to figure out a settlement. Most dog bites are done via settlements, okay? When we're doing this, I explained to my lawyer, I said, I gave this chick 10 bands. They came back, they said the 10 bands wasn't for the dog bite. What? Wait. What? Now, my lawyers, my home insurance lawyer basically says, because in the Cash App thing, you never put for dog bite, also, you should have got a lawyer, and did I tell you that story? And got them to sign off on it. So I needed her to have signed, before I gave her the 10 bands, I should have had her sign, hey, this payment is for this, and I could no longer sue. I'm thinking we just keeping it all right, Bear, I got you. You ain't got to do too much begging. I got you. My dog, bitch, I got you. Got you. Cool. Gave this chick free 10 bands. The bitch still suing me. They came back around. Through discovery, they realized I got a policy. Let me not say too much, but they want $500,000. And I'm like, yo, this is America, huh? This is motherfucking America. So, again, she ain't gonna get no fucking $500,000, this and third. But they offered her probably 20, 30,000 or 30,000, whatever. She already got 10 already, free ski off me, off the Cash App. You know what I mean? My lawyer says, yo, they're gonna try to make that payment look like she's an escort, like you just gave it to her for a gift or you paid for her time. I'm like, come on, bro, you serious? Yes, people are scummy. So anyway, this is why we're headed towards trial, because they're now saying it's academics. She already got 10 bands free. They're saying it's academics. We don't want the normal home insurance payout, which is 20 to 30 bands. We want hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I got to go sit on a deposition. I don't know if there's no trial to be, we're not denying that my dog bit her. Like, we ain't even denied. There's no denying. You might know, bitch, this chick. You get what I'm saying? But now I'm pretty sure, which is like, I guess this is the cooked part. She's going to be trying to like show like, oh my God, my hand don't work no more. So now like we have people like we have people in the strip club watching this bitch do all type of twirls. Yeah, chat. This is how scummy life gets. Like shorty, like she's like, oh yeah, ever since I got bit on my hand, I don't got no feeling. I can't use it. I can't work. So I'm talking to the attorney, which I got to talk to her later again. The chick, I guess the chick don't report income. So we're like in an impasse. We're asking her for employment records because part of the money she sued me for is loss of wages. Okay, let's see where you work at. She won't admit that she works at a strip club. But we got videos of her twirling, doing all this type of shit after the injury. I used to watch like Jamie Foxx and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when people would sue and then they start wearing the cast and they try to act it up. Until this shit happened to me, I never really thought this shit was real. So it's happening to me. So, can't cry now. I'm going to laugh later, but it's all good. But just to give you a little info about this, why it sucks. Like, so now, like, I almost have to indemnify myself anytime I'm around people because some shit happened, they're definitely suing. And they're never suing nobody else. They're going to sue the person who they think got the bread. You get what I'm saying? Also, I see why also, too, people like to either downplay their net worth or whatever. You know the next thing I'm about to correct? DJ Academics net worth. Yo, what? This why I keep getting sued. Chat. Oh my God, who did this? Oh my God. The last time they had me at like 30 million and I was like, yo, y'all keep getting me sued. 1.4 billion? Nah, you gotta stop. All right, y'all gotta stop now. Time out. Y'all gotta stop. This is why I keep getting sued. I'm done. Somebody fix this. Somebody fix this. Somebody fix this. Please, somebody fix this. What? What? Chat. So you know that's what's happening, right? These people are looking up your net worth to see how much bread you got, and they're like, all right, we're not taking no 20 bands. Like, shit, if we could get $1 million. What? That's crazy, chat. Yo, the Google AI is broken. Could somebody fix this? Help me. Help me. I'm going to have to do an AB move. Bankruptcy. It's just a... Let me not say this, sir. Let me not say this before somebody clip it. Yo, chat. That's why now I don't want a motherfucker to trip in my presence. You know who trying to sue me too? After I violated Yes Jules. I'm like, why everybody trying to sue me? Yo, they think I really got the mother load. They think I got the mother load. I don't got it. I don't have it. This is not a dope flex. Chat, you pay more. What happens when people keep suing you, you just keep paying attorneys and you start, like my attorney, so these are the screens. That's not the stream screen. That's the stream screen with OBS, and that's the screen I look at to put stuff up. I'm looking at it. One of my lawyers are like, yo, you owe 10 bands. Come on, man. We just need it for future work. I'm like, you ain't even do the work yet? Like, nah, this is extra. We just need it. So I'm telling you, it's never fun paying lawyers, but you got to do it. You got to do it. It's all good. You know, this is not a sympathy story, but just giving you, shit, I'm going to make some content out of it. Yo, Drill, clip this. You can put this on there. I got to make some money because, shit, this is going to waste my time tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm doing a deposition on Zoom, and they want to ask me about hip-hop shit like it's a Vlad TV interview, and that got nothing to do with my dog. But okay, I got to go through it. And the lawyer said this is how they frustrate you, especially when you're a public figure, that you get at your insurance company to settle because at a certain point, your time is worth more than what they want, right? Like if they ask for like $500,000, they know they ain't getting that. Of course, they would want like 250, but I'm pretty sure if they gave, like if the first offer or whatever offer was like 30, if they told them like, oh, we'll give you 200, they'll take it. But that ain't me. That's my insurance company. I pay them a lot, so I don't give a fuck about that. So anyway, all right. Going back to this. That's why now I'm celebrating the fake rumors. I'm getting deported. All right, anyway, let's get back to the case. Man. But just let you know why tomorrow I'm going to step out for a bit. Okay? All right, so Sabak from Combs' team says, Mr. Steele decided not to use you, right? After meeting with you, the judge says, move on. Bach says, no further question. The judge says, next witness. AUSA says, the government calls George Kaplan. Okay, so remember, George Kaplan is the person who was a former assistant of Diddy. He came in today intending to plead the fifth. And this is very important. Him pleading the fifth tells me two things. Number one, the government did not sit with him to accurately prepare him for this testimony. I'm going to tell you why. We've heard other people admit that they do have a proffer. Now, a proffer, like rather than getting a immunity by the judge, or the judge has to sign off on it, you could have a proffer by the prosecutor, which is almost like pretty much like it could be a 5K letter. It could be a safety valve, whatever. It could be these things that basically says the government is not going to prosecute you, right? So that usually ensures that when people get up on a stand, they're not incriminating themselves, and that's why they'll get on a stand and they won't do any type of plead the fifth. This guy waits until he's about to be called, and then he pleads the fifth, and then I guess the government they haven't talked to him that much. They said, oh, we do have a immunity deal for you, and then they said, get your lawyer to read it, then the judge signs off. So it tells me this guy's not that well prepped, which I'm a little bit shocked by because this is interesting. Usually they deal with it in a proffer or something of the sort before. So let's go. He got to testify because he has no more reason to, and the AUSA could be compelled for him to be held in contempt if they guarantee that whatever immunity that they had the judge sign off on, he's clear for, so he can't incriminate himself no matter what. So it says, when did you work for Combs Enterprise? He says from 2013 to 2015. AUSA says, what fell under that holding company? Kaplan says, clothing, liquor, entertainment. I was the executive assistant to the chief operating officer. They said, where did you work? 1710 Broadway. Hold on. Oh. Okay, my bad. 1710 Broadway. So what was your next position? Well, I was the executive assistant to the chairman, Mr. Combs, from September 2014 to 2015. So who did you report to? I reported to Miss Karam. Now, this is going to be such a valid. Remember, we keep talking about Karam? Look what he says. Miss Karam, KK, she essentially ran Combs' life. AUSA says, where did you report? LA. What did you do? I carried his bags, made sure things were where they should be when he wanted them, as he trusted me more than other people he had around. I'd set up hotel rooms. He said, how many hours a week would you work? Kaplan says 80 to 100 hours a week. AUSA says, how did you get paid? He says, well, starting, it was $125,000 a year to start. AUSA says, what did you do in the morning? I made sure everything was in the bathroom. The breakfast was cooked. He was recording a mixtape, so we worked late. He said, who was the security? Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, Ruben. By the way, the other assistant said Uncle Paulie and D-Rock. So D-Rock and Uncle Paulie and KK, we got to see if they ever get into this trial. We're going to have to see something. D-Rock, Uncle Paulie, KK. Okay, by the way, random, as I'm watching my finger wag. You know what Myron Gaines told me? Myron said, you're too rich to be having, I just have a webcam. It's a Logitech webcam. He wants me to get a cam link and use some type of camera that's high def. Chat, do y'all not fuck with this? Y'all don't fuck with my camera? There's another thing. Look. Y'all don't fuck with this? This is just the webcam view. Y'all don't fuck with it? Okay. Should I get another camera or no? Anyway, whatever. Okay, so we know the security. So how frequently did you communicate with Mr. Combs? He said multiple times a day. Things could be found in the back. An iPad, drugs, whatever. So did he ever threaten you? Well, he threatened my job. AUSA says, how often? So maybe monthly. Yo, Diddy keep a bitch in check and keep his employees on their tippy toes. Nigga, I could fire you. You could clearly tell Diddy was on that type of time. He said maybe monthly. He said he'd only want to be surrounded by the best people and that he was sorry. That he wasn't, for example, he went at me for 1 liter of water, and he asked me for 1 liter of water. I brought back 2 half liters of water, and he said no. How did you travel? On his jet? Or go in advance to make sure it's all set up? Said, how did you set up the hotel rooms? There was a bag. I unpacked it. Clothes, candle, Astroglide, baby oil. So he's saying that I see why this guy is pled the fifth. He feels that him setting up the freak-off room consistently probably puts him in, the crosshairs of Diddy's attorneys or defense team, really suggesting that he should be a co-conspirator. Okay, there was a bag unpacked, a closed candle, Astroglide, baby oil. So who bought this? He said often it was me. So basically, he bought it just like how Cassie booked the escorts. AUSA says, in what cities do you set up the hotel room? L.A., New York, Miami, and L.A. We were in Mr. C, Bel Air, the Intercontinental. Okay, so those were the hotels they would stay in. AUSA says in New York, Trump Hotel by Columbus Circle. In Miami, SLS. He said, how often? Wait, Diddy was in the SLS? Oh, shit. Okay. Not the one in Miami. Okay, all right. How's it booked? We booked it on the Frank Black, based on Biggie's Frank White character. AUSA says, would you clean up the rooms? He says, yes. Bottles of baby oil, Gatorade, once brown crystallized powder on the counter of the bathroom sink. He said, why did you clean up? Not the hotel staff. It was implied to protect his public image. I was keen on doing that. Explain. Agnifilo says objection is overruled. Kaplan says, I've found hotels would sell photos to newspapers to shame guests. AUSA says, did he reach out to you from the room? So yeah, for food, clothes, sometimes drugs. I did it, whatever. Okay, so this guy used to get drugs for Diddy. AUSA says, what type of drugs? He says, DOP kit. What's that? AUSA says, illegal drugs? Agnifilo says, I object to the term illegal. Okay? AUSA says, okay, what other drugs? Kaplan says, Advil, ketamine. AUSA says, what did he ask for? Kaplan says, I'll pick up the drugs for him, MDMA. AUSA says, who asked? Kaplan would say, Combs, in LA and in Miami. Kaplan then says, in Miami, Mr. Combs asked me to call a person. He came and gave me a bag of pills, MDMA. I gave him cash. I gave the pills to Mr. Combs. AUSA says, what about LA? He says, I went out and I met the person in Hollywood. I gave the money. He gave me a bag. The judge said, we're going to break here for the day. Okay? There's a little bit more. It says, Agnifilo says, there's a proffer email chain that's about Gina, and Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. AUSA, she says she's in the indictment. Agnifilo says they could get her here, and they're choosing not to. Ooh, this is gonna get interesting. Now, Gina, we got to think that's Virginia or Virginia. I don't know. I think her name was Virginia. Whatever. That's the woman who we've watched her interview a few times. Let's see. On the court. No, wait. The proffered email chain is about Gina, and she's out of the case. She's not coming. They could get her here, but she's choosing not to. But they're choosing not to. Tomorrow is going to be Kid Cudi. Oh, yes. Kid Cudi testifies tomorrow against Diddy. Kid Cudi tests for blowing up his car after Diddy found out he was smashing Cassie. Perfect. Got it. All right. Wow. Okay. Trial. We're done today. Well, we're not done today. We're done with the live tweet updates. We're probably gonna go to Law and Crimes. They should have somebody outside now because people are coming outside. Takes a little bit for everybody to file outside.
car crash victim in Florida.
Okay. So they're waiting for that to happen. They're waiting. Okay. Let's go to TMZ. So this person is a guy who set up the freak offs. I'm wondering if they're going to ask him, like, have you ever seen anything that's that crazy? Now, apparently we have a picture of, his name is, what's the guy's name? We just had him. I wonder what's going on with the Gina person. Chat, you know what I think is going on? So there's a proffer that was supposedly made, or there was proffer discussions. The mere fact that Diddy's lawyers know about the proffer discussion, I think that Gina is on Diddy's side. I think the government knows Gina, right? Gina is this woman right here. Gina Diddy interview. The government knows at the end of the day, she gonna still be with that nigga. And they're not bringing her up there because she gonna make everything look like it's consensual. She gonna switch up from this and be like, oh no, I wanted to do it, I was just hurt. She's gonna switch all of this shit up. And because Agnifilio, which is Diddy's lawyer, is saying, hey, why don't y'all bring her up? He's raising the question. No defense attorney is going to bring up why doesn't a AUSA use a witness unless they think that witness is going to be on their side. So I think this woman that they're bringing up, let me go back to it. It says, wait, there's more. It says, let me read that real quick. Wait, there's more. Okay, we got the full tweet thread right here. Bang, 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 bang. Got to go to a couple more. All right, here we go. Okay. Look, the proffered email chain is about Gina. And Gina is out of the case. She's not coming. And AUSA says, well, she's in the indictment. It seems like they want her to come. I don't know. So, you see, this type of shit here, this is why we need people coming out of court and speaking. We'll play a little bit of this interview. You know, we've kind of played pieces and pieces as we go along. We do want to get a little bit more on this. Let me see. Law and Crimes are probably going to have the first person out of court, even though entertainment tonight. Let's see. They would have sometimes, let me see. Diddy trial, alleged freak off. All right, watch this.
Are hearing the meet through week 2 of Sean Diddy Combs' trial for sex trafficking and racketeering, charges he denies. Even the judge has made mention of not wanting this to be a case sort of built on gossip, but really making sure that these jurors are hearing the meat and potatoes of what we're here for, and that's the criminal enterprise, racketeering, sex trafficking, and making sure that we're hearing information that somehow lead to all of those things. All of this was uncovered during that raid on Diddy's Miami compound back in 2024. Firearms and ammo, bondage kits, sex toys, male performance enhancers, a plethora of stripper heels, an alarming amount.
That rope looked mad racist, bro. I don't know why it looked mad racist. This rope looked mad racist.
Stripper heels, an alarming amount of baby oil and lube, and drugs, all allegedly used in Diddy's so-called freak-offs. A personal assistant, a former personal assistant of Sean Combs from 2007 to 2009, wrapped up his testimony today. And part of what he described is seeing Sean Combs, he says, frequently using drugs. Because of these freak-offs, the personal assistant, sometimes he said he had to get supplies for the hotel. He said oftentimes the hotel would be under Sean Combs' alias, Frank Black, and that he had to provide underwear, clothing, applesauce, Jell-O, Fiji water. These were things that were expected to be in the room that Combs was used to having, that his personal assistant said he would provide. Also interesting to note, he said early on he would expense some of those things, the Jell-O and the Fiji water and things, on the bad boy account. But he said when it came to the Astroglide, the condoms,
and things of that nature, he would get reimbursed in cash. Almost as if
Man, stop the cat. We ain't see one picture of one condom yet.
the condoms and things of that nature, he would get reimbursed in cash. Almost as if there was no record of those types of things. And more specifically, when it came to the Astroglide, the condoms, and baby oil, he said he would be reimbursed in cash. I think so much of what came out of that civil lawsuit and these freak-offs and this idea that, again, Cassie Ventura saying she was forced into these situations and that she really didn't want to partake in them, even in her closing statement Friday saying, I would give the $20 million back if it meant I never had to take part in a freak-off. This is how she ended her testimony. So it is a big part of the case in reference to this notion that she was forced into it. And remember, the criminal enterprise and the racketeering, according to that indictment, is about him using force and threats and arson and all of these things, they said, for his sexual desires. So that's why I think a lot of what we're hearing are these details from escorts, from people who not just people that were taking part in that.
I want to bring on right now.
Too much really reaction from Diddy when all of this evidence was being displayed in court today.
Because it might not seem on its face how it's relevant to the case. I think it's relevant to the racketeering charge. Remember, one of the possession with intent to distribute is one of the underlying.
Okay, they cut it with court. They're going to provide a video. We'll see when that comes out. Let me see. All right, where can we get some of this video shit from? Got Logic. Shout out to my boy. We won't get one from him in a second. And then Lauren Conlon. I got to see what that last thing is. Fuck. Who's in court? That I need clarification on the Gina part. Now, if you guys remember, again, this is Gina like a couple years ago. By the way, somehow Diddy forgave her, and probably Diddy knew that she knew a bunch of secrets. So this is the first time we ever seen somebody try to expose Diddy. And it looked like Diddy took her back. Diddy kind of took her back and was kind of still fucking with her. And he probably, like, if I'm knowing how Diddy had to move, Diddy was saying, listen, if they ever go all the way bad on me, it's going to be bad for me. So I'm pretty sure he has to be a little bit forgiving just by nature. He got to be forgiven, even if he was like, fuck this bitch, right? Because if she went out there and probably told about the freak-offs and all this other stuff, he would have had a Cassie before Cassie.
To, like, set it as a screensaver, and I saw when he woke up from his surgery, he was like, what's going on? Like,
what surgery?
Oh, he had a soldier.
Okay. So this fix, I guess, like when you talk about this, it makes you nervous?
A little bit. I mean, it's cause I really did love and care about him. Like, it was like unhealthy because I say it's unhealthy because it was like I didn't care about myself because I just care about him, and I would do like selfless things for him, and then I wouldn't get anything reciprocated, but then I would watch him like treat other women.
By the way, see, she about to say what we've heard a lot. They said this is the stuff they found in the hotel when Diddy was preparing for the last freak-off. The final freak-off before he got arrested. What the fuck? All these fucking ads. So when they went up in the hotel, Diddy was still getting medication under Frank Black. So this is the hotel. They found this in the hotel room. Diddy really thought he was bigger than the program. If you know that the feds are combing through your life and you've used Frank Black over the years, why would you still use Frank Black? You should like change everything up. He's still getting medication on the Frank Black. He got this shit with money. He got baby oil just chilling there. And he got baby oil in the bathtub. Then he got pills right here. This is wow. Drugs labeled Frank Black, bags and baby oil and Astroglide, mysterious pink powder. Oh, man. Fuck.
Better than he treat me.
Oh, look,
and I would do like selfless things for him, and then I wouldn't get anything reciprocated. But then I would watch him like treat other women better than he treat me.
It still bothers you.
It does, because it's still fresh. You know, the last time I seen him was in April. I mean, it's been months, but I think I never had a man put his hands on me. So, it's like he put his hands on me and made me feel.
You know what's crazy? You know she went back to him after this? You hear this shit, you're like, oh, she still went back to him.
Feel like it was always like a push and pull with him. It's like he would pull me close to him and push me away at the same time, which confused me. And I don't know, it just hurts.
The other night when we spoke, you said that in addition to you saying that you honestly thought that this was what love was.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that really broke my heart. I mean, it's not too many things that make me like choke up, but when you said that, it really.
Wait, somebody said, "Ack, you got to go look at what Wax said about." And I meant to cover this topic too, bro. Yo, if it's not Academics TV or one of my grand or like one of the chat nigga pages, even though this guy named Chat Nigga too, this is my favorite page on Twitter. It's right here. It's my favorite page. I kid you not. Okay, it's actually a Joe Budden page. But this is my favorite page, I guarantee it. Apparently, Whack 100 says, and I love their captions. Their captions are usually very descriptive. I love it. By the way, Joe, if you ever take this page down, we beefing. Serious, okay? I'm going to call you with a strongly worded statement about this page. I like it. Whack 100 says, nobody's talking about Lauren London name being mentioned in the P. Diddy case. He says Lauren London and Cassie were close friends and questions why Nipsey Hussle, after 5 years of being with her, didn't marry her, suggesting she was involved in the freak-offs too. Okay, let me hear what Wax said. Lauren London and the freak-offs?
And I'm watching the show. I said, boy, selective politicking is real. They didn't scream Lauren London name 50 million times. Lauren London and Cassie's best friends.
Is she?
Nipsey doing interviews saying, Laura's the one introduced me to Diddy.
Shut the fuck. Are you for
All
real?
sitting here acting like y'all don't see what's going on. Everybody, because they don't want to say, damn, Whack called it. Yeah, just with the other baby mama, but they...
Oh, that's crazy work right there.
Damn.
Everybody's ignoring it.
See, I didn't know that they were best friends like that and that she introduced it. I didn't. I didn't know that part.
Man, you better go, man. Son John eyewear commercials and photo shoot. They were best friends.
Aw, this is about to
Nipsey's
get
telling you I got introduced to Puff through Laura because her and Cassie are best friends. But everybody's acting like they don't know what's going on.
That definitely explained the freaky Nipsey shit, though. I ain't gonna hold you.
So wait. Now, you ever heard about this secret Nipsey gay tape, supposedly? They call it a gay tape, but supposedly it's not gay. But supposedly Nipsey was allowing, I don't even want to say it because y'all going to, hey, for everybody who said, oh, Nipsey called act a clown. No. Nipsey sat on the phone with me for an hour and we talked respectably as men. And if y'all ever have a question or y'all doubt that I'm lying, go ask, what's it called again? Karen Civil. Karen Civil will vouch for me. Okay? So I got no bad blood for Nipsey. Nipsey's deceased. And I want no smoke. But I'm going off what Whack 100 said. He said there was a Nipsey tape. Let me hear about this goddamn tape. Here we go.
I know. I'm not gonna bet you. I'm not.
When Whack cuts you off, you about to get to a point. Facts. Whack, I love you, but anytime you cut somebody off, I know they had a point.
gonna bet you.
Fuck it. Let's break it down to it's a plunk million. I got $1 million.
Okay.
Do you want to bet?
I'm not gonna bet you.
Vlad. No. Because you said, right? And it didn't come out of my mouth.
Pause.
Hassan Campbell recorded the conversation and released it.
That's where it came out.
It's only because of me that the damn tape still ain't came out today.
Oh, nah. What's on the tape?
But anybody want to challenge me to these you notice that the first baby mama who's starring in these tapes has never one time said Whack 100 is lying. I didn't want it to come out. Hassan Campbell released it.
Right.
They asked me about it.
Now, truth be told, and I know sometimes y'all like trolling Whack, this is true. Now, granted, somebody might say, yo, Whack, you shouldn't be saying this anyway. Whack had told me the tape before he told me about the tape before it got public. But these are private conversations I'm having with Whack on the phone, not on stream. And we were on stream before then and after then, and I didn't mention it because I understood that wasn't a conversation meant for everybody to know. This was somebody who's talking to you on a private level. Now, again, you could be mad, be like, yo, well, Whack, why you shouldn't have trusted, you got to guard that information. It is Hassan Campbell's fault that this information came out. That's 100% true. Hassan Campbell wanted to put it out. I think they were playing chess at the time. He wanted the West Coast to turn against Whack or Nipsey's people to go at Whack. And also, here's the thing. Hassan, like me, even though I do trust Whack, we were like, nah, this shit gotta be cap. Ain't no fucking way. Now, let me tell you what they claim is on the tape. And I'm trying to get Whack to say it, not me. They claim Nipsey's over there whacking off. No, not whacking off. They say Nipsey. Actually, let me just let him say it because I don't want to. It sounds like a freak off. That's all we can say. What we just watched with the Diddy shit. Again, I'm not saying that nobody's coerced, by the way. But it sounds like in a freak off, supposedly you have a sexual performer and someone who is enjoying it, and then there's a person, the female, that's doing it for her man. Let me see if Whack explains it.
Well, I come from a power rule, what you say once, you say twice. So when they ask,
I'll say this. The
do what
baby
he
mama
want.
you're talking about.
If and when you ready. Again, I ain't the one.
We could compare
I'm not
notes.
the one.
We could compare
Vlad,
notes after that.
I need to. All right. Let me have Whack. Let me have Whack kind of explain it. Oh, here we go.
In his career, bro. Nipsey got gay shit on him, bro. Also on my mouth. This stuff, we got all the footage.
Oh,
wow. Yeah, nigga, he paying a nigga to fuck his baby mama with him. His baby mama sucking the other nigga's dick. Nipsey behind the bitch fucking her. He pulls his dick out the bitch, go grab it.
Wait, what? Nigga, I think I was about to fall asleep. Y'all know when I'm about to fall asleep. I heard that shit. I was like, I was wide awake. What the hell? What the hell?
Gay shit on him, bro. Also on my mouth. This stuff, we got all the footage.
Now, chat, is that gay? Like, I think Diddy shit is gay. I'm going to tell you why Diddy shit is gay. Interacting with another man phallus, which means penis, is gay. Now, you might say Diddy never grabbed a man's cock, but Diddy taking that man's milk, his semen, and moisturizing, lathering it into his skin and his nipples, his areolas. That is only the act of a homosexual male. I'm sorry. Okay? So, Diddy gay. Now, Nipsey, let me hear this shit.
Wow. Yeah, nigga, he paying a nigga to fuck his baby mama with him. His baby
Oh, this is the Hassan clip. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm playing the Hassan Campbell taped his conversation with Whack, and I'm playing it.
mama sucking the other nigga's dick. Nipsey
So wait, what?
ain't paying a nigga to fuck his baby mama with him.
Okay, let's break it down. So Nipsey paying somebody to fuck his baby mom. I guess that's cuckish. Which, by the way, y'all do pick and choose. Y'all clown Adam all day for cucking shit. I see y'all trying to clown Kanye, but nobody want to talk about what Whack say. That is true. But supposedly, that's what was happening. Now, granted, again, I agree with Whack. This is Hassan Campbell's fault. I'm with Whack on that. He told him, listen, I heard a long time ago shit about Diddy. I ain't never say till now when everything is coming out. And I always said to them niggas, why y'all don't say it? They're like, nah, we'll tell you in private, but we ain't gonna speak on it. None of them niggas, actually some of them niggas still don't want to speak on it. But there's things that people talk about people that are private. If you become the whistleblower to expose somebody's private conversation and they were trying to say some private shit, I don't know if I could blame that person. I don't know if I could blame Wack.
His baby mama sucking the other nigga's dick. Nipsey behind the bitch fucking her. He pulls his dick out the bitch, go grab the bitch by her hair, pull her mouth off the nigga's dick, tongue kiss the bitch, and put her mouth back on the dick. Neighborhood crib. You know?
That was wild. That was wild.
The bitch fucking her. He pulls his dick out the bitch, go grab it. He paying a nigga to fuck his baby mama with him. His baby mama sucking the other nigga's dick. Nipsey behind the bitch fucking her. He pulls his dick out the bitch, go grab the bitch by her hair, pull her mouth off the nigga's dick, tongue kiss the bitch, and put her mouth back on the dick. Neighborhood crib.
I mean, fuck it. If the marathon continues, the marathon continues. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't know. But I might have to call Wack. This sounds wild. I think that's where it gets a little disrespectful. The neighborhood crib part.
Every time a nigga asks me, bro, about yo, I'm like, yo, bro, listen, if I didn't like dude, I'd have been this some nigga. I've been in the middle of some shit and ain't got nothing to do with me, but I know if that shit come out, it ain't gonna look good, nigga. For real, nigga. Straight up, nigga.
Yo,
so if
he
I
said
didn't
he's
like
recorded
this nigga,
3 conversations.
If I didn't like this nigga, I'd have been, yeah, put it out.
He said he's.
What up, y'all? This is a crazy one, so I'm gonna just keep it real brief, and then I'm gonna show you guys the rest of the video. So this is just DJ Academics and Wack.
Because he been having this shit for 3 months from what it looked about Nipsey. He got mad because of the embarrassment of this podcast show on your platform.
And by the way, yo,
hold on.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I could have been talked about this shit. I'm the only nigga on the face of this earth who been keeping it from coming out. This nigga ain't no Crip or no Blood who own this shit. It ain't in my possession. I don't want it in my possession. I just been seeing it and I advise this nigga on what he shouldn't do. That's it and that's all. So be mad at.
Okay, so we know that. So let me hear what Wack is saying now that the Diddy stuff is coming out.
John, I wear commercials and photo shoot. They were best friends.
This is about
Nipsey's telling you I got introduced to Puff through Laura because her and Cassie are best friends. But everybody's acting like they don't know what's going on.
They definitely explain the freaky Nipsey shit though. I ain't gonna hold
you. Bro.
I was like this picture though, bro, that is like Diddy in the middle with him, right? In the middle with Nipsey and Laura London, right? But it's like this, like if this is my homeboy, right? And this is my girl right here. My girl gonna be on the side of me.
No. That ain't no homeboy. Laura introduced her nigga to the nigga.
So that's okay. Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, I heard what
Laura
said.
is best friends with Cassie. Prior to Laura and Nipsey.
You mean Lauren?
Man, look.
Oh, that would explain how Cassie got into some of them circles that she initially started off in her career as a nope. There we go. Thanks, what?
I mean, they've been screaming it for 10 days.
I've been in my own little bubble. I'm hopping back in the world right now, so some stuff is new news to me. And don't forget Lauren.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. You want to know my opinion? I don't think... okay, do I think that Nipsey tape exists? Yes. But if it's with his baby mama, it's before Lauren, and this is why the story don't make sense to me. I might call Wack and try to catch him on some shit with this. You can't say that... Because it's almost saying Cassie was doing freak-offs. Her best friend is Lauren London. That's why Nipsey started doing freak-offs. So wait, did Lauren London introduce Nipsey to freak-offs? Because there's supposedly a tape of him doing, quote-unquote, a freak-off before. So what is it? You get what I'm saying? It feels like, again, obviously Nipsey's dead. So it feels like an attempt to kind of, like, really besmirch really his family and his last family, which would be Lauren, to act like she was complicit in some type of freak off shit, which we have no evidence other than she was friends with Cassie. Cassie was friends with all type of people. How that got to do with Nipsey, right?
London was in Nunu with the T.I. movie, and then remember T.I. and Tiny kind of got accused of the
Watch the Lauren London Cassie interview and go to 8 minutes. How y'all know so much shit? Like, hold on. Okay. Lauren London Cassie interview. They did an interview together? And go to 8 minutes.
Mine is far.
Mine is.
Here
No, I'm ratchet. No, I'm kidding.
Terrence J said that Diddy called him up, and Diddy said one of those things like, I don't know what kind of scene you guys got, but he got to go all in on this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hesitate. You know what I'm saying? And for you not to hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how comfortable with do you guys have a makeout scene in this movie?
We have a moment.
All right, hello.
We have a sexual moment, a couple in the movie.
It's hot.
It's hot.
Is it hard prepping for something like that, though?
You know, we didn't prep.
Okay,
we just went for it.
It's not like y'all on the corner going
40
on the side kissing and making out. Like, we just rehearsing.
There are like 40 old, I mean, Lauren can vouch for it. There's 40 old guys standing around that got to do their job.
Right.
I mean, they did close set for some of it, but it wasn't really that intense. But at the same time, he was super nervous because he knows Puff. And I think they had the conversation, and Puff was just like, make it believable. So you guys, whatever. So
damn, that's crazy, man.
Damn.
But I wasn't part of that conversation, so
right.
I
I'm pretty sure you weren't on three-way. Like, wait, hold on, baby.
And I went home.
Now, how many takes do you have to do these scenes over and over?
It was like,
because is it different camera angles too?
No, it was. I mean, they always have to do different camera angles, but it didn't. Like when it happened, it was really quick.
Did you find
it's awkward as hell when you're not in love with somebody and you have to do something like that? So I did it.
Did you find Terrence J almost getting to where they could have said cut, and then he'll mess up on purpose, so they have to do the whole thing over?
No, he was a gentleman.
I would have definitely like 4 days.
Don't get Terrence hurt.
It would have been.
Terrence is
I
very
would have
much
been
a gentleman.
smooth 4 days. Like, we got to shoot this over again.
Even if you have to take it out of my pay, let's just do it again.
She's brave.
Right.
I want to do the production out of my pocket. We got to just do this over. Do you get nervous when you know it's that shoot?
There are people like
see that
She
you
over
fuck
here
on
like,
that shit.
and go out.
I guess they were really friends. I didn't know they were friends. Oh, that's shocking to me. They're friends. I guess they're also in the movie together. I didn't watch that movie. I'm about to watch it now. It's called The Perfect Match. Is this shit on Netflix? Let me Google it. The Perfect Match. Available on Netflix? Where is it available on? It is on Netflix. No, this is a reality show. Perfect Match, Cassie. No, it's not a series. It's the show Perfect Match. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, it's not currently available in this country. Damn, I want to watch it now. But they were friends. Okay.
Same thing when they found them 750,000 pills.
No, that T.I. and Connie do the same shit.
That's what I'm saying. That it's starting to all come together now.
Yeah, T.I. and Connie does the same shit.
I missed it. What y'all taking in? No,
because I haven't been here. So I just woke it up that Lauren London and Cassie have been like best friends, and that it was Lauren London who introduced Diddy to Cassie.
Huh?
Lauren London introduced Diddy to Nipsey.
Oh, there we go. Other way. Sorry.
She entered, so you got to remember. Now you looking at what type of circle. Listen, that's his best friend. He didn't freak that bitch too. Believe that.
Oh, shit.
Ain't no old shit.
Oh, shit.
That's his
best friend. Wait, is Wack trying to say Lauren London got fucked by Diddy? No. Is this new?
Here we go. Other way. Sorry.
She entered, so you got to remember. Now you looking at what type of circle. Listen, that's his best friend. He didn't freak that bitch too. Believe that.
Oh, shit.
Ain't no old shit.
Oh, shit.
Let's just be real.
Yeah, I was waiting for that to be said. I was waiting for that.
Yeah, I've been sitting back like everybody act like they don't hear what's being said.
Does Diddy have a picture with Lauren London?
But she looked good, huh?
Man, tell her again. Tell her again.
Right? No, it's your turn. You have to do it.
Telling her all week. She been killing it. She been making me look better, you know? For sure.
When you have a real connection with someone, it surpasses the physical aspect of your life. You're always inspired by them.
Yeah.
You're always wanting to honor them. You know, I'm constantly being reminded of things Hussle would tell me that now makes more sense now than it did then.
Yeah.
I just think it just really, that's why it is a LA love story.
That's a wife off top.
Right, sir.
Period. You know what I mean?
Yes,
but
sir.
we didn't get married. You know what I mean? So we was at the club celebrating her birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure I might be invite everybody to dinner and say, bring y'all wives.
Right.
Y'all might not be married. Y'all know how we talk, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, we was just having fun celebrating her birthday.
Hey, I'm Lauren London, sitting here with, don't cheat.
I ain't
Let
even
me mix these up.
I was
Can I
looking
mix
at, I was
these
looking
up?
at my jewelry. I wasn't even
Ridiculous. Thank you for the 20. He says Diddy was executive producers on the Victory Lap album. No, he wasn't. Nipsey Hussle Victory Lap. Let's executive producer Nipsey. Oh shit, Sean Puffy Combs. Executive producer.
looking at the question.
Okay. Take two. Hey, what's up? I'm Lauren London, and I'm sitting here with the amazing Nipsey Hussle, the Great. I end up following him on, I don't even remember what social media. See, my memory is so whack.
How did you get that with Nip? How did you put ego aside?
I didn't get to do it when Nip was here.
Pay attention.
I didn't get to do it when he was here. I was very much in my control. In my, I love you so much, I wanted to just hold on to you forever. Then life happened. Then it's like you can't hold on forever.
Her name recently popped up during jury selection for Diddy's trial, and the internet immediately lit up. Everyone's asking the same thing. What does Lauren London have to do with this massive federal case? Well, it turns out she used to be very close with both Diddy and Cassie. But even after that hotel hallway footage of Diddy putting hands on Cassie went viral, Lauren stayed silent. No statements, no condemnation, nothing. And that silence? People are saying it speaks volumes.
I always say the front row at the funeral is different. You know, when you have to sit on, like, you know, I've been at a lot of funerals.
I bet.
I've never sat front row at one. That's different.
What does that do to you?
Shift your perspective on life.
But if you've been watching the Hollywood rumor mill, this isn't new tea. For years, there's been talk of wild tapes floating around, allegedly showing big-name celebrities involved in some seriously shady situations tied to Diddy's dark side. And we're not just talking about party footage. No, these tapes reportedly show illegal dealings, disturbing scenes, and what insiders call freak-offs that are straight-up jaw-dropping. Some of the people caught on tape didn't even know that they were being recorded. Industry veterans like Jaguar Wright and Gene Deal have been yelling from the sidelines for years about this stuff. They've warned everyone that the truth was coming, and now, here it is. With Diddy's trial officially underway, everything is unraveling. Celebrities are getting dragged in left and right, all tied to his alleged crimes. His
Who's better, Cassie or Lauren? Lauren London.
Secret freak life.
No disrespect, Nipsey.
Style and the shady business behind it all.
Based on conversations that I heard him speak, that the man was spiritually connected. He was a child of God. He had gotten in front of Puffy one time, and he told Puff that he was putting out this music, and I guess Puff was helping him in some kind of way.
Here's the kicker, though. Most of the celebrities being named aren't denying they attended Diddy's parties, but they are denying that they stuck around for the after parties, because that's when things reportedly got real dark. And let's keep it real. You don't keep showing up to a place you think is shady unless you're a part of it. And guess who got name dropped on day one of the trial? Lauren London. During jury selection, jurors were shown a list of nearly 200 A-list names connected to the case, including Kanye West, Cassie, and yes, Lauren London. That name drop has people asking the tough questions now. Why was she listed? What does she really know? And the rumors about Nipsey? they're back in full force. Folks are starting to question whether Lauren was ever truly loyal to Nipsey, or if she was playing both sides all along. Some are even speculating that she knew way more than she ever let on, and that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't just a grieving partner, but a planted piece in something much bigger.
I always say the front row at the funeral is different. You know?
Let's get into the real heart of the mess, because this is no random tragedy. Word on the street says Nipsey Hussle wasn't just taken out, it was detail. It's making fans rethink everything. Now people are wondering, was Lauren just the girlfriend, or was she Diddy's inside player? A lot of folks believe she was placed there for a reason, to keep Nipsey close, to monitor him, maybe even to influence his decisions. The streets have been buzzing that Lauren and Diddy had a way closer relationship than anyone realized. Too close.
I ended up following him on, I don't even remember what social media. See, my memory is so whack. Maybe it was Twitter, or at the time it was Twitter. I don't know. I don't remember. Instagram maybe. I started following him, and then he DM'd me like, hey, thank you for this.
Slid into your
He slid in
DM.
my DMs. He's like, thanks for the support. Appreciate you. Send me your sizes so I can send you a personal box.
Yeah.
And then he gave me his number. And so then I text him because I was like, I don't do DMs.
Okay, but did you think it was really cute then?
I thought he was fine. Maybe me, but first of all, me following him was I was like, he took the bait.
Yeah.
No, yes, I always thought he was very attractive. I actually had like friends that knew him that were like, I think you guys would get along, years before that. But
There's even speculation that she was one of Diddy's mules or yacht girls, just like Young Miami. And that's why she's allegedly been called out in court. Old photos have resurfaced showing Lauren and Diddy looking way too comfortable together. Meanwhile, Nipsey's in the background, looking like the third wheel. Yeah, it's giving planted energy. Then, after Nipsey passed, Lauren did an interview with Angie Martinez. And that's where things started feeling even more off. She said Diddy helped her through the grief, but it was what he told her that had everyone doing a double take. He told her, "You've already shown the world what it looks like to love a man and hold him down. Now show them what it looks like when it falls apart. That's your responsibility." And let's be honest, who says something like that? That doesn't sound like a mentor. That sounds like a man with deep ties and deeper intentions. Fans were shook. And now, with the trial heating up and names being dropped left and right, people are no longer asking if there's more to the story. They're asking how much Lauren really knew.
But she looked good, huh?
Man, tell her again. Tell her again.
Right? No, it's your turn. You have to do it.
Telling her all week. She been killing it. She been making me look better, For sure.
Now, that is not the kind of thing you say to someone unless there's a deeper kind of bond. And fans picked up on that real quick. One detail that really had people talking, Lauren said Diddy called her Boo, which just so happened to be the same nickname Nipsey used for her. That raised a ton of eyebrows. Why would Diddy use a name that held such a personal connection between her and Nipsey unless there was something more going on?
when you have a real connection with someone, it surpasses the physical aspect of your life. You're always inspired by them.
Yeah.
You're always wanting to honor them. I'm constantly being reminded of things Hussle would tell me that now makes more sense now than it did then.
Yeah.
I just think it just really, that's why it is a LA love story.
But it doesn't stop there. During that same interview with Angie Martinez, Lauren revealed something that had everyone side-eyeing hard. She said she attended a seminar, a whole 2-day seminar about grief and mortality. And here's the kicker. She went before Nipsey even passed. Angie looked visibly confused when she heard it. And fans, they were straight up shook. People started asking, what are the odds? Why would someone go to a seminar on...
Okay, we know what happened. Nipsey died because he called somebody a snitch, bro. Stop it.
But, Biggie's album. Now, you taking a spiritual person.
And so some days you don't want to. You just...
Trying to figure out how deep this all goes.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
Puff wasn't just a random industry link. He became more involved after that intro. And now, during Diddy's trial, lawyers are screening jurors against a list of 190 names, mostly celebrities. And right there, Lauren London.
Her name's in a list of 190 names, and all people know her for is, they used to be friends with Cassie. Nah, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. All right, cool. What the hell? They got a motorcycle chase going on?
So possibly they're getting the message that to the ground, to the units on the ground, it's not worth the chase. This person basically is now probably off the bike, and this has come to the public. The safety of the public is now safe. So maybe that's what's going on. But as far as LAPD, they are nearby, but I've yet to actually see any of them. They're not being driven correctly. So maybe we might see something where the bike might just kind of give up. But again, right there, it doesn't look like it. Picking up 60 miles an hour, and we're on surface streets out here. And it looks like we're passing over the LA River, so maybe we're getting back over to the policies. I know that it is.
On those 2 weeks.
We're going to keep an eye on it. And again,
we don't know also how.
Oh, he did from the cops.
Picasso. Is it Picasso?
Oh.
I think it's the Picasso.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like, it looks like he's making some decisions here. It looks like we actually pulled into an apartment building. This is going to be, what is the name of this? This is the one that caught fire.
To kind of.
They're getting the.
Oh, he did from the cops. I ain't gonna lie. Holy. The nigga won. The nigga beat the 5 stars on GTA. That's crazy. All right. Let me watch. Has she popped out with a new video yet or no? Where's Logic at? Logic. We're still waiting on him. No one came back from court yet. Where could I watch it? Let me go Law and Crimes.
A stripper known as followed him out. I kind of sat there waiting on the couch, and then she returned.
Okay. Hold on.
Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. He calls himself the Punisher, but his name is actually Sheree Hayes. And he was an exotic dancer who took a call from a woman back in 2012 and thought he was going to put on a show for a group of women. But that's not what ended up happening. Hayes, the Punisher, was working as an exotic dancer between 2012 and 2016. Now, before your mind goes absolutely wild with why Sheree Hayes was called the Punisher, I'll tell you why he was given that name. He said it came from his time playing basketball on West 4th Street in the cages. Hayes said he took part in more than one freak-off with Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs, baby oil and all, and he gave a lot of details. More on those details shortly. Hayes said that Cassie Ventura reached out to him in 2012, but he didn't know the woman on the other end of the line by that name. She actually used the name Janet. Hayes testified, I was working at a club event. It was either Friday or Saturday night, and I got a call with a woman stating that it was her birthday, and her husband said that she can have a hired dancer. So she told me she had a get-together with some friends, and she wanted to hire me to do a show. Hayes said he went to Trump Tower on Central Park West for what he thought would be a striptease for a small group of women. But when Hayes arrived, he said there was only one woman there, and she was in a bathroom. The woman, Hayes said, was wearing a bathrobe, but was otherwise nude except for a wig. Hayes said, we walked into the hotel suite area. I was expecting a crowd, but there was no guests there. I just stopped in front of a bathroom and just kind of asked, would you like me to change here? And she explained to me that she didn't want me to actually dance. She explained to me that her and her husband liked to create a sexy scene that consisted of me and her mutually applying baby oil, applying it to ourselves and to possibly each other, and to try to create a sexy environment that her husband would eventually come out to watch. Now, the woman was Cassie Ventura, but again, he didn't know that at the time. Hayes said the woman handed him $800. Hayes said, I was specifically told to not acknowledge her husband, try not to look at him, no communication or anything between me and him. He continued, the room was very dimly lit. There were candles. I don't think there were actual candles, but maybe electronic candles that looked like regular candles, but they were electronic. All of the furniture was covered in sheets, and there was an area pretty much set up for me to sit and her to sit across from me, and there were little bowls in the area with baby oil in them. Assistant U.S. Attorney Meredith Foster asked, there were what bowls? Hayes responded, yeah, there were bowls of water, and then in the bowls of water, there were bottles of baby oil. Then Hayes said a man, Janet's husband, entered the room. Hayes said, "What I recall is the man was nude, but I could not see his face. There was like, I don't know what it was called. It was like what the Muslim women wear, where the face is covered completely in the veil, and you can only see the eyes. It was a nude male with one of those veils on, and I could see he had what I saw as a bottle of Astroglide he was carrying." Foster asked, "Why did you believe he was carrying Astroglide?" Hayes responded, "I use Astroglide myself. I noticed it by the purple top, so that is what I had associated it with." Hayes continued, "At points, there was a table and a chair on the opposite side of the room, so he sat behind a table and chair, and he kind of paced back and forth, and I noticed that at times he was masturbating." Foster asked, "What, if anything, was he saying during the interaction?" Hayes responded, "He was speaking to Ms. Ventura directly, but it was mostly subtle directions, things like, move the light to the side, maybe positioning her body a certain way. Similar suggestions in terms of the angles we sat, I guess to get a better view." Now, Hayes said the entire encounter lasted 25 to 35 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. He wasn't really counting. It ended, he said, when the man walked out of the room. Hayes testified, "Ms. Ventura followed him out. I kind of sat there waiting on the couch, and then she returned and she asked me if I wanted to finish. So finished, I interpreted as having an orgasm, which I declined at that point."
All right, we could go back to that, but hold on. I got to finish watching this. I'm sorry. This is whack. I'm going to have to call whack after. If you're wondering what I got, order Applebee's. I got a burger and 2 wings. I don't eat fries really, but whatever. Oh, yeah. This is what Wack told me. I'm about to call that nigga afterwards. Y'all be streaming so long these days, I feel like we just chilling. I feel like we all at the crib. We chilling. I'm eating in front of you. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I see why now y'all took a moment of silence. Okay, I see.
It's crazy, man. The politics is crazy.
It is.
Yeah, they be painting her like she an angel, too.
No, for real. I really look at Lauren London
like she's like the golden one. She's wholesome. She has her kids. She read there's a whole. When you think Lauren London, you don't. How can I?
Yeah, they be treating her like she innocent.
I don't think freak off when I think of Lauren London.
When I think Lauren London, I don't think of what's that girl name? What's that crazy girl name?
What, Superhead?
Jaguar Rhino.
Yo, is Wack confirming that Lauren London was in Freak Offs? Because this is a big deal now.
I don't think
said something about Lauren.
When I think Lauren, I don't think Krishan or Cassie's behavior at all. I don't think of any of that when it comes to Lauren London. So to hear that said in its totality is like shit.
Hey man, it's crazy how y'all be talking and y'all be saying shit, but y'all be missing all the pieces. Why wouldn't you think that?
I think because of the social media image, and I'm just being transparent. I don't follow a lot. So when I do tune in, I don't hear a lot of negative stuff about Lauren. I don't see that portrayed on her social media. So for me, I don't follow every blog that come out about her. So when I hear this, it's kind of like, well, damn, I really got to look at her in that light. It's just not a light I've ever looked at her in. That's all. Not that she can't. It's just not a light I've ever looked at her in. Like, goddamn.
That's where you want to rest?
No, but I'm a mute up.
All right, hey Cap.
Yes, sir.
Or anybody, any man in here, listening to Dreads and this wholesome, beautiful woman, Laura London is. They had a kid, right? Nipsey and Laura got a kid, right? Got a kid and all that. And you got money, she got money, y'all both, you this wholesome woman, Then why they married a bitch in 5 years? What else you think might have been going on out of here?
Shit.
Y'all think, man, y'all with a thinker. 5 years they was together with child, no marriage out of here. I'm waiting.
I know that's
Damn, I missed it. All I heard was 5 years, no marriage. God damn it.
You know what that is? That's called makeup on a catfish bitch. What's under there?
Oh.
Something.
God.
Something. Kid, 5 years, wholesome, this beautiful career, whoop-de-whoop, all this, El Perfecto. 5 years.
Yeah, ain't nothing missing from that. She perfect.
But not even that. I didn't even think about that when
I'm not on my Muslim vibes yet. I'm still eating pork. I got bacon on this. I told you I'm finna become Muslim. I can't eat pork no more.
I mean, all right. That is something that was overlooked. At least I'll be honest and say that I definitely didn't think about that part when I think about it.
I mean, I'm just
So
saying.
wait, because who introduced to who?
Laura London and Cassie were best friends. Okay, so you're not gonna tell me her and Nipsey and whatever, or her and Diddy and all them ain't had their fun. You're not gonna tell me that. I'm not no fool. I'm looking at how Cassie moving. We understand what that is with Lauren, right? Even though y'all want to look at her like she, no, we ain't doing that.
Wasn't Lauren with Wayne for a little bit?
That's a fact. That's his baby.
He got a baby by.
Got a baby by Wayne.
Yeah, he got a baby by Wayne. Yeah.
That's where her money was coming from for the loan, from Wayne. Right? So what I'm saying is, she was with Nipsey for 5 years and with a kid. So I don't want to hear all that, how perfectly and wholesome she was. Either he was an individual or she had some flaws that went on that y'all don't know about.
I can agree to that.
B, obviously Nipsey was into the freak offs, just with the other baby mama. C, you're not gonna get me to believe that her and the best friend didn't enjoy a time or two, maybe in the penthouse floor in the London Ritz somewhere. You just not gonna get me to believe it. I'm looking at living how he's swinging.
Yeah.
Just gonna keep it real.
Yeah. You're not best friends and you ain't did.
But at this point, the whole industry would in.
If Wack's saying this, he knows something. He's just not telling everybody. He's just hinting that people found it out. That's how Wack get down. If Wack say that, he knows something already. He's just bringing the light and the fire to it that the real shit get exposed. I'm going to call Wack after this. Let me just keep playing this. I'm going to finish eating in like a minute.
I was trying to be as professional as possible. I know I was there to create what I called a sexy scene, so I declined. I said I was good. As long as they were happy, I was happy. And she said, thank you. And that's that's what we wanted. And I was handed additional monies. Foster asked, and did you count the money you were handed? Hayes said, yes, I didn't count it until after I got dressed. When I got to the elevator, I counted it. It was an additional $1,200. I want to tell you about OneSkin. They are sponsoring today's episode of Crime Fix. Let's be honest, being on camera as much as I am, and he was waiting for them, and a welcome message came on the TV for Sean Combs. Eventually, Combs lost the veil and would just wear a ball cap. Hayes said he estimated that he met with Combs and Ventura between 8 and 12 times. The meetings for the freak-offs were always the same. The Punisher, Hayes, would be contacted at night by phone and then text around 9 p.m., and then he would meet up with the couple at 2 a.m. or later. They always met at hotels in New York City. The freak-off meetups would happen sometimes over 2 days on weekends and were spaced out over a few months. Hayes said Combs always gave the instructions about what to do, not Cassie Ventura. And then there was the baby oil. Foster asked, across all these encounters, you mentioned you would use baby oil. Is that right? Hayes said yes. Foster asked, and how much? Hayes responded, a considerable amount. It was preferred to keep our bodies, covered for, the look of it, to shine or whatever was the preference. Foster asked, and who gave directions about applying baby oil? Hayes said, initially I was told to do it by Ms. Ventura upon starting the session. That was my original, but during the acts, it would kind of be suggested, or I would follow her lead in terms of grabbing more, putting more on. It was kind of implied and known by me to keep the bodies as covered in baby oil as possible. Foster asked Hayes whether Cassie Ventura during these encounters appeared to be enjoying herself. Hayes responded, I don't have a thought process to her enjoyment level. My understanding was we were creating a scene, like a sexy scene that was enjoyable for her partner. Foster asked, can you explain what you mean by that? Hayes said, it appeared to me at some point that appeared like a fetish type thing. That comment about Combs appearing to have a fetish drew an objection from his attorneys. Hayes continued to answer questions, saying that Cassie Ventura would sometimes wince and sigh at Combs' directions, but she never went against his instructions. Then the questioning turned to drugs and whether they were used during the freak-offs. Hayes said, I was always offered either alcohol or would I be interested in anything. At times there were marijuana. I'm not a marijuana smoker. I call it a Bill Clinton. I do recall being handed marijuana. I act like I take a puff. I don't inhale. I'm not a drug user to that degree, so I was never under the influence at all in any of the encounters. Hayes then discussed how he would sometimes have problems performing sexually during the sexual encounters because having sex with a woman in front of her partner was out of the norm for him. He's an exotic dancer. Hayes said there was one time when he couldn't finish the job that he was hired to do, and that was the last time that Combs and Ventura ever called him. Since that time, he's written a book about how he overcame his erectile dysfunction with an implant. And guess what? Combs' attorney, Xavier Donaldson, actually started his cross-examination by congratulating him on his book. You can't really make this stuff up. So here's what Donaldson said. First, congratulations on your book. Hayes responded, thank you. Donaldson says, good job, good job. That's hard to do. What's the title again? Hayes said, In Search of Freezer Meat. Donaldson responded, freezer, M-E-A-T? Hayes responded, yeah, like you put meat in the freezer, freezer meat. Donaldson responded, in search of freezer as in hard meat? Hayes responded, what's harder than freezer meat? The Punisher met Cassie and Combs through his entertainment agency, Hunkamania, as a male dancer, and now he's one of the owners. Hayes is actually coming up on a work anniversary, so Donaldson offers more congratulations. Donaldson said, and you've been doing this for 25 years, correct? Hayes said, I started it in 1995.
Jacob Liddell, I see you in the Academy chat. I know you, nigga. That was a pause statement. He said, yo, that nigga look like he got a 12-inch monster. Ew. What's wrong with you, bro?
Day of 1995. Donaldson responded, congratulations, 30 years. Hayes responded, yeah, coming up on a big anniversary. Now, Donaldson moves on to discuss his professionalism in the business and how it's pretty standard to try not to develop romantic feelings for the person paying for a show because it's just another show. It's a job. But this was the kind of show that apparently Cassie Ventura had experience with.
Yo, Cassie's bad, bro. Bro, Cassie's bad as shit, bro.
But this was the...
Cassie is bad, my nigga. I got Cassie shitting on Lauren London. I'm talking about Lauren London, that not in Lauren London in what do you call it again? In ATL. To me, that's peak Lauren London. Lauren London ain't never been the same. She done had a couple of kids. Now I'm talking about peak Cassie. So I guess I should say peak Cassie versus peak Lauren London. Peak Cassie versus peak Lauren London. Let's see. Lauren London and what's the shit called? ATL. Nah, it's close. It's close. It's close. It's close. It's close. And Lauren might get the win just off the fact that she wasn't dressed like a celebrity in ATL. She was dressed just like just a chick from around the way. This picture I'm looking at with Cassie's bad as shit, but Cassie is, I'm not muted, right? Cassie is, my mute button been like covered up today. That's why you see me doing this. But this is Cassie on a red carpet, but she is bad. I don't know. I think I'm going Lauren London. Peak Lauren, peak. Yeah, I'm going Lauren. I'm going Lauren. Yeah, I'll take Lauren. Now, granted, I don't know how Cassie look these days. Let me see. We can't judge her pregnant. Let's go on her Instagram. How did Cassie look? Gotta see. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. It's so tough being a woman. And I'm gonna tell you why it's tough being a woman. Because, like, guys like me, like, we just fucking judge you all day, all year, every single moment on how you look. Like, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. They could be like, yo, you look like a chipmunk. You fat, blah, blah, blah. As long as as a guy you're successful, you're good. Like, nobody gives a fuck, right? You be successful, you got some money, you're good. You know what I mean? Oh, this was her before? Oh, this was in 2022. Nah, Cassie still had it in 2022, low key. And this is after the kids, huh? This is New York Fashion Week. I don't like these outfits. This is Cassie. This is broke Cassie, though, before she got the money. Little freak. Nah, Cassie kind of still had it still, though. She kind of still had it. It's just that she don't got no curves like that. And she got titty implants, so I take some off of that. I can't give her the credit like that. Once you got like some little work done, I got to take some. No, let me look at Lauren London. Yo, Lauren London is like the perfect woman, bro. Like, all she do is post Nipsey. She got him tatted right here. Like, she been celibate since the nigga died. That's like, whoa. Now, Lauren Logie still kind of got it. Yeah. The thing with Lauren, she don't take thought pictures no more. She don't take she gonna take classy pictures. That's one thing I do like about Lauren is like she's a widow of a king. Like she don't look like she trying to post pictures to attract another nigga. You know, she kind of keep it classy, low key. I can't even cap with you. Usually covered up. But I ain't gonna lie, I can't really judge because you can't really. Now I'm taking later years Cassie. I'm taking 40-year-old Cassie. How old is Cassie now? Is she 40? Or like, how old is Cassie? Cassie 38. I'm taking 38-year-old Cassie over Lauren London. How old is she? Okay, Lauren's 40. Yeah, I'm taking now Cassie over now Lauren. Obviously not pregnant, duh. Now Cassie over now Lauren, but prime, gotta go with Lauren London. I ain't gonna lie. Gotta go with Lauren prime. Anyway.
Kind of show that apparently Cassie.
I'm bugging? You think Lauren washes her all throughout? Or you got to switch? Oh, they say it's the opposite. You'll take the young Cassie. Yo, the reason why I say I wouldn't take young Cassie, young Cassie ain't got no ass, no nothing, bro. Like, she low-key look like a tomboy, bro. Especially when Diddy had to shave her hair, she kind of look like a tomboy, bro. Like, she's a cute girl, but like, nah. Like, Lauren was, you could tell, like, Lauren was, them hips was moving. You seen her in, remember when she took the lollipop out? Come on, man. Nah, Lauren was the truth. All right, anyway.
Ventura had experience with, Donaldson asked. And I think you said earlier that you and Cassie, though, on these 8 or 10 times you all met, you all had personal conversations, correct? Hayes responded, yeah, like cordial. I wouldn't say I was a personal friend to her or anything like that, but it would be a typical check-in. She would always ask, how's business, how's work, that type of banter before any interactions. Donaldson asked, so to set the stages, she would call you, correct? Hayes says, yes. Donaldson asked, you would go to a hotel, correct? Hayes said, yes, that's correct. Donaldson asked, she would let you in, correct? Hayes said, that is correct. Donaldson asked, and you and her would sit down and talk and have light conversation about your work, how you're doing, and things like that. Hayes responded, that is correct. Donaldson asked, at some point in time, you would start baby oiling her, or she would start baby oiling you. Is that right? Hayes said, yes. But when Donaldson suggests that Hayes actually developed feelings for Cassie, he quickly pushes back. Donaldson asks, and after these 8 to 12 occasions, it's fair to say you began to have feelings for Cassie, correct? Hayes said, that is incorrect. Donaldson asked, at some point after these 8 to 12 meetings, you grew to believe that you were the only person that Cassie was doing this with, correct? Hayes said, that is correct. Donaldson asked, fair to say that you felt special, that you thought you were Cassie's only person, correct? Hayes said, that is correct. Donaldson asked, and you felt special because you had met with her 8 to 12 times, correct? Hayes said, yes, my original arrival, it was a birthday, and this was something special she was doing with her husband. I actually aligned with that understanding. So I did feel special that out of all of the options, I was the person being chosen for this interaction. Xavier Donaldson then pushes a little harder. He's implying that the Punisher's performance issues were really rooted in a connection that he had with Cassie. Hayes fires back, admitting this was not a typical client or a typical show. This was the Punisher's first freak-off experience. Donaldson asks, while you were oiling her down, you were using your 25 years of experience to make the scene exotic, correct? Hayes responded, I wouldn't. This scene is completely different than anything I did as a male dancer. So whatever I acquired skills in terms of putting on a show didn't really apply in this scenario. This was nuance that was different than what I had done for my typical work. Donaldson asked, it was nuanced and different because you both were completely naked at this time, correct? Hayes responded, yeah. And also as a male dancer, my focus specifically is more fun. Most of the things that I do, you're going to laugh more than try to...
Okay, I'm not trying to pause it here, but I do want to pause it real quick. Hey, tell me why Playboy Cardi claims that Ye stole the song. Playboy Cardi burner account. What's his burner account? It's Opium, right? All right, cool. So you remember Ye posted up the song with YB? Tell me why Cardi then posted and said, this my song, little bruh. Why you calling Ye little bruh? Oh, nah. It's still up with Cardi and Ye. All right, so I guess he's saying Kanye tried to steal his song, and he drops, I guess, his version. Let's hear this.
This that new season 10. This that fucker best friend. This that pull up low, they thinking they high like 5 out the gym. This that niggas been stealing the
Nah, this definitely sounds like Kanye, though.
swag, they know that.
Yeah. Let me call my twin real quick. You know what I'm saying? I got Snake finna pull up the studio. I phone with him, I don't know him like that. Hey, come to the studio though. Hey B, come to the studio right now. Studio. Tryna outwalk me, that's impossible. Let's talk about it. All black chrome heart belts, I went martial arts, let's talk about it. They keep dirt on my name, stirring my fame, but I ain't even worried about it. My bitch got that new body, SIT with the wide body. Big house like fire lobbies, G6, no paparazzi. Bitch chase, not a stone cloudy. Fuck it, I just bought 10 watches. My maid came with a maid, she need help to clean my estate. I'm so. I went with the Utah shit, it was too cold. Fuck it, went and let it out. Yo. Hey, YB, what's up? Also, what? Maybe I'm ready to trip. Niggas not ready for him. I'm the reason niggas sipping that drink and talking with lips. I'm the reason the YS went fashion, not pop your shit. I'm the reason all these bitches bragging about the life.
This version sounds more natural, but we got to be honest. YB watched them both. I'm sorry. I like you, Kanye, and I like you, Cardi. But YB is on a different level. If this is how YB walked out of jail, hip-hop ain't safe. YB about to be #1 for the rest of the year. I ain't going to lie to you. YB walked on this beat. YB is like he's flowing right now. Y'all don't want to see YB sober. I'm sorry.
This that new season 10. This that fucker best friend.
Even though this dude sound like he's writing for Ye right here though.
Come carry my load. Come in a circle.
Now I hear some people say, yo, in the Cardi version, YB says this is a new season 10, which is obviously a Yeezy reference. I think what happened is that, I don't know. There's some drama behind this, huh? Is it Ye's song or is it Cardi's song? Because if he says it's that new season 10, I feel like he's writing for Ye. Which would mean it would be Ye's song. Or maybe it was a Cardi song that Ye I think I know what it is. It's a Cardi song that Ye was supposed to be on. And Youngboy was going to write Ye's part. And because of Ye not fucking with Cardi, he drops the song and cuts off the part where Cardi would be on. He just drops it without Cardi. Then Cardi drops the OG before Ye gets on it with just him and YB. That makes sense.
Feeling alive, man, these niggas 200 to score. Fuck it, let's run it, I leg on my pride. I go to work on my kids, my child. These niggas better just stay up inside.
Yeah. Let me call my twin real quick. You know what I'm saying? I got Snake finna pull up the studio. I phone with him, I don't know like that. Hey, come to the studio though. Hey, B, come to the studio right now. Studio. Tryna outwalk me, that's impossible. Let's talk about it. All black chrome heart belts, I'm with martial arts, let's talk about it. They keep dirt on my name, stirring my fame, but I ain't even worried about it. My bitch got that new body, SIT with the wide body. Big house like fire lighters, G6, no paparazzi. Bitch chase, not a stone cloudy. Fuck it, I just bought 10 watches. My maid came with a maid, she need help to clean my estate. I'm so. I went with the Utah shit, it was too cold. Fuck it, we in Atlanta now. Yo. Hey, YB, what's up? Also, what? Maybe I'm ready to trip. Niggas not ready for him. I'm the reason niggas sipping that drink and talking with lips. I'm the reason the YNs went fashion, not pop your shit.
It's I'm the reason why YNs went what?
I'm the reason all these bitches bragging about it.
I like it a little bit more with this version. I think Ye should be on the song. I would love for Ye to be on the song, different parts, because I think YB killed the part that we heard Ye on, and I think Ye trying to rap after YB wrote for him. YB rap a little bit different, so like it sounded good with YB, it sounded with Ye. Get me? One more time or now?
Yeah. Let me call my twin real quick. You know what I'm saying? I got Snake finna pull up the studio. I phone with him, I don't know like that. Hey, come to the studio though. Hey, B, come to the studio right now. Studio. Tryna outwalk me, that's impossible. Let's talk about it. All black chrome heart belts, I'm with martial arts, let's talk about it. They keep dirt on my name, stirring my fame, but I ain't even worried about it. My bitch got that new body, SIT with the wide body. Big house like fire lighters.
Yeah, Cardi's a little bit offbeat to me.
It's no paparazzi, bitch.
But sometimes he does the offbeat thing and it actually works, but I think you know what happens? When YB snapping so much on this, it's kind of hard to like not snap. Like Ye, well, Ye's rapping part of which is YB's part. I guess he wrote for Ye, and Cardi's like he has a different type of flow. I don't know if I would have drew for deep voice Cardi here.
Taste not a stone cloudy. Fuck it, I just bought 10 watches. My maid came with a maid. She need help to clean my estate. I went with the Utah shit. It was too cold. Fuck it, we in Atlanta now. Yo. Hey, YB, what's up? Also, what? Maybe I'm ready to trip. Niggas not ready.
Okay. All right. If we can't get some new info, what we're gonna do is I think I'll touch on the Rod Wave case, and then I forgot what else we're gonna do. We're just vibing still. Did my favorite people update us on what happened in court? Okay, finally, we got logic here.
The Diddy trial is officially fire. What up, everybody? It's Joe Nierman, aka Good Logic, your lawyer inside the Diddy courtroom. If that's your sort of thing and you want to get perspectives from a New York litigator who's practiced in this very courtroom, I urge you to please make sure you like, share, subscribe, and hit the bell, because this Diddy trial is taking off this afternoon, and oh my God, was it electric. Now, in case you don't know the background here, the state's case is that Diddy has sexually trafficked 2 women. One of them is Cassie Ventura, who spent 4 days last week talking about the years of abuse where she had to participate in freak-offs, which were sexual encounters with third parties. When you heard her testimony, she seemed very conflicted. She still expresses levels of love, at the very least, for the time she spent with him, and respect, and that he helped sculpt who she is today, and at the same time was describing patterns of abuse which were very unsettling for those of us who had to sit through listening to all the beatings that she took, punching her, kicking her, blackmailing her, threatening her that he was going to release videos if she didn't do what he wanted to do. The state has presented a case that she's been under his financial thumb, that he signed her to a label of doing 10 albums and made her work all the time to do songs that he would never ever release, and designed to show that she was completely under his thumb and his control. But if you listen to her testimony, there was some sort of confliction that you certainly could tell in there, because she's continually expressing things to him that show love, and even that she, at certain times, that she didn't really detest the freak-offs, that she said she had to say to him. But it was very conflicting testimony. In order to shore that up this morning, the state brought on Dr. Dawn Hughes. And Dr. Dawn Hughes is a clinical psychologist, board certified, who came out there and tried to explain what it's like for someone who suffered years of domestic abuse. She talked about how they form a trauma bond, and how in certain ways they love the person in more than you have in a healthy relationship, and that they're continually walking on eggshells. She covered 4 primary areas. 1, why they stay with them and go back to them. 2, she was talking about their coping methodology. 3, she talked about their disclosures and how they make those disclosures. And 4, she talked about their memory and how it could be somewhat, and why it's going to be hazy, and certain things are really clear and other things are not, and that's consistent with the way it should be if you suffered from years of trauma. Well, that was potentially disastrous for Diddy, who's hoping to present to the jury and that they'll find that she was sincerely doing it out of love, and not that she was just some sort of trauma victim testifying. So this afternoon, we got real fire from the defense counsel. Not in an angry, aggressive way at all. He actually came out there being very soft-spoken, talking to her about how she clinically tries looking at things and assessing it, but it's a blind trial. It's a blind assessment, which is what she testified on direct. She never met with Cassie. She's just talking in general theory how things work with domestic violence survivors. But then he goes, you talked about coping. You talked about different methods of coping. There's a formal method you mentioned, which is if you talk to police or healthcare workers, that's formal. And then you talked about informal coping, where you said that's where they go when they talk to friends and family. So where would you classify someone who goes straight to a civil attorney? And the witness is like, and if someone goes to the civil attorneys to help them get money, right? So is that formal, is that informal when they talk to a civil attorney? Because that was what Cassie testified. One of the first people she disclosed her story to was her civil attorney. Then he said, what about, we talked about memory recollection. What if they go to the police and things are very hazy? Yeah, that could be sometimes. Are you familiar with the term prevarication? You mean lying? Yes, I mean lying. Is that neurobiological when they're engaging in prevarication? No, not always. Oh, okay. And let me ask you about when we have these prevarications, if things are hazy, do you think that, and then they go and talk to a civil attorney and then they're less hazy? What do you think about that? And the entire room I was in, the jury viewing room, was just like, oh man, oh. And then he kept going in harder. He started talking about how she always testifies. She's testified in 65 different trials. This forensic psychologist, she's forensic and clinical, 65 trials, and she's like, you're always sitting there on behalf of domestic violence, domestic abuse sufferers, and that you've given seminars, and the idea being that she's always taking the side of someone who's purportedly claiming that they've been a victim of domestic violence. And then he started going in about how she's been working for the government. She presented this morning as if, well, she's just, some independent forensic person who's here to inform the jury. And while she admitted she was getting compensated by the government, he got out of her that she was helping the government with their briefs, that she's helping and consult with them as to how they should talk to, how they should present and set up her testimony. And when she talked about the seminar, and he's laying out there how you're helping train people how they should testify as expert witnesses in other domestic violence situations. And now you're working for the government and you're helping them with their briefs. And the whole room every time was like, oh my God, oh wow. Like, he was really hitting on her really hard. But on redirect, when
that's the new lawyer that was doing that. That's Jonathan Bach.
Comey was handling redirect, she wasn't pulling punches either. She said, when we sent you briefs to review, the facts of the case were kept out of it, because this was an important element, that she's not supposed to know the facts of this case. She's talking just general policy, general rule. And she's like, yeah, when we sent you those briefs, they were redacted, weren't they? Yeah, and why were they redacted? So I wouldn't know the facts of this case. Oh, okay, and also, do you only work for the government when you testify? No, many times for the defense. In fact, one time you testified on behalf of one of the defense attorneys who was sitting in this room. And she said, yeah, that's right. Anyway, that's what I have for you right now. I'm going to break it down for you in great detail tonight, probably around 9 o'clock. Please make sure you tune into that. I'll see you at that time. Till then, take care and Godspeed. Fire, fire, fire.
Let's see if here we go. Lauren, where are you at, girl? Oh, she ain't posted nothing yet. We only have like 2 people that we kind of go to. Was there another one? Let's go to Fox 5 NY. Fox 5 NY. They're pretty much still out there.
Now to some breaking news in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. The special agent in charge of the raid on Diddy's Miami home returns to the stand, but that is not the only witness testifying today. Fox 5's Antoine Lewis is live in the newsroom with today's developments. Antoine.
Bianca, good afternoon. And right now on the stand, the court is hearing testimony on abusive relationships, which is certainly a major component of the prosecution's case against Sean Combs. And this afternoon, a celebrity rapper could possibly be taking the testimony seat as well. But this morning, let's start there. Defense attorneys cross-examined investigator Jared Gannon. Now, Gannon was the special agent in charge of the raid on Sean Combs' home in Miami Beach last year. Gannon told the court that they recovered nearly 3 dozen bottles of baby oil and lubricant, a handgun, and a box with narcotics. This morning, Gannon testified that 6 people were at the house when it was raided in March of 2024, including a music producer and a property manager. All were handcuffed while Homeland Security officers conducted their search of the home. The music producer was not named in court. Forensic pathologist Dawn Hughes took the stand. That's her right there in the white pantsuit. After Gannon, Agent Lieutenant Gannon was done. Hughes testified about abusive relationships and women who say they are abused, why they stay in relationships with their abuser. And once again, she is still on the stand at this hour. Now, possibly taking the stand this afternoon is rapper Kid Cudi. We're hearing Cudi, whose real name is Scott Mescudi, could likely be called to testify about having a relationship with Combs' former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, whom you saw in the pictures just before. Now, last week, Ventura told the court that she and Mescudi briefly dated and that Combs physically assaulted her when he found out and threatened more violence towards her and Kid Cudi. Back to Hughes for a second. Now, she is the same psychologist who testified in the 2022 defamation trial of actor Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Sean Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. Our Michelle Ross is inside the courtroom, and we're staying on top of it. But this is the very latest from the newsroom.
We begin this hour with the federal sex trafficking trial against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. This is the 8th day of testimony. And today, the government called a forensic psychologist to the stand who told the jury that it is common for victims of domestic violence to stay in abusive relationships. That testimony could be key for the prosecution. Jurors are also hearing from a former assistant of Combs who was granted immunity to answer questions after there were concerns he would plead the Fifth. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all of the charges in this case. NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Melas is outside the courthouse in New York City. Chloe, talk to us more about this former assistant who has been given immunity in order to testify. What did jurors hear, why was that done, and what did jurors hear from that forensic psychologist who is on the stand?
So when a witness is going to testify, they have to have them come forward and they have to swear them in. And this was done after the jury left. So we've seen that happen multiple times before. This is not the first witness that we've heard was subpoenaed. We also heard that from Carrie Morgan, who is a former best friend of Cassie Ventura's, who also sounded like she didn't want to be there and didn't want to testify. But this individual, we haven't heard from him just yet, but we are expecting him to take the stand and testify today. And he's been granted immunity, which means he can talk about potentially doing illegal things or carrying out illegal activity and then not get in trouble for it. So they're giving him some protections in order to tell his version of the truth.
Chloe, the rapper Kid Cudi also expected to take the stand this week. Bring us up to speed on his connection to the case.
So Kid Cudi, he has had several popular songs over the years. One you might know called Day and Night. Well, he dated Cassie Ventura for a brief period of time when she and Sean Combs were on a break in their over 10-year relationship. And Cassie talked about this in her 2023 civil suit, saying that Combs was so incredibly incensed and jealous over this brief relationship that he actually orchestrated Kid Cudi's car being blown up. And Kid Cudi, he actually confirmed that to the New York Times. Now, prosecutors, they've written about this alleged incident in a letter a few months ago to the judge, but they didn't actually name Kid Cudi, but he's already talked about it and acknowledged it publicly. So we know he's going to testify tomorrow, and we're expecting him to talk about this alleged incident. I expect it to be a very heated moment in the courtroom. Allison.
NBC's Chloe Melas, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
Interesting. Apparently there's videos, and not videos, but photos of more of the raid. I'm trying to see it. I want to see how they broke the gate down.
Good morning to you, Julie. And then also the special agent is bringing them out and showing them to the jury as well, each item. So that's what's been taking place. The special agent going through a big cart of items. So just watching all of the things that have been seized from inside Sean Diddy Combs' mansion in Miami.
Oh, Kelly, I love hearing all of your observations. So Diddy's watching.
All right, we got Conlon in a second, but let me go to here real quick. There's a new update that's going on in the Tory case. If you don't know, there's a big push to get Tory pardoned by the governor of California, which is Gavin Newsom. I keep telling y'all, I've been really realistic with y'all, for anybody who cares. I believe Tory has between a 10 to 30% chance of being released. I don't think it's overwhelming, and I don't think it's 50-50. The reason being is that I think when it comes to both appeals, I think there's less than a 30% chance on either, and I don't think you compound them, so I think it's still 30% chance that either appeal. One appeal is for a writ of habeas corpus. That's usually used with people who are unlawfully imprisoned or people who are just held in captivity. We usually see, hold on, I got this guy. I'm on stream. On stream real quick. What up? So a writ of habeas corpus is an appeal that asks the court or asks the authorities that are keeping somebody incarcerated and denying them of some freedom or some rights that they now have to prove why those rights isn't either being denied or why it's being denied. For example, Tory is saying that there's exculpatory evidence and also that he didn't have a fair trial, among other things. And there's a few things in the trial that should grant him his release from jail. So that really, if you ask me, it's like a 10% chance of really winning. Writ of habeas corpus is more likely when you see somebody just detained for no reason, Guantanamo Bay, these things of the sort. Obviously, they do that to more non-citizens where, again, obviously the U.S. Constitution sometimes is offering the same protections to somebody who's not a non-citizen. However, you usually don't see people being held without reasoning or whatever it is. Again, if, for example, you, a citizen, got locked up today, they don't charge you. They just hold you in a cell. You can't call your family, nothing, no court date, no nothing. If someone could petition a court with a writ of habeas corpus and whatever entity or body, whether it's local government, federal government, or whatever, they could force those people to let you out because they have to provide a reason why they're taking away your right. So that's really hard because what's going to come back, and by the way, the judge did approve that the attorney general for the state of California had to respond, or one of his minions, and they're going to respond. They're going to say that he lost the trial, and we did A, B, C, and D, E, right? And he lost the trial, and he got sentenced. That's why he's not locked up. So that's very thin. Then we have an appeal for a new trial. These take a long time. California's backed up. Federal court works faster than criminal court. That's a 30% chance, if you ask me. There's a lot of things that were done out of error. There's a good case could be brought that there was bias and also over prosecution, and also you could challenge the ruling in the sense of the sentence as well. All those things are appealable, and also overall the new trial. If you got a new trial, you get out on bail. Would he be re-prosecuted again? I don't know if a new DA, because the last DA, I think it was George Gascon, or no, I forgot what the name of the DA was. He's no longer the DA. This new DA wouldn't go hard to tie up loose ends on somebody else's initial prosecution. So a new trial would mean he gets out of jail and probably doesn't get re-prosecuted again, given the fact that he's already served probably like a year in jail or a year or two by now. Okay, so what's the other option? I done told you the two options. We have 10% for writ of habeas corpus. Second one is appeal for new trial, 30%. Now, this one I think is 1%, and it's because of politics. It's what everybody's doing now, even though, by the way, it's going good for him. It's the appeal for the push for a pardon. He can't be pardoned by the President of the United States, Donald Trump. He has to be pardoned by the governor. He could call it state charges, and the highest office in the state is the governor. He would have to be pardoned by the governor. The governor is a left-leaning Democrat who is super liberal and loves women's, gays, and everybody else that's super progressive. Hearing that a man shot a woman, he's not the person to go pardon a man. However, I do think it's really important, and it's good that there is drummed up and a launch towards supporting Tory, because that could turn into other things. Maybe other bodies or entities could put some pressure that maybe at some point this changes. Cool. One of the people who have taken some type of interest in this case is actually a Republican. Not a Republican. They might be a Republican, but they're a rep, which is they work in the House of Representatives, and her name is Anna Paulina. She's actually out of Florida, his home state, because he lived in Florida. And she's been trying to make a statement or make a plea to try to get the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, to pardon Tory. So everything now is to drum up support, whatever, to get Gavin Newsom to pardon Tory. She said repeatedly there's going to be new evidence that's going to come out that's going to show Tory was absolutely innocent and that he got railroaded and that it was a prosecution that was biased, and also done in racial discrimination. Okay, I'm gonna play what she said, but she now claims there's new evidence, and she says there is really exculpatory evidence that's came out now that clears Tory. This is after a week of us hearing that the bodyguard of Kelsey, Nicole, also heard or overheard Kelsey saying that she was the one who shot Meg, not Tory. So let's listen to this. They're gonna play an ad for a second. Hope you guys are doing good, man. Yeah, this Tory thing, he's getting the most support he ever got now. I think they're trying to roll up a package. I just don't know if that governor will do it, man. I think that governor, if it wasn't a high profile athlete, or not athlete, but celebrity like Meg Thee Stallion, I think they would pardon him or something of the sort. Also, if Roc Nation wasn't behind them, Roc Nation is firing off emails saying, "Don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. We'll take on the state. Don't you fucking dare let this motherfucker out of jail." Let's play a little bit of the interview with Rep. Anna Paulina Luna, and she's out of Florida, but listen to what she says.
Understanding is you're around some kind of the Foreign Relations Committee, and you're from Florida. Why did you take such an interest in this case?
Specifically, how I got involved in this case is I actually am friends with Amber Rose, and she had flagged it for me. And when I actually spoke to the attorneys that are representing Mr. Lanez, they actually presented me with evidence. When I saw the evidence that was brought forward, we're talking about no forensics DNA on the magazine of the pistol, a 0.01 DNA match, which effectively means that he could not have been the shooter, to include there being ring footage that really refutes and dispels the testimony that he had basically said dance and then fired the firearm. In addition to that, there also being missing ballistics fragments from the alleged shot in the foot, as well as medical X-rays. All of this does indeed show and prove that Mr. Lanez, unfortunately, is being incarcerated, and he's an innocent man.
Is this the new evidence that you had tweeted about? This ring video, you said there's a ring video that will refute?
Yep, it was actually brought to my knowledge by the attorneys, and we actually had posted that on one of our X platforms, that there's allegedly ring video footage that refutes the statements and they, I would say, hearsay comments in court testimony.
Have you seen it, and is it going to be released?
I am actually actively pushing for the release of that, and there's also an affidavit that the attorneys have actually shown me already that actually came from, we will be presenting that and posting that publicly for everyone to see in the coming days.
If I was the appellate lawyer or the lawyer trying to secure a pardon for him or a new trial, and I had a video showing somebody else shot him, I would shot her. I would send that out immediately to the media to create this kind of firestorm. Then you would get the governor's attention. Why wouldn't they immediately release a video if it shows? I mean, because that's the smoking gun, literally.
I don't know. Again, as I stated, I haven't seen the footage yet. But what I will say is that.
All right, man. Y'all know me. I'm always call a spade a spade. I want Tory to get out. Tory's my man's. I fuck with him. This chick's cap. She wants to get public support. She wants to rack up the votes. This might be a play for her for the next election, that she gets, reelected or, whatever, to the House of Representatives. But she's making these declarative statements about Tory Lanez, and again, I'm pretty sure Tory fucks with her, but she's trying to get attention. You're not in. You might be in the government, but you're not in California. You asking California's governor to pardon this guy means nothing. You claim you got evidence, but you ain't seen it. We've heard about all these things, and again, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kind of with Harvey on this. Tory's my man, but we're gonna have to keep it spade a spade. Do I think he deserves to be locked up? No, I think this is whole bullshit. But we're not gonna go off and make a bullshit, even more bullshit. The point is this: if y'all had a Ring camera video, send it out. Don't be like, oh, we got it. Drop it. Where's the video? Remember, Wack was saying that there was a kid, an underage kid, that had a video of the whole incident, but then the mom didn't want it to cooperate. We never saw that. Give us something we ain't seen in court. We heard that Kelsey's bodyguard seen some shit. Where is he at? We're hearing a lot of things that makes us curious, but we're not getting nothing, like, we're not seeing it. A Ring camera footage of what happened, drop it. Nigga, that would be one of the biggest premieres all year. Be bigger than Sinners. Just drop it. The mere fact that this person is in the House of Representatives and she's speaking about this case, she ain't never seen the damn footage, even though she's claiming that there's footage that's exculpatory. She ain't never seen the footage. She's going off of affidavits. It's clear that she believes that if she advocates very loudly, and because in hip-hop we look at people like her for having a name, we think that would help. We think that will help with the case of Tory. For her, she thinks this will help with her votes and, you know, how people see her in certain communities. The point is this, Shorty, if you didn't send the video, be quiet. If you ain't see the video, be quiet. Now, here's the thing. And I think Tory got to be careful. Yo, Tory, you got a lot of these people who seemingly want to speak on your behalf. You ain't said nothing because you're nursing 14 stab wounds. They want to speak on your behalf. They want to overpromise. They want to claim that there's things that clearly show otherwise, that you got railroaded. All good. But at some point, if we don't see these things, like if we don't see this ring footage, what are we supposed to say? What are we supposed to say, y'all? I would have dropped this shit on everywhere. Live leaks, YouTube. I'm streaming it all day on Kick, Twitch, everywhere. Where is the video? Now, here's the problem. We're hearing so many things, and because none of it is being introduced in court and all the media, and this is why I think Tory got to start checking people around him. Or he going to have his lawyers start checking some of these people who are clout chasing. We're going to get to a point where people are going to say, yo, bro, we do want you out, but we're not going to be moved by these things unless we see them. Y'all doing too much. Where's the video? Where's that? Y'all are promising a lot, but we ain't see it. Wack got the footage. Bruv, if they got a footage showing Tory and do the shooting, they wouldn't have to do a TMZ interview. If I'm her, I would have booked a one-way flight to California, and I would have walked right up in that DA's office. You're a representative. I would have booked a meeting with the DA, the current DA of Los Angeles. You're the representative out of Florida. And I would have said, plug this into your computer, give him the USB stick. And when they see that Tory ain't do it, they said that's an incarcerated individual in California that your DA's office that you inherited put in jail. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You wouldn't even have to come on TMZ. There's no need to come on TMZ. This idea of coming on TMZ seems like, listen, to get a pardon, you got to do philanthropic shit and then you got to do a press run. This seems like the press run. I still don't think the nigga is going to pardon him. I don't think Gavin Newsom is going to pardon that Tory at all. So now we got to say, if you have exculpatory evidence, this is what I would do. You put it out immediately. And then, first of all, the governor would pardon him immediately. He would pardon him. As if that's the egg on the face of the county of Los Angeles, the governor's going to pardon him immediately. And then I would start filing in court. Now, I know what they said before. They said, well, there's already legit shit filed in court. But fuck the DNA on this. Fuck they ain't getting the driver to test. Fuck that. If y'all got a testimony, if y'all got a video, I would rip up the habeas corpus appeal and also the fucking appeal for a new trial. Fuck a new trial. I ain't do it, bitch. That shit would be all over everywhere. Give it to me. Do anything with it. So now, because I'm not seeing this, and one thing, I do fuck with Tory, but I'm just not an idiot. Now I gotta say, does this shit exist? And this is why I say this chick cloud chasing and she gonna look stupid. If Tory didn't send you the footage and you're not making statements about this, you know you're cooked after this, right? If this don't come out, you're cooked. let me just tell you how it works. And I'll tell you how I work. Because sometimes y'all see I walk up on this goddamn stream and I say certain shit with my chest, definitively. When I say it, definitively, and I'm down to stand on it, because I seen it with these two eyes. I seen it. Even if I'm talking to the guy, I said, yo, could you show me it? Let's do FaceTime or something. Cool. I just need to see it. I need to see it exist. I think this chick should have never done a fucking interview and need to stop tweeting until she see the video. And if I'm Tory's team, I need y'all to put the video out immediately. Other than that, what are we talking about? There's no secret videos no more. You're in public jail. Release the video. There's no more secret videos. I would be dropping everything every day. Y'all should have a video interview with the bodyguard already. Drop that shit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The public is supporting Tory. But I done told you the reality behind this case. This is not like some science fiction. He has a 30% chance of getting out of jail. Otherwise, he's going to serve the majority or what is the state-mandated required amount of the 10 years, and then he will get deported if he's not a citizen. That's how it works. The case is already done. The trial's already done. He has 30% chance of getting out and not getting deported. The best thing would be a pardon. But I'm telling you, it's the wrong governor in and it's the wrong place. I do believe if this was Florida, if this was Texas, I believe that a governor, if it caught significant support, would pardon Tory Lanez. Not in California. California is the home of the transgenders, home of the beta males, and home of all the woke activity. They'll be damned if they pardoned a man of African-American descent who got a tattoo of an AK-47 in the middle of his chest that goddamn supposedly shot a woman. It won't happen in this lifetime or the next. Trump would pardon you before motherfucking Gavin Newsom. His entire, you got to realize part of the criticism he caught for even the fires is that this nigga is so woke. He one of them niggas that believe in climate control, all this type of greenery bullshit. That's people have thought that his inaction has resulted in more forest fires and the whole fire shit. So he's not a nigga who goes against what those traditional beliefs are, even if it's burning down his whole fucking state. You think he gonna go against it for Tory Lanez, my nigga? He's not going against women. Because for him, it's not about the details of the case. It's about politics. He would get his ass kicked from here until forever from now if they could say, brother, you do know that you pardoned a man that shot a woman, shot a famous celebrity. You know you did that, right? He don't want his name on that. He ain't gonna do it. I'm telling you. I'll take a friendly bet with anybody. I bet up to 5K. He won't do it. Now, hold on, let me go back on that. He won't do it if there's no video. Real exculpatory shit. I don't think he'll do it on the bodyguard of Kelsey. I don't think he cares that much. That's for the appellate court to figure out. But if there's a video of the incident that happened and Tory Lanez did not shoot very clear, if y'all drop it today, he'll sign that order tomorrow. I don't know why it's not dropped today. Why the hell is you on TMZ? Drop the video. Drop the video. Drop the fucking video. We got to drop the video. You drop the video, you don't got to campaign no more. That governor, even by his liberal constituents, would get killed. Yo, bro, you really got this guy in jail in your state when he clearly didn't shoot that woman? Whoa. Pardon. But until then, he's not doing a pardon. Until then, you have a 30% chance of the appellate court. And it don't matter who really campaign or say they fuck with Tory. The majority of hip-hop now fucks with Tory. Here's the problem. It's too late. It's too late. Because at max, he got a 30% chance. If y'all had the same loud voices before trial, that damn prosecutor DA's office would have been that overzealous. They were overzealous. They wanted to get Tory the fuck out of here. They were overzealous. Maybe if y'all spoke up a little earlier saying, yo, y'all are pushing process. By the way, keep in mind, Tory Lanez, supposedly at first, Meg didn't cooperate. The reason why California picked up the case, they're clout chasers, number one. But they had a hard time getting it started because people weren't that willing to participate. They had to twist people's arms. If the loudness in hip hop now told was saying, leave Tory alone, they would have fell back. But at that time, politically, for a DA's office of a left-leaning governor, it was a good move to prosecute another famous person who's a man and he's black for shooting, allegedly, this woman. It would make them look good if they send that guy to jail so they file the charges. Politics as usual, people. Politics as usual. So all the voices speaking up now, if y'all spoke up then, they wouldn't feel like, oh, this is a slam dunk. We about to go get reelected and we about to get bonuses. They would have said, oh, we going to chill. We going to chill. Unless she comes to us and almost asks for the case to be filed, we're not going to go. You know, it's the DA's office that was trying to twist Meg's arm. Like, yo, Meg, come on, stop playing. They supposedly talked to her. She wasn't really saying shit first. Then they had to go back again. And supposedly, when she got mad at Tory, she started really cooperating. But you know how women are. They're only loyal to their emotions. It's only a matter of time before Tory had pissed her off. It was going to happen. But still, the point is this. Why is this chick doing interviews? Where is the video?
All of the information that's been brought forward and flagged to us is also going to be presented if it hasn't already been sent to the governor's office. And I would also say that it's incredibly important for people to realize that the body cam footage, which I'm sure you guys are aware of, has also reported, and the initial medical responding doctor at the ER with.
Man, I don't give a damn if it's a cell phone video is grainy. I don't care if it looks like the movie. Give it to us. Pause. Now, supposedly, Tory went on.
Would you like to be called the punter?
Okay, so Tory's father went on there, and they're talking about this new. Here we go. This new evidence. Tory father and this rep.
Flash hits.
Several occasions. My family, we come together and we pray on a daily basis. This has been pretty well 5 years now, almost 5 years since this whole incident ever came to the public's attention. And since that day, we come together sometimes, most times twice a day, wherever we are in the world. We are on a phone call and we pray. And thankfully, a lot of times he is able to join us. He will, call in from the prison tablet, and we're able to come together and we pray. So since the situation happened, my wife and I, we were able to be with him from the very first day that we heard. This incident happened about 6:30 in the morning. And then by the time we were cleared to go in to see him at the hospital, by the time we got in, it was about 1:30 that afternoon. We spent practically the whole afternoon with him, following day, and then the next day after that, when he was discharged and went back. So, yeah, I've been in pretty well constant contact with him.
Before I move on, I just want to ask you, are you 100% convinced that your son did not commit the shooting for which he's serving this sentence?
I'm absolutely convinced. I've always been convinced. And a lot of the evidence that had been suppressed over the years, a lot of shenanigans that went on in the courtroom, are now coming to light. There's been so much foul play. And I'm not just saying this as some sort of pissed off parent. I mean, one of the things, just by way of an example, and I know that our attorneys have spoken to this, they have laid out things line by line. And I want to even take this moment this is the first time I'm meeting Representative Luna face to face. I want to thank you for the masterful job you've done getting out over the last little while, over the last couple of days on your on your platform so that people can know exactly what happened. But let me tell you from a parental standpoint, a parental observer of my son walking through this. I'll never forget the day when we're sitting outside of the courtroom getting ready for court to reconvene. And imagine the only independent witness, which should have been the only objective witness in this case, was a gentleman by the name of Sean Kelly. Interestingly enough, the only person that would be able to have an unbiased viewpoint of what actually happened. Imagine that the prosecution did not want to call that witness. Why? This is the only independent witness, but yet you don't want to call this person because obviously his bird's eye view will not support what you want the narrative to be. And so when we sat outside, my wife and I, we saw this gentleman come in and we sat down and it was identified for us that, oh, this is Mr. Sean Kelly. He's sitting across from us on the other side of the hallway. And as we sat there, the prosecution came out, one of their detectives or investigators rather, and one of the prosecutors, they took
By the way, chat, if you're on Kick, we need 14 more followers to get to 13,000 followers, man. Come on, run that up for me, man. We need 14 more followers on Kick, man.
Gentlemen, they went upstairs, I believe it was to the 14th floor at that time. By the time this man came down, the witness they did not want to call, this man came down and his testimony became so embellished with other nonsense that people who saw it just looked at it and said, this is crazy. So I saw these kind of things going on all throughout this case. People trying to bury evidence, not trying, burying evidence, a judge that refused to allow certain things to come into the courtroom or to be said and was totally biased on the part of the prosecution. So the whole thing just stunk of a setup.
Just one last question, because you've made me think of this. But if your son was not responsible for Megan Thee Stallion being shot, we do know that indisputably she was shot. Who shot her?
First of all, the whole idea of her being shot is a speculation. That's a speculation. It's to this point has not been proven that she was even shot.
Bro, let's stop it, man. She was shot, man. Stop. Stop. I'm gonna be honest. She was shot. Please, just stop. Yo, if you love Tory, you got to start admitting the basic things, or else you're going to look like a Looney Tune. And we don't look like Looney Tunes. We want to look smart, educated, logical, but we could support somebody who we think is wrongly convicted. She was shot. We just don't think it was by Tory. When you're trying to argue two things, you look stupid. And that's what Meg was saying yesterday. And Meg ain't the fucking sharpest knife in the drawer. You can't argue, oh, she wasn't shot, and then, oh, it suggests she was shot by her. Which is it? Was she shot or not? She was shot. Now, granted, everybody named Mama know the bullet did not go through her leg. There was a bullet fired near her vicinity. It either ricocheted off the ground, which is the most likely possibility, and the shrapnel, which means the bullet erupted or splinters came off of it. A shard went into her foot. That's what we know. You see, if we like Tory and we want to support Tory, we're going to look like Looney Tunes, people that think that the Mars landing ain't real, we believe in flat earth. Because remember when people were saying, like, yo, there was a theory that she stepped on glass. And by the way, two things could even be true. I don't even know if that's necessarily still a theory, but whatever. I do believe she was shot. Do I believe she was shot by Tory? I don't. Listen, this is just how I look at it on a real nigga's perspective. If Tory was trying to shoot the bitch, he wouldn't shoot her feet. He would shoot her in the fucking gut or that fucking BBL or that fucking titties. That's what I think, right? Even if Tory's a bad shot, when I see that bullets are fired, 5 of them, and it's fired and the injury seems to be a bullet hitting something else, then splintering and hit her, it tells me somebody was fighting or somebody was grabbing somebody's hand and the gun got fired. So I've always thought that Tory was trying to get the gun out of Kelsey's hand, right? No matter whose hand it was in, I think that person didn't have a clear shot. No way. They had a clear shot. I don't believe so. Do you understand what I'm saying? However, that's why in my theory, I think she was shot. And technically what shot means is, were you injured by the result of a bullet? Now, I know colloquially, shot means did the bullet hit your foot? No, the bullet didn't hit her foot. But it's still considered shot if the bullet fractures and a shrapnel hit her foot. In the eyes of the law, it's still considered shot. Cool. All right. Well, why the fuck would she get shot in that demeanor? Now, according to her and the prosecutors, Tory wasn't trying to shoot her. He was trying to do dance, bitch, dance, and he was trying to shoot the ground. Kind of hard for me to buy into that, given what I know. Tory just revealed he fucked both girls. They were fighting. They're fighting over Tory. Kelsey is much more than Megan. Megan gives her the beats. Megan hops out of the car one time first. They get Megan back into the car. The next time after Meg goes outside, gives her the beats. I think Kelsey ran back to the car, grabbed the gun, was trying to figure out how to work it and shoot her. Tory comes over trying to like hit her hand or grab her hand. The gun goes off, hits the ground. Yes, she does get injured.
And I want to make it really clear because I'm asked questions a lot as it regards to Megan. Megan is a young woman. I'm a father. I don't have any animosity to this girl at all. We pray for her. I've said that publicly on several occasions. My son included in our prayers. We have prayed for her on many occasions. So anything that I have to say is not to put her down, make her look like this person or that person. But the reality is that in all of this, how can you have a situation where in pretrial, the police, LAPD, says that the bullet fragments they had collected from the hospital just mysteriously vanishes. It goes missing. I would think that evidence is something that is protected.
Now, again, I'm telling you, I'm being so fair, you just can't even believe it. Now, here's the thing about Tory's that defense about the bullet fragments are missing. If you're asking for the bullet fragments, even if they're missing or not, you're trying to prove she was not shot. And again, I think that's a stupid way of addressing this. If your thing is, oh, she was never shot, that's why you want the bullet fragments. You're like, all right, we want to see if, how could she have gotten shot? Was there bullets found in her? I think we have to acknowledge she was shot. Just then say it wasn't Tory who shot her. When you're still debating if she got shot, you look like a Looney Tune. Now, granted, a defense lawyer and an appellate lawyer, it's their jobs to figure out ways to get out of it. But this idea that the bullet fragments are missing, truthfully, is bullshit. Because no one in that court, on the jury, believes, and even Tory's own defense, they didn't really challenge this idea that she wasn't shot. That's really a social media thing. Again, shot colloquially meaning, did a bullet cause the damage to her? I think most people believe yes. Is it a bullet? Did it break bones and tendons? No. Did it go through her foot? No. We get it. But she was injured as a result of a gun being fired and a bullet being ejected out of that gun.
in any police department, but they just mysteriously go missing. So there's no bullet fragments to be presented at trial. You have a situation where a gun is shot, and the gun, which is supposed to be your main piece of evidence, does not even show up at court, but some picture of a weapon that resembles this is the type of weapon they say that was used. The weapon does not show up at court. There is absolutely...
Now, what he's arguing right here are technicalities. By the way, people get off on technicalities all the time. Don't mean they ain't do it. Now, I'm all for Tory getting off on technicalities or otherwise. I don't care. I think Tory should get out of jail. I don't care how he gets off. But I got to be honest. When you're arguing these type of things, that's technicalities. That's not arguing the main point. I didn't shoot him. If the main point is I didn't shoot the bitch, that's not the argument you go for. You go for definitive shit that shows you did not shoot the person.
Absolutely no. We hear this point of 0.1% of his DNA on the gun. Do you know what that actually means when you investigate it? That over 1.5 billion black people on the planet could have been their DNA. Yet my son is convicted for having used this gun, where an expert witness from the LAPD gets in there and he testifies as an expert of how many pounds of pressure it takes to shoot this gun and to shoot it 1, 2, 3 times and on and on and on. Yet the only evidence you have could fit the profile of 1.5 billion black people on planet Earth. The whole thing stinks of a conspiracy, and it stinks of a cover-up.
Okay, let me turn to Representative Luna. You've taken up this case, and you've done it at a time when Drake has shared a petition to have Tory Lanez released. Chris Brown posted Free Tory on his Instagram story. Kanye West has supported his release as well. I want to play, before I get your explanation for why you've taken up this case, I want to play, this is a version of events from Megan Thee Stallion herself, from her own documentary about what she says happened.
We left to go home.
Now, here's the thing why I do think a lot of Tory fans, and by the way, I understand why Tory fans feel that way. And by the way, I agree with this too. Meg was too drunk. Everybody know Meg's a drunkie? One of those, what happened last night? I was wilding? One of them ones. Everybody know that? What happened last night? Damn, I was wilding, huh? Did I throw up? One of them ones. My only issue with Meg's, we got to listen to her a bit because she's the one who got injured, but it's like, she's super drunk. I've always thought the only person's testimony that should matter is Jaquan's. Now, some people might believe that he is biased because he's Tory Lanez's bodyguard, but he was the only non-drunk person that night. You know, Kelsey was supposedly passed out for like an hour or two before they left. She was just passed out because she drank a whole bottle. Meg supposedly wanted to scrap at the event, so they got her out of there. Drunk. Tory's 5'2". His liver probably this small. Drunk too. Why we ain't get... That's the thing, I argue logic. Why the only sober person did not testify? What type of shit was this? The only sober person didn't testify. The drunk people testified. So when Meg's doing this recount, I'm like, Meg, you were drunk.
I was in the car with Tory and his driver and Kelsey. We are all arguing. I don't remember exactly what I was saying, but I knew I was talking shit, and he probably was a little offended. I tried to get out the car one time. I'm over this shit. They was like, Megan, get back in the car, get back in the car. We almost to your house. I get out the car again. I ain't even got shit on. I just got on a swimsuit. And I'm walking off, and this motherfucker just started hollering at me. He was like, dance, bitch.
It's a very dramatic sort of recounting there in animated form of what happened. She then talked about it again in an interview with Gayle King on CBS, the morning show there, in 2022. Let's take a look at this.
So I get out the car and it's like everything happens so fast. And all I hear is this man screaming, he said, dance, and he started shooting. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like he shot a couple of times. And I was so scared. I didn't even want to move. I didn't want to move too quick. Like, cause I'm like, oh my God, if I take the wrong step, I don't know if he can shoot something that's like super important. I don't know if he could shoot me and kill me. Like.
And the final clip I want to play, this is where, in her own documentary again, she talks about...
We got 13,000 followers on Kick now, man. We're going to keep running it up, man. We're at 103,000 followers on Rumble. We got to get Kick to 100,000 followers, man. We have all these platforms. We have either hundreds of thousands or millions of followers on them. We got to get Kick to the same thing, man. Let's get it.
That interview, it admits she may not have been entirely truthful. Let's take a look at this.
Yes, bitch, I lied to Gayle King, bitch. First of all, I didn't know that bitch was even gonna ask me about that shit. Bitch, she's always want to talk about this shooting. Why'd you ask me about fucking Tory? That's not what this is about. Even if I was, I fucked once, maybe twice on a drunk night. Bitch, you kept catching me out of my fucking mind.
No, I don't think you need to be a conspiracy theorist, Representative Luna, to see there's a lot of inconsistency going on here. She denied to Gayle King that there was any relationship with Tory. She then admits that there had been, that she lied. She doesn't admit to lying about the circumstances of the shooting, but certainly this goes to the heart of her veracity. Why have you taken up this case?
Well, first of all, Pierce, thank you so much for having us on to discuss this. And I just want to applaud you and your outlet for actually being able to showcase some of the facts here. Look, I don't have any connections to the rap industry, Mr. West, Mr. Brown. The only people that I really know involved in this are Miss Amber Rose, who actually initially flagged this for me and connected me with Tory's attorney. And when I looked at the evidence, and remember, I'm a member of House Oversight and Accountability, and I actually am the chairwoman of a task force that conducts investigations.
Did she say Amber Rose?
Investigations, most notably into the assassination of John F. Kennedy. So I'm all about the facts. And what I can tell you is that the evidence in this case overwhelmingly speaks to the fact that Mr. Lanez is actually being incarcerated, I would say, as an innocent man. And what I can tell you is, even to your question on what happened with who indeed may have pulled the trigger and, allegedly shot Megan Thee Stallion. Look, I don't know Miss Stallion, but what I can tell you is that the evidence says that there are no bullet fragments and that there are x-rays that the legal team, Mr. Lane's team, actually has that we'll be presenting. What I can also tell you is based on the evidence that I've seen, again, that number 0.01% DNA match, alleging that it's Mr. Lane's, when in actuality, they actually did not choose to test the other 4 individuals there. No fingerprints found on the magazine. By any arguable case, if this was a murder trial, he would actually be acquitted because there is no evidence. And so what I will tell you is, one of the things that people ask is, well, why are you getting involved as a federal representative when this is a California state? He's not from, Florida here, or he's not represented by a Florida member of Congress. What purview do you have? And what I will say, Pierce, is that I have a platform and I have the ability on a federal level to impact prison reform. And what I can tell you is everything in this case, I don't believe that he was actually given due process. I believe it was a stacked trial. I believe the evidence speaks for itself. And I am willing to actually cross party lines to work with the Democrats to secure pardon from Governor Newsom's office. And we're currently in the process of setting up talks with Governor Newsom. I do think that he is going to do the right thing. I think that the evidence speaks for itself. I didn't know that Drake had posted that petition, but what I will tell you is that that was the right thing for him to do. And I hope more women specifically in the rap community can come forward and speak to this truth, because as you heard from Ms. Stallion herself, she admitted to lying to Gayle King. And what I will also tell you is I'm also have been informed that there's actually ring footage, and that will likely also be released here pretty soon. I know we are helping to put the evidence out there to the American people. But I do believe that this is really a terrible case, and what was done to this family is unacceptable. And I will be continuing to push for his full pardon. I think that people owe them an apology.
Now, here's the thing, too. I wonder if this woman has been sent down the river. You know there was ring footage in the There was ring footage involved in the case. What the ring footage actually did was, it was a ring camera that was inside. I don't think it was Sean Kelly's house. It was inside somebody's house that captured the argument. And the argument's really low. And then the shots. So it's just audio. I'm thinking that's what it is. When we hear ring footage, we're thinking, oh, we seen it. Bruh, that video would have been out, nigga. That's what I'm really wondering, what are they talking about?
And furthermore, I'd like to finally say this. So I actually spoke to Mr. Lanez on the phone in prison yesterday, actually. And he is actually going to get very involved in criminal justice reform to ensure that this doesn't happen to other people, because in his case, he has an incredible family supporting him. He has the financial backing to fight this, but many people don't. And so that's where we are going to continue to champion these causes at the federal level, even all the way to the White House and in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I don't know if she knows too much about the case. They already used some ring footage, but it was only audio. I hope she's not talking about that, because she got us excited now. We're like, ooh, we're about to see the whole thing happen, and we're going to see Tory's innocent.
Well, I'd love to talk to him myself. It does sound a fascinating story. Just before I let you go, just to be clear, do you actually think a gun was fired at all then? Or could that in itself be in question? And if it was fired, who do you think fired it?
I don't know who fired it, but what I will tell you is that based on the evidence that I've seen and that the Tory's attorneys will be presenting to the American people, I think that there are a lot of things in question. And I would say that, look, Pierce, you know that I'm a United States Air Force veteran. I grew up in a very rough area. I was at a high school where there was a gang shooting. When someone gets shot, there's evidence of that. My husband was shot in Afghanistan in 2014, and the evidence isn't lining up.
So you do not think she was actually shot?
I'm not a criminal investigator in that sense. So I'm just going to go on record for saying that the evidence as of right now is showing that there are no bullet fragments that have been presented, which I'll let people assume what they will on that.
Okay, so final question for you, Sonstar.
Can I speak?
Sonstar, I was going to come to you.
Can I just speak really quickly to that?
Yeah.
It's interesting going back that there was a time when all of this nothing was really being said about it amongst the party that was there on that particular night. Then an article appeared in the Los Angeles Times, okay? It wasn't us that put it out. The Los Angeles Times spoke to the fact that a doctor, I believe it's a Lafredo, who was the emergency physician on duty that night when she was brought to the hospital. He said, and the Los Angeles Times carried it, that she sustained lacerations that were consistent with being cut by glass. Okay? So somebody now went online and commented or said something about that fact that the Los Angeles Times carried this. This is when, from the other side now, she came out accusing my son, you shot me, you shot me, you shot me. Later on down, we have so-called expert testimony coming from a whole other doctor was not present that night about removing bullet fragments. And again, nobody knows where these bullet fragments are to this very day. There's just been a lot of lies, a lot of cover-up. And I believe this whole case has been about truth versus the politics of power. But the one thing about truth is light. You're never going to suppress it. You might keep it down for a while, but it's going to come out and it's going to shine like the sunlight.
Do you have a final
Pierce,
message?
If I could just...
Yes.
Yeah, if I could just follow up and say this. Also, to the reason why Mr. Lanez couldn't speak publicly to this is there's a gag order that was placed on him by the team bringing charges. And when you don't have the ability to speak, that sends a pretty powerful message. And so part of my job is representing not just my constituents, but also ensuring that this doesn't happen in the future. And that's not right. So I'll speak the truth for him, and I'm going off facts. I'm presenting the evidence, and the people will decide. And I hope that Gavin Newsom does the right thing.
Okay, and just final question for you, Sonstar. Do you have a final message for Megan Thee Stallion? If she's watching this, she, of course, could actively get involved here in exonerating your son if she wished to, if that was the case, and she believed that she had misled people. What's your message to her?
I'm a believer in Christ, and my message is always the same to any human being, and that's love, that's compassion. I don't have an appeal to her or her team because I think that would be an exercise in futility. However, I do want to say on behalf of my son what the representative just said. This passion in his heart for criminal justice reform, prison reform, that didn't start because he got stabbed the other day 14 times. That has been something we have been discussing for a long time. This journey took me, many people are just getting to know who I am, but I've been in ministry for over 42, 43 years. I have ministered on various continents. Before I came back to North America at the top of 2018, I spent 7.5 years in Kenya. And that made me to become a father, not to just my children, but to many children. We call them spiritual children around the world. And when I saw him walking through this, we've met many inmates as a result of this. And you have people in this country right now that are imprisoned because of some dark age, medieval times attitude that says once a person is incarcerated, they become like a leper. They become like the offscouring of society. Nobody cares about them. In the medieval times, they would parade these people down the street in a cart and they would throw rotten cabbages, tomatoes, and anybody that was locked away in the Tower of London or the Bastille in France or wherever, they were the offscouring of society. We still maintain that attitude up to this day, whether we realize it or not, how we treat people. But these are people, and their souls are being bartered and traded by billionaires who are making so much money from the federal government to keep these people in prison, and they are not being treated. The amount of money these people are making is more than enough to make sure that they are treated properly and rehabilitated. But we consistently create this atmosphere of criminality that pushes people to commit more crimes while they're inside. They're released. They come out worse because their minds are so frayed from the trauma that they go through. We can do something about this. We are a society with resources, with means. We can do much better. And so that's why my son is going to stand on the forefront of helping people. We don't believe that violent criminals should be out, hurting people and all the rest of it. But there are a lot of people who are innocent in prison. And then there are a lot of people who have been put in prison and been given undue sentences because they're black, because they're brown. This stuff needs to stop. And we...
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll see what happens. Let me play Shorty right here.
U.S. versus Sean Combs, after lunch, afternoon update from day 8. I waited till I got home. And I want to go back to the morning just for a second when the HSI special agent was testifying. I want to point out that both the government and the defense, they referenced the indictment a few times. The government referenced the indictment mainly to cross-check the evidence that they were showing us. And the defense, they referenced the indictment to show that some of the drugs that were found, certain pills like MDMA or whatever else, there was such a small amount that they were destroyed, the drugs or the pills. And I say small amount because it didn't say that exactly, but it said something along those lines. And the defense really wanted to make that clear, like, oh, there was such a little amount of drugs here that, the government was able to destroy them. Anyway, I also want to point out that in the morning, Dr. Dawn Hughes, she talked a lot about trauma bonding and how trauma bonding works. And she explained, she went in detail about that. Oh, and then she talked a lot about PTSD because she worked with veterans and how memories are recovered, after the fact, and how PTSD, affects some of these memories. Wow, I can't talk. It's been a day. And I gotta say, it was, the testimony from, I guess, all 3 witnesses today was kind of long. The first 2 more so because HSI and, an expert, Dr. Dawn Hughes, some of that testimony can be a little bit tedious, I guess. And I think that, yeah, people were feeling it. I mentioned everybody looked kind of tired at one point. But going back to the cross, which was done by a new attorney we hadn't seen before, Jonathan Bach, he really seemed to focus on one thing, and this is what caused a lot of the sidebars and a lot of the objections. But he said she did this webinar or this presentation 10 years prior with this other doctor, and it was basically, it was called Expert Witness Testimony in Cases Involving Domestic Violence. So he said, you know, you were training people on how to testify in court. And she's like, well, not necessarily how to testify in court, but, you know, how you should conduct yourself on the stand. And then he actually went through this. He's looking through, you know, this document, and the sidebar was about the court putting the document on the...
Chad, chill out before I take this thing off the screen. I'm watching this thing. I'm trying to get it up to date with what's going on in Diddy trial, bro. Chill out, man.
Screen for the jury. But the judge was like, no, you don't need to put this on the screen, because initially Dr. Hughes said she didn't really remember it. And the judge said if she doesn't remember, you can give her the physical copy and she can look at it, but the jury doesn't need to see this. And like I said, there was a lot of sidebars. And during the sidebars, by the way, they play white noise, and the judge made a joke. He was like, I feel like we need to get some music instead of this white noise. Sorry about that. Apologize to the jury. Okay, so then he after this back and forth about the training or the webinar, he said, so most of your income comes from court-related work, would you say? And she's like, no. And he's like, well, how does that work? What's, you know, clinical versus court? And she said, well, it's 60-40. Court 60, clinical 40. And he's like, so that's most of it. And she's like, oh, yeah. And then he, you know, what did he say? Oh, he went on to talk about her meetings with the government and how there were 6 to 8 meetings. And she described herself as a blind witness. So he was kind of like or a blind expert. He's like, if there's 6 to 8 meetings, you know, why do you need that many if you're a blind expert and you don't know the details of the case, you don't know the survivors or the victims? And she said, you know, it was just a meeting or meetings so we could sort of educate the government on how the jury should hear certain things about this, about trauma and about abuse. And, you know, he pointed something out where he said she updated an outline for the government. And he's like, so, you know, you are working in favor of the government here. You're updating outlines for them. And she's like, no, I'm working in favor of science. And he said, well, the science doesn't pay you, right? The DOJ pays you. And I think there was an objection there. And he said withdrawn. Now, during the redirect, the government asked Dr. Hughes, have you ever worked for the defense before? Or, you know, have you ever worked on the side of the defense? And she's like, yeah. And then she said, have you ever worked for any of these defense attorneys, pointing at Diddy's team? And she said, yes. And then during the recross, Bach got up and what did he say? Okay, he pointed out, he said, so you worked with Brian Steele. And I actually guessed this. We're not allowed to talk in the courtroom, but I wrote it down on my pad of paper and I showed it to another reporter and I was like, it's Steele. And she was like, yeah. And so he said, you were contacted by Brian Steele to testify on behalf of a woman who said she was a domestic violence victim and she shot her husband in the head 5 times. And then Dr. Hughes was like, look, I'm not really comfortable talking about this because I didn't testify in that trial. And he said, yes, because Dr. Steele decided not to call you as a witness. He decided not to hire you. There was definitely an objection there and then a withdrawn. That was a little bit spicy. And then, yeah, he was basically done after that. But Dr. Hughes, yeah, like I said, there seemed to be a lot of issues, a lot of sidebars, a lot of objections. And at one point during a sidebar, I wish we had a lip reader because Diddy turned around to his sons, Justin and Christian, who were there, and he said something to them for probably 10 seconds. And I was dying to know what it was. I couldn't really tell, but yeah. Okay, so then the last witness we saw the day, who was questioned by Maureen Comey, was George Kaplan. He was a former assistant, and he first worked at Nickelodeon, and then he got moved over to Combs Enterprises. He was an executive assistant to someone at Nickelodeon, who then became COO at Combs Enterprises, and he worked at Combs Enterprises from December 2013 to December 2015. Now, I mentioned he worked for somebody else when he first started in December of 2013. He was the executive assistant to the COO, and then in September of 2014, he got promoted to Sean Combs' executive assistant. But let's remember, he left in December of 2015, just a few months later. He described working 80 to 100 hours per week. And he said over the course of 15 months, he made $120,000. He said a lot of the times when he was working very late, his schedule would run from 9:30 a.m. And he said the earliest he left would be 6 p.m. The latest would be 4 a.m. And he said that when he left late, it was because of late studio recording times or, nothing salacious, just studio stuff. He talked about working with other assistants. He talked about, his duties, which was carrying bags, packing bags, getting Diddy to different meetings. And then he said setting up hotel rooms. And then he testified that he would set up hotel rooms for Diddy. He would get a hotel bag, and in that bag would be baby oil, candles, Diddy's clothes, corroborating what we already heard. He also said that he would clean up the hotels after Diddy stayed there. And he testified that he would clean up in order to preserve Diddy's reputation, because these hotel rooms, he said there'd be baby oil on the bed, the table, the floor. It was just, it was baby oil everywhere. He literally said that. He said he bought these supplies when he had to buy them with the corporate credit card. He testified he set up hotel rooms in LA, New York, Miami, and he corroborated the same hotels that we've heard that Diddy stays at. The Trump in New York, the Intercontinental in LA. He also discussed seeing the med bag with different drugs, but he said that he didn't see a lot of drugs besides Tylenol, Advil, and MDMA and ketamine. He didn't really see, he didn't say MDMA. He said he actually had to buy MDMA for Diddy, but he testified that this med bag, he only saw, prescription.
Damn, Lauren London beats Cassie 75% to 25% in the poll on King Academics. Holy, on the Who's Batter poll. Damn, did I get it wrong?
And Tylenol, Advil, and then he said ketamine. So who knows? But he also testified that he did have to buy drugs for Diddy on 2 different occasions, but he was basically given a number to call and he was given cash. And so he called the number, and then, that's kind of how he got these drugs. And Diddy, or the drug dealer gave him these instructions. And that's pretty much where we stopped. I'm sure I forgot a few things, but I will try to include it in tomorrow's update if I forgot. All right.
Thank you, Lauren. Short, sweet, straight to the point. That's how I like it, man. That's how I like it. Chat. I will be getting off of here now. I'm going to read a couple donations and I'm out. Remember, I got a deposition for a dog bite. So it's not tonight. I got to just prep with this lawyer, and then I have general counsel pretty much that's like kind of overseeing this to make sure they don't try no stupid shit. And I'll be back on tomorrow. So let me just read some donations real quick. Thank you for all the gifted subs on Kick. Also on Rumble. We do have some donations here. I'm gonna get through them real quick. I just kind of have to read them. I can't even sometimes we get topics from the donations, but can't really do that today. And yes, chat, we've been on for 7.5 hours by now. Let me read these donations. Thank you guys for any contributions or even becoming members. Helps me out a lot. Helps the channel out a lot. Red says, yo, check Dirk new indictment. You're in it. Okay, remind me. We'll cover that tomorrow. I did see that. Poppy Chulo, thank you for the 5, says, act looking at her like how Diddy used to watch The Punisher and Cassie. Stop playing me, bro. Poppy Chulo says, yo, grab the baby oil and the Astroglide. Act. She's really nice. She's really nice. And she's smart, Let me tell you, intelligent woman is, an intelligent woman that knows how to use words other than period poo and just general colloquials that you hear from these ratchets. I got to show some appreciation. Sam Glover, it says that rep is a former stripper, by the way. She's a scallywag. I know she's the first Mexican American rep, supposedly, right? And they're talking about the rep that's defending Tory. Rod Wave arrested. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that tomorrow. Okay, I got a list. Then. So we got Dirk indictment mentions Ack interview. And Rod Wave arrest. So I'm writing down things for tomorrow. Nevertheless, let me keep it going. Sorry. What the fuck? I lost it now. Give me a second. Is it this? No, damn. I am fucking up today. I just had the thing selected. Okay, I think we got it. Oh, call Whack. We'll call Whack tomorrow. I'll put that on the list too. So, Rod Wave arrest. Call Whack about Lauren London. We'll do all this tomorrow. Just give me a second. Gotta pull this back up. Okay, here we go. All right. It's taking me forever to open up something simple. Jesus. Okay. Perfect. By the way, Luigi, thank you for the 5 gifts earlier. King Raji says, yo, Act, talk about Cardi piping out Gio. She's a fake lesbian, is she? Isaiah Tavares, thank you for the 5, says, Act, I know we're on the Diddy trial right now, but when are we going to get Ye Part 2 or updates on Ye? Well, he sent me a song today. Remember, I did tell Ye I wanted him and YB. He's giving me him and YB. He was trying to call into the stream. I didn't have his number saved, so it went to voicemail. Then he texted me. Anyway, Red, 5, thank you for that. It's a cover the Dirk indictment. You in it? I will cover it. And Kendrick's intern says, Ack, I'm a fan, but bro, it's time to expand the content. I'm tired of Dot, Drake, Diddy, and snitches. I'm sick I got to watch these lames when you're not live. What other topics would you want me to cover? Like, you guys could tell me to cover anything, and I put the work in to try to make sure I could cover it confidently and also make it pretty entertaining for y'all. Photoless Vinny says, Ack, it was said he was lacing the baby oil in eye drops. Well, we haven't heard anyone testify to that yet. Sam Glover says the long crime chick voice is annoying. I know which one you're talking about. Sincere Poppy, thank you for the 5. It says, yo, I just want to know what's on the 3 phones. Shit. Probably messages, probably videos of him beating off. JC says, damn, Diddy makes Rockstar looks like pop stars. Sam Glover says, a long crime chick needs to lay off the hair relaxing products. Her hairline is struggled. She might go bald. She tries too hard. It's cringe and fake. Celebrity Rich, thank you for the 5. It says, try to tell you he grew up around freak-offs via his mom. I don't want to throw the mom in there like that. JC says, yo, Mr. C was Big Daddy Kane's late 80s DJ. Kevin, thank you for the 5. Was Big Daddy Kane gay? I don't know if he's gay. I never heard that. Kevin, thank you for the 5. Said, listen to Big E lyrics. He's zesty too. Balbuena Vids, it says, it's okay if it's cold on the nipple. Okay? Ricardo Mitchell says, Ack, what bars you talking about? Biggie was the GOAT. Biggie definitely had mad gay lyrics. Stop playing. Balbuena Vids says, yo, having nut on the nip is okay if it's cold, bro. Trust. Okay, all right, according to you. Sam Glover says, Myron, okay, we talked about that before. They says, yo, Ack, they saying Moneybag Yo gay too. Where do y'all get that from? Anyway, Ari, JC says, yo, Ack, Birdman will pay you a Breakfast Club visit. Nah, me and Birdman are cool. Remember, I got 2 Birdman interviews I put out that feature YB. Smoke the Porp says, who remember the photo of Birdman and Wayne kissing? I was jealous as a kid until I realized I thought they were just good father and son relationship. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Entertainment Zone, thank you for the 10. It says, unlike Tish or Tisha, whatever her name is. Who's that? Yassine, thank you for the 5. Canadian says, he could literally say he was on some Aiden trolling shit with that daddy video. Well, just address it. A King, thank you for the 20. Says, Ack, you and Claudia, don't forget about me. Pink chat sweater from the party. I remember you. I do remember you, though. Kurt De Niro, thank you for the 2. Mr. Perfect Supreme, thank you for the 1. Andre617 from Boston, thank you for the 5. Act, no disrespect to any other streamers, but you didn't get to where you are. Listen to others. Your camera's just fine. That's what makes you you. Oh, damn. Thank you, brother. I got to make it up to Boston. Oh, shit. My bad. I ain't even trying to diss you. I was going to say I got to make it up to Boston to watch a playoff game. Then I realized they were just knocked out by the Knicks. Trust me, I like Boston. I lost money betting on Boston. Knicks. Do they play tonight? We'll see. Stizzy Baby says Biggie went by Frank White and Diddy went by Frank Black. Whoa. Toon Jr. says, yo, not my nigga Lil Wayne baby mama. Oh, hell no. He's talking about Lauren London. Nug, thank you for the 5. Said, Ack, how don't you know this? Nips gives a whole story about the song Young Niggas featuring Diddy. Oh. I forgot. It's been a while. It's been 7 years, right? Toon Jr. says, Lauren, a.k.a. Boogie, is way better than Cassie. Ack, come on, bro. Thank you, Toon. The GV Image, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, pull up the Method Man Diddy Kanye clip. Method Man Diddy Kanye clip. I want to do it. I just can't do it this stream. Oh, fuck. Okay. So I'm writing down a list. of what we're going to do. Patrick Turner Jr., thank you for the 2. He said, find a video of all of them in the studio. Luigi says, thank you for the 5. He said, Applebee's, man, you on some broke shit. Salute. 2 for 20. I can't beat it. It's actually 2 for 26 now. Them niggas raised the price on me, right? Shadow C, thank you for the 2. He says, yo, go to Wack cussing out R&B. Come on. You think Wack is going to be cussing out his... That's like his queen, is everything. He ain't cussing around. Kid Frankie, thank you for the 2. Kid Frankie, thank you for the 2 again. He says, a solid way only. Zay, he says, yo, Ack, what's the best Jamaican spot in Jersey? Ooh, that's good. I don't know if I want to be the one saying that. I know some good ones I go to, but the best? I don't know. I probably haven't even ate there yet. Checking report, thank you for the 5. He says, this ain't it. Put HH on. You talking about hail? What? Oh, okay. Summer vibes. No Limits George, thank you for the 2. It says, it doesn't exist. You talking about ring camera footage, or we would have been seeing it. Toon Jr. says, Rod Nation betting on the house on that case. The governor is compromised. I do think they would be hitting up the governor saying, don't do it. Sam Glover, she's a politician. They move for donors and lobbies. One tied to Tory, probably cut a check last election. Now she's squealing on command. Wow, okay. Water tastes yucky, Rod Wave. And then we read the rest. Okay. Let's get over to the Academy channel. And once we get that in, I'm going to see y'all boys and gals tomorrow. Do you at least like the consistency? Could we get a W for consistent act? Okay. DJ Mac, thank you, brother. Says, Ack, you're the GOAT, man. Hemi Dream says, yo, Ack, did you sign Tory's petition? For real? I don't think I've signed it, but I did post it. I should sign it, right? Ruger Red, thank you for the gifted sub, gifted membership. Low Life Brave says, yo, Lil Baby, hey. Deep Pain Active, Cashman is gay. That's why we played the video earlier. 315 Tito Active, Busta Rhymes is gay, which I don't believe. Bozo says, Ack, when you interviewed him, why you ain't ask why he had that little Mexican boy in that bathroom, in that bathrobe in his bathroom? Who had a Mexican boy in the bathrobe in the bathroom? What the fuck? Ariel says, tell Drake and P&D to make some sexy song for you, a series of album like Ye and Ty Dolla $igns did with Vultures. Okay, that's actually a pretty good idea. Susie Savage says, I've been a chat queen or the Academy girl since 2011. Ack, made sure I never missed. Oh, Susie, I love you so much. Thank you. And by the way, to the niggas, I got to show some love to the women a little different from y'all, okay? We now in the Diddy stuff. We're not just trying to extract semen, all right? Chabab, it says, yo, Styles P used to say daddy in reference to his homies. It's a 70s street lingo, cat daddy. But yes, Diddy is still a Fruit Loop. It does hit different when you find out the man calling you daddy likes rubbing semen on his nipples. It do hit different. S. Clarion says, yo, the track is hot. Like a fart in the shower. Pass. Okay, he's not fucking with it. Lucas, that's talking about the YB and Ye track, or I don't know. Are you fucking with the Cardi version? You tell me. Lucas says 1.4 Billy Gang. Oh, let me get 10K. Shit. You know damn well that's not true. Bless. Thank you for out of 10. It says, Ack, isn't this what you criticized Stephen A for with Shannon? Critiquing how your man Tory and people are handling this like he not a part of it behind the scenes. Now the clips will say Big Act don't support it. No, I'm calling a spade a spade. I think Tory's handling this right. Yeah, his lawyer is doing what he should do. I'm just not going to say that's going to work. That would be me being a liar. Tory, it don't matter if he gets out on technicality or he gets out on Kelsey coming forward saying she did, or it gets out on a video, getting out is getting out, right? I don't give a fuck how you get out. What I'm just trying to say is I'm being realistic. The reason why I take the approach with Tory Lanez's case of being realistic is number one, because I sat here and covered the whole trial, and I was giving a lot of people hope of saying Tory was going to get out, not really analyzing the real stuff that was the pretty much the fact that was kind of becoming more crystallized, that he was not going to get out. And I don't want to sit here and lie to y'all and be like, oh, he's getting. You want me to tell y'all like he's round on number 9? Okay, he'll be home by Christmas. You feel good? All right, I gotta keep going. V, thank you for that. Said Diddy the first motherfucker in the U.S. to get hit with the RICO. I don't think he the first. Kelly was before then, and a few other people. Amy DeMarpre says even Stevie J dated. That pick was Chloe, Ree, and Eve. Okay, you're connecting dots. Some sci-fi shit now. 3 Diglets says Diddy was an executive producer on Nipsey's Victory Lap album. There's even footage of Nipsey, Diddy in London with other people in the studio. Diddy was low-key laughing at Nipsey, like an inside joke that Diddy and Lauren had. Really? Really? Bring that up tomorrow to me. I'll try to find a video. Ice Lagoon 305, it says Cardi saying that Ye stole NBA Youngboy's song. He posted a real one on his IG. PGZ 206 says about to start having a freak off. Why would you say that? Somebody said, nah, hell no. You can't compare her to Lauren London. Cassie too skinny. Isaiah John, what's up? What's up? What's up? Marcel Hundo, thank you for the membership for 4 months. The big academy, top 2, and we not 2. Could we get a poll? Or you think, y'all trying to, don't start beefing with the King Academics channel, but y'all think that y'all go harder than the King Academics channel? Y'all do have more members. There is more members on the Academy channel than King Academics, I will say. And King Bezzy, man, thank you for the 2. It says, bro, how many times I got to donate? Kesha Case. Okay, I'm putting that on the docket as well. Kesha Case. Okay. Let me open up. See, before I get off, it's like a 20-minute process, right? I got to open up every platform, show everybody love. All right, I'm on Kick. Again, I did shout out to everybody who I believe donated or really gave membership. Thanks to all the new followers. We have 13,000 followers. Appreciate you guys over there. Let me go check out Rumble real quick. R-Block in the building. You know what I've realized? It's you see, R-Block people, Rumble supporters, they like the stream, but they like also the intro and parts that YouTube might not get. So, I've realized about half of the Rumble audience have gone to Kick. So I guess they're beefing now. So the people who have defected to Kick, and then the Rumble people who have stayed, man. Shout out to Almighty Beats over there, Born Hussle over there, Slim Jim Podcast Network over there, Dre the Kid, The Worst, Tyree, 504, Tilt, I see you, Candace, MFNF. Shout out to you, okay? Salute to y'all, and I appreciate all you guys. You guys definitely keep it going. Without you guys, we wouldn't have had an intro when we got off Twitch. And, by the way, people still waiting on the update from Twitch. I am as well. And the goal is to, at some point during the year, get back on Twitch, and it will be another platform. We've always streamed on multiple platforms. We don't expect to stop. I appreciate Kick. They have they're really endearing to me over there, supportive, and they're trying to, do their thing. I appreciate them. Okay. We are going to be doing an exclusive 1 or 2 hour Kick stream. Can't do it today. I wanted to do it today, but I got to go shower up, do some shit, and then get on Zoom with my lawyer. So tomorrow I'll be back to chat. Expect me around 9 o'clock. It looks like around 9 o'clock. That's probably around the time. So I'll wake up like 7:30, go deal with my dogs. I don't eat breakfast, and I don't know. I'll do some shit, emails, and then get on at around 9. All right, chat, I love you so much. Thank you for supporting me. I hope I've thoroughly entertained you or kept your company, no matter if you were doing routes, delivering Uber, or delivering Uber Eats, DoorDash, Amazon packages, FedEx, you're driving across country or interstate. I appreciate all you guys.